This young guy is our protagonist, Eugen. Although his appearance looks a bit rough right now, he'll be looking better in a moment. However, long story short, he's about to meet his end. It all began with Eugen being a vampire relentlessly hunted by the Holy Knights. In the end, despite all efforts, the knight's sword still pierced through him. Durhit, triumphant at the lead, shouted proudly, "Hey, you vampiric creature who's been hiding for half a year, it must have been fun, huh? You probably tired of killing by now, filthy beast. This little Holy Knight prank has been quite the show. But your play ends here. Not even the gods will forgive your crimes. Take pride in dying by my hand and granting me the title of Dragon Vampire Slayer. For deceiving the church, refusing to accept the judgment of the Holy Knights, your disgusting appearance says it all." Saying that, Durhit suddenly flashed a sinister smile. "Oh, and did you know? The reason I didn't catch you earlier was on purpose. Both my delay in joining the hunt and letting you run rampant all this time were intentional. A rare vampire like you hasn't shown up in ages. To milk a lot of coin, I had to toy with you. Also a little reminder to heretics." Hearing that, Eugen couldn't hold back and lunged forward. You know, ultimately this world is big fish eating little fish. Everything is decided by the power of the ruler. Whether Eugen wanted it or not, he still had to run. A long slash swept by so fast he couldn't defend in time. Durhit slid past him, basking in a spectacular victory. How disgusting that thought is. He wore a mocking, contemptuous look toward Eugen. "Your existence is an insult to the church, a blasphemy against our honor. You leave with endless regret. If only I had another chance." Suddenly, Eugen jolted awake with his body intact, sweat drenched all over him. He panted for a moment and asked himself, what the hell is going on? Because things were fuzzy, Eugen was a bit puzzled. What happened? My throat was cut, but my limbs are fine. Clearly, I was dead for sure. Was it a dream? No, this is definitely the hut I was in before the church's Holy Knights hunted me. The time is 6 months ago. Seems like right before the Purge squad hunted me down. Eugen stood frozen in the cave. Could it be I've been sent back to the past? Thinking that, his hands clenched with determination. If I'm truly given another chance. This is a remote forest with no nearby villagers. The closest settlement is Broadway. Eugen had been living here to avoid human eyes. Just a weak, pitiful vampire forced to hold his breath and hide, scraping by day to day. Although he didn't crave human blood, in a distant past moment he couldn't resist his instincts and sowed disaster. The next day, mercenaries swarmed in, and 5 days later the Holy Knights were scouring the village. Whether it took a month or a year, they'd be determined to find Eugen. Terrified, he lived in the forest and survived for 12 harsh years, drinking only beast blood. It's unclear why I was sent back to relive the past. But one thing's certain, given this chance, I absolutely won't repeat the mistakes of before. If living in hiding still ends with death, then I'd rather become strong enough that even if I'm exposed, they can't touch me. Using vampire methods, from now on I'll change how I survive. Vampires can absorb power by sucking life force. The stronger the bloodline, the more power can be absorbed. It appeared a huge, vicious roamer heaved itself up. The ruler of this forest, it attacked with ferocious force, leaving Eugen temporarily helpless. The roamer writhed violently and knocked him onto the bare ground. Eugen quickly rose and assessed the situation. With this frail body, all I can do is dodge its blows with everything I've got. But if I can make even the tiniest wound, standing before the beast with fierce intent, I can drain its blood. Eugen's old survival method was to erase his existence as much as possible. But once he realized that was a dead end, there was no reason to hesitate. Right now, more than anything, Eugen needs a power big enough. His sword cracked against its skin. The roamer seized the moment and whipped its tail, flinging Eugen away. He bounced a few times and flew far into the distance. Eugen took a heavy hit. The situation hung by a thread. A great shadow loomed. His eyes widened in shock. Its huge maw gaped open. Had I underestimated the strength of a roamer? Roamer is the term for wild creatures that wander nature, not monsters from the demon realm. Even in places without mana, some still possess maw stones, items sometimes more precious than jewels. For roamers, the maw stone is their life core. If I can find its maw stone, maybe Eugen can turn the tide. But the power gap is too great. Perhaps Eugen seriously underestimated it. The chance given to him pits him against a roamer that dominates the forest. It might kill him before he leaves so much as a scratch. The beast lunged into the water, sending violent waves roaring. It even took Eugen along like a stored meal. He fell into utter despair. Maybe Eugen was overconfident, thinking that if he was granted one chance, there would be a second or third. No, I've never rated myself that highly. Suddenly its eyes opened wide in terror. That's why I always have to slink around. Eugen did something that caused it pain. It held its breath and writhed just to live, just to survive. I chose the path of fighting. The fierce thought made Eugen's whole body glow. Fight, win. If I don't win, there will be no other chance. Eugen groped toward its heart. If he failed, there wouldn't be a next time. Eugen reached closer, craving to seize it. Its mouth opened. The red gem was right before his eyes. Because surviving means stepping on another's blood to live. After the shocking incident, the water's surface calmed down again. Then suddenly, a brilliant light flashed up from beneath the water. The roamer's mangled body floated up. I had vowed to myself that if given another chance, I would not choose to run, but to fight instead. The whole atmosphere turned a deep, bloody red. So right now I'll claim both fresh blood and victory. Eugen stood there calmly, staring at his new body. He glanced back at the hulking beast, thinking to himself, I only need the Forest Lord's blood. So it absorbed the Ma Stone too. The mana in this roamer's Ma Stone is much stronger than I thought. Its color was unlike the ones before, and larger too. The power from the Ma Stone can spread out beneath a layer of black scales. With this, maybe Eugen could resist sunlight and operate by day. He'd learned about the Forest Lord when mercenaries once captured him. Back then, the marsh was small, so no one knew of its existence. But after heavy rains and floods, its territory expanded. It appeared and attacked the mercenaries. In that chaos, Eugen drank a sip of blood from the wounded Forest Lord. That let him take down a few men and escape. Knowing its effect, Eugen vowed to drain its life again. Though his power increased slightly, it still wasn't enough to face Knight Jung-Durhit. I must avoid fights I can't win, at least until I'm sure. Knight Durhit can find me wherever I hide. It seems he has a special ability to detect monsters or souls. So instead of continuing to hide, I must build enough strength to confront him. Dawn is coming. I can't test the Ma Stone's power yet. I must return before sunrise. Suddenly, a ghostly voice caught his attention. The fake lord is dead. He's the usurper of my domain, turning a beautiful lake into a rotten swamp. You've given him a tragic death. I thank you for that, but you dared invade this territory and stain the land with blood. This crime is unforgivable. This is my domain. Mirian, the guardian of the lake. The sun will be angry. The land will rage. You will suffer a curse that tears your body to pieces. Even if I say that, this pokey old vampire probably can't hear me, right? Only certain creatures can sense spirits. Contrary to the taunts, Eugen asked it, what are you? Did my question make it freeze like that? Surely it didn't actually see me, did it? Eugen repeated, I asked, what are you? Mirian was astonished by this turn of events. Do you see me? You belong to the Blood Clan, right? Did you hear what I just said? Eugen guessed what it was thinking, that bit about the pokey old vampire. No arguments? It bowed and said, I am Mirian, a water spirit. I was originally the master here, but 15 years ago that nasty fish stole the territory and I became its slave. No, more accurately, a strategic ally. If the water is foul, prey won't come, so it let me control the lakeside area. Anyway, thanks to you, the nasty fish is dead, and this place can be purified all because of you. I saw with my own eyes an old pokey vampire get swallowed by that fish, but just when I thought he was dead, there was an explosion and a handsome fellow appeared. Did you disguise yourself to trick the nasty fish? Such careful planning, not caring about what Mirian thinks. You only care about yourself. My tattoo is disappearing? Why is that? Oh, right, I should be polite, shouldn't I? Your tattoo is beautiful. What does it mean? Is it a warrior's symbol? Who are the people you've killed? He shrugged indifferently. I don't know either. They've been on me for a very long time. Since when did I become a dragon vampire? He couldn't remember either. Eugen was born that way. Even in his oldest memories, these 10 tattoos were engraved on his body. Unable to recall the distant past, Eugen only knew a life of hiding, never daring to face himself. If these tattoos are some kind of charm, maybe today one of them has been unlocked. I'm off guard the forest carefully. Mirian sounded a bit reluctant, not wanting him to leave. Yes, it's been ages since I've had someone to talk to, and you're leaving already. Over time, fewer can see spirits, so I'm terribly bored. How I wish there were someone to chat with. Eugen reminded Mirian of its main duty. Aren't you supposed to restore this swamp back into a lake? It seems it doesn't want to. Do you know how long purification takes? Oh, handsome sir, your pale face would be improved by a sip of clean water. I'm a water spirit. I can make the most delicious water, you know. Drink pure water, and your face will look very handsome. Seeing Mirian conjure water, Eugen tried to dodge. Come on, hurry up. He ordered it to disappear. Seeing him leave, it grabbed at him. My lord, wait, I can filter any water for you to drink. Eugen firmly walked away. No need. Stubborn Mirian chased after him, saying rather than refuse, it'd be better if he accepted. My lord, you're of the Blood Clan now. A few days later, Broadwind Village had another quiet, moonlit night. Someone burst in with news. "Mayor, come quick, the red-eyed monster is here," he exclaimed in surprise. Huh. The whole village gathered around something with stunned faces. They all cried out excitedly. "Oh my, look, boar meat at last. So many village head look more than usual today, can we take them all?" A curious young man asked, "Village head, what's the red-eyed monster thinking? He usually only leaves one to sit on the full moon night." He understood the boy's meaning, but didn't know why. It wasn't time for him to appear yet. Everyone remembered the odd, benevolent stranger, a freak living at the mountain foot, called the red-eyed monster by villagers. For over 10 years, he'd lived near the village without harming anyone. On every full moon, he brought meat to share with the people. Who could fathom his motives? Eugen had a request for him. "May I come into the village for a bit?" Over 10 years ago, when he first appeared, everyone was terrified. But because he regularly brought meat like a tax payment, the villagers no longer feared him. This strange arrangement lasted more than a decade. They all welcomed him like one of their own. "It's been a long time since we've met. Do you have something to say?" Eugen said as he took off his hat. "I've lived far from the village because I was ill, but after a long hiding, I'm cured now and came to report it. Having received much help from the village, I now want to repay it. If the village ever has trouble." At the sight of his face, the whole village gaped in surprise. Who is it? They couldn't believe the red-eyed monster standing before them was so handsome. "Call on me anytime." A handsome aura radiated, dazzling them. The red-eyed monster, oh my. They couldn't trust their eyes. Is that forest freak a half-demon or nobility? Though he always wore a mask, it turned out his face was strikingly fine. At that moment, Miriam surfaced, puzzled. "Eugen, did you give them all the game you hunted? What are you thinking? A vampire should be about blood, slaughter, and death, right?" He didn't think so and explained. "In human society, building relationships matters, so I give favors for that reason." Miriam insisted on stopping him. "You plan to integrate with them without eating them. You said you'd leave in a few days, then why bother with those ties?" He removed his mask and spoke of the future. "I thought it was none of my business, but apparently it's not. I can't stand by and watch what's about to happen. When the mercenaries strike, the whole village will be wiped out." Miriam blurted out, "What?" Eugen thought of that boy and muttered, "They're coming to Broadwin to snatch a boy off to the Lord's castle to silence him. They'll clean out the entire village. If we don't stop it, this will lead to the Holy Crusader Knights being dragged here." It half believed, half doubted. Is what Eugen said true? If so, how would he know in advance? Really? The whole village will be dealt with. Even after living with Eugen for days, I still don't understand him. What is he thinking? Eugen decided to let time prove whether he's telling the truth. Wait and see. But first, he must earn a bit of the villagers' trust so they see I'm harmless. Miriam blankly asked about those two things. What do the mercenaries causing trouble have to do with building trust? For the crime of not watching where you walk. It bonked him right on the head. Miriam clutched his face. "Oh, that hurts." It looked at him questioningly. "Why did you just stop all of a sudden?" It turned out that from ahead, a squad of guards was charging in ferociously. They started whispering as soon as they saw him. "What's that? That guy looks weird, like he just came out of the village." "What now?" "I plan to sneak into the village. A man who looks so effeminate and unarmed. And alone again. If he screams, it'll be a nuisance." With that, one of them swung an axe and charged. "Don't give him a chance to cry for help." Miriam shouted in alarm. "Run away, Eugen." He leapt up into position to deliver a finishing blow. Just then his eyes glowed a bloody red, matching the name Red-Eyed Monster. He simply swept his hand lightly across, and the man was gone forever. The look on the others' faces spoke volumes. "Miriam, think carefully. Why must I build trust with the villagers? I cleaned him up so there'd be no suspicion, because I'm going to clean up these mercenaries." At that moment, the chill around and the evening light shining down were pierced by a blood-curdling scream. "That one is a vampire, not human." The fellow charged wildly and brought his sword down. "Vampire? What's there to fear? On the contrary, it's good. If you capture one and hand them to the church, there's a huge bounty. But man plans and fate laughs." Suddenly, a powerful energy blocked the man's blade like a mirror. The charger trembled, facing Eugen's murderous expression. Without a word, he boldly landed a punch into the charger's gut. The man, still drunk on the thrill of battle, was arrogant. "This one is no joke. Even if he's just a corpse, I'll haul him up." Eugen calmly twirled his sword while listening to the man's boast. "That vampire's head is mine." In a moment, the charger was easily defeated by him. Then a madman rushed forward with a spear and shouted, "Damned demon." A comrade behind warned, "Don't charge in blind like that." The madman, face full of fierce intent, declared, "I will crush you." But Eugen's gauntleted hands easily blocked it, though his palms were bleeding profusely. The madman, sweating and trembling, couldn't believe it. "You stopped it." Eugen's gaze, sharp with blazing red pupils, made the scene creepier. Darkness was falling, and in the blink of an eye, Eugen then successfully sliced the madman's torso, fresh blood splattering everywhere. He then planted his boot on the madman's face without a shred of mercy. Surrounded by mercenaries writhing in pain below, Eugen announced without hesitation, "And night is my time." He spoke in a chilling tone, the perfect moment to hide the blood. They panicked and warned each other not to rush in blindly. "He's a monster," attacked together. A fire flared up, bringing a warm glow to the dark space. The mercenaries, faces pale, trembled as they stammered, "Impossible." The ground was littered with bodies writhing amid the great flames. How could this happen? Was it all the doing of that red-eyed monster? Was it you who did this? Eugen, eyes glowing blood red with killing intent. Of course not. I found them while returning from a hunt, checking traps, and they were already feasting. It seemed the group had been ambushed en route to Broadwin, and the culprits were wolves. They yelled in disbelief. Looking down, black wolves with gruesome fangs were everywhere. Black wolves. Eugen replied calmly. They were distracted by the carrion. I took the chance to take some down, as you see. I killed a few, but at first they outnumbered even you mercenaries. The ones that fled are probably still stalking us. The leader doubted. These animals are the fiercest around. How could you handle them alone? Surely it wasn't that red-eyed monster who did this, right? Shouts came to the village head. There are clear wolf claw marks. Over here, too, everyone was torn apart by wolves. Eugen thought black wolves are vicious but unlikely to brazenly attack a large mercenary group. The leader apologized. "Sorry, I wrongly suspected you." Eugen answered composedly. "It's fine, anyone can be mistaken." "What about the dead? What will you do?" "Since I couldn't leave them, I told you." The village head replied, "We can't leave them as prey, bury them properly in the village." Miriam whispered to him, "Eugen, do you just lie whenever you open your mouth?" After he felled the mercenaries, the wolves smelled the blood and came looking. He finished dealing with them and even carved bite marks onto the corpses to fake the scene. Covering it up is clever, but why bother with appearances? Leaving immediately would avoid this mess. Even so, he'll still draw suspicion. Seems he's plotting something. Eugen spoke up. "Oh, and while I rifled their pockets for ID, I found this. This looks like a mercenary's letter. Want to read it?" Miriam thought of course we must read it. It even bears Lord Tian's seal. The village head took the letter. "What's this about?" Reading it made the village head break out in a sweat. "What? Is this true?" "Feel it in the village," the curious crowd asked. "What's in it?" Village head, "Feel it is still here in the village. What on earth is happening?" No one expected the village head to shout. Feel it might be Lord Tian's illegitimate son. These mercenaries came to fetch him. The remark set the crowd buzzing. "What? That kid is nobility." Komiya stared, stunned by the dark red spray of blood in the air. It was unbelievable. He single-handedly took down that large company. At this rate, we'll all be corpses. Don't hesitate, fight. He may be a monster, but he still only has 2 legs and 2 arms. Don't rush in blindly, surround him. His face is a bloody mess, wounded and trembling. He can't get away. His face was a bloody mess, wounded and trembling, unable to flee. Suddenly this guy appeared. Komiya watched each powerful slash Eugen made and braced himself. At that moment, those razor-bright red eyes snapped back and locked onto him. He quickly threw a punch straight into his gut, throwing Komiya off balance. His whole body slammed into a tree with a crack that rang through the woods. After knocking Komiya down, Eugen turned and sprinted away. Over here he was dragging himself on the ground, whining. "Stop, please. Were you waiting for us from the start? Why target us? We were only doing business in the village over the mountain." At that moment, Eugen stepped forward with predatory eyes. "I'm just curious what you lot were doing in that village. That village is mine." His eye sockets flushed red as he begged. "Please, I'm sorry. I didn't know you were the blood lord of the village, but we weren't here to hunt vampires, sir. There's an illegitimate child of the Tian clan hiding there. We thought he was missing, but it turns out he's been living here in secret. We only came to find him." Eugen said calmly, "Nice liar. What's your real aim? Is that the only reason you mobilized so many people? Were you planning to wipe out the whole village?" Komiya cried out in fear. No, it's not like that. Actually, we weren't hired by the Tian family, but commissioned by the 2 legitimate heirs, Kamira Tian and Bertel Tian. Probably due to political conflict, they hired us. We only came to capture that illegitimate child. The large group was precaution in case something went wrong. Please spare our lives." Hearing his story, Eugen ground his teeth in anger. So he was indeed among the masterminds. Bertel Tian, commander of the vampire hunting squad, once fought alongside Woon Direct, my former comrade, the knight. Bertel would hardly order mercenaries to slaughter villagers directly. That would be their own ambition. But that very act alerted the Holy Knights. Because the whole village vanished, they mobilized a large force to search. He trembled as he spoke. "We just took advantage to earn some coin." If we'd known the Blood Lord was here, we absolutely wouldn't have dared. Eugen shrugged off his cloak and turned to leave. Before going, he kindly warned, "All right, on your way back, watch out for wolves." He trembled, not yet recovered. "You really spare my life? I'm in your debt, thank you, sir." Who could have guessed that a second later, the man was cut clean across the neck by him, blood spraying everywhere. Miriam teased, "Kill them all, then spare them. What's the point?" Eugen replied simply, "Once my vampire identity is out, no one can be left alive." He glanced in a certain direction, and the wolves scented the flowing blood over there. On the other side, the villagers were questioning the village head. "Is that true?" The head answered, "Yes, the dead mercenaries were guards sent to fetch Felid back to the city." They gaped in surprise. "Felid, the child who lost his mother last year, still living alone. He came to our village 8 years ago. Could it be?" The village head said, "The mercenaries sent to fetch Felid were taken down by beasts. What do we do now?" Eugen stepped forward, adding, "You want to take that boy Felid back to the Lord's city?" The village head nodded rapidly. "Yes, that's right." But Eugen cut in. "Although mercenaries can't handle the beasts here, I've lived in these woods a long time. I can escort the boy safely past the wilds to the city." The village head was stunned. "You mean you'll escort Felid? Put you to such trouble?" Eugen smiled amiably, a hint of mystery behind it. "No problem, it's what a knight does." Miriam leaned in and whispered, "Eugen, you really are shameless." At that moment, Miriam suddenly gaped in astonishment, as if she'd seen something horrifyingly shocking. The gathered villagers also widened their eyes in surprise, and someone involuntarily opened their mouth and called out, "Hey." He parted his lips and spoke politely with a smile, introducing himself. "I am Yan Eugene of the Eugene family." Someone interrupted. Who would ever believe that? Eugen's introduction terrified the villagers. "The red-eyed monster is nobility. Hey, listen, you're being disrespectful. You should call him my lord." Miriam leaned in to whisper a reminder. "Eugen, even if you must lie, you've gone too far." He just smiled, reading their reactions. These people have never seen nobility. This was a remote village where a boy hiding in the woods suddenly being presented as nobility caused a stir. "Even if I pretend to be noble, they lack the means to tell the difference." They praised him with admiring eyes. "Lord Yan Eugene, were you really a knight? Why did you hide in the forest for over 10 years? Was it to heal training wounds? Is that a form of knightly cultivation?" He gave a vague explanation. "For many reasons I cut ties with people and lived in this forest." They immediately cheered. "No wonder, since bringing supplies to help the village, you've seemed different. With a knight's extraordinary skills, you can live alone in the woods, right?" The village chief suddenly spoke. "But our village is poor, we have nothing to repay you." Eugen said gravely, "It's fine, I just want to rest and ease my fatigue. May I stay in the village tonight?" The chief smiled. "Nonsense, that's a small matter. Though our home is cramped, please rest here tonight." The open space beneath the clear sky felt fresh. Eugen, eyes distant, stared off into the distance. He revealed his beastly nature, the Blood Lord's hand lightly touching the wall. This was an enhancement granted by the forest's master. His sharp eyes, containing a dark red gem of menace, made people shudder. The beastly hand kept mysteriously feeling along the wall. Encased in black scales, he could somewhat resist the sun. That would make the journey less grueling. Miriam cursed at him. "Stupid vampire. What are you thinking, lying so boldly? You claim to be a knight. Can you even read?" Eugen shrugged hurriedly. "Maybe one day I'll be exposed. But I'm leaving soon anyway, so it doesn't matter." Miriam asked, "Now tell me, what is your true purpose? You've lived quietly in the forest for so long. Why suddenly befriend the villagers and accept this request?" At that moment a voice called out, "My lord, we are ready. You may depart whenever you wish." He whispered to Mound, "See? In just one night I've gained status." People tend to believe authority more than words. You can lie as much as you like, but with status you can condense 100 tangled words into one. Only this village would accept a hurried lie like that. The nobles would never be so easily convinced. So from now on I will turn that lie into the truth. Like the good deeds Yin had done before that earned the villagers' trust. He wore a bright smile. Worried Lord Eugene would be misunderstood, I already wrote an explanatory letter. Felid, no, that boy Felid, please take good care of him. From now on, by using strength to turn these lies into truth, people will surely believe me. Felid stepped forward with a shy face. "I am Felid, it's an honor to meet you." Eugen thought that to turn all tangled lies into reality, he needed a higher status. Eugen spoke, "You're Felid." "I am Yan Eugene, very pleased to meet you." Eugen thought that to become true nobility. The sky was clear above the deep green forest. The two of them wearily threaded their way out of the village. Eugen asked curiously about the village Brahms. Felid replied, "By the sign, yes, that's right." "You wondered, you can read." He scratched his neck, embarrassed. Yes, my mother taught me to read before she died. She came from a humble background and didn't receive formal schooling. She said she learned those letters from the man she loved. I didn't expect that person to be Lord Tian. Miriam teased in his ear. Well then, that's great. Have him teach you to read. Eugene didn't hesitate to ask, can you teach me to read? He was surprised. Huh, me, but you're a knight. Don't you know how to read? Eugene murmured. Knight is just a title. My family has declined. There's nothing to be proud of. What I've made my living with isn't letters, but the blade. Felid asked. Could your Eugene family have? And in response to his question came Eugene's silence, as if an admission. Keep doubting me and then come to trust me. Once I've gained trust, it will be thick enough to cover all the tangled lies. Miriam stood beside him, teasing. Top-tier acting there, huh? Well, that's fine, but lying too much will arouse suspicion. It seems from his look that the boy has already started to believe you. Felid slowly began. I'm sorry, actually I was suspicious of you. At times you said you're a monster, at others you said you're nobility. The villagers call you a monster, so I had some prejudice. I'll verify for myself rather than trust rumors. If you come from a martial family, not being literate is understandable. So that you won't be embarrassed in front of others, I'll take the chance to teach you when I have time. Felid said softly, please tell me more about Lord Eugene. Who would expect that at that moment, a thrown dagger would fly straight toward his eye? Felid, face drained of color, screamed in shock. At first he saw it rapidly evolve into a beast to block the blade and save Felid. The hunters laughed with delight. You have to pull hard the way I taught. I'm doing exactly as you showed. Felid, pale and sweating profusely, said, what is this? A robbery. The hunter sneered, never seen robbers before. Your expressions are amusing. Then hurry up and be quick. Put everything down, empty your bag. If you don't move fast, you'll all die with me. At that moment, Eugene said nothing and viciously swung his blade across the man's head. Understand. The head rolled, hair trailing like a candy tumbling through the air, leaving the surrounding hunters gaping. Felid looked at the fallen head on the ground, horrified by its weight. The hunter spun around and shouted loudly, Boss. Eugene replied casually, I did as you asked. That was quick and tidy. The furious hunter grabbed his axe and cursed, this bastard, and without another word he was decisively felled by him, blood spraying everywhere. Just a few sharp slashes from Eugene sent them straight to the underworld. The remaining teammates stepped back, pleading for help, help, help. In front of him stood Eugene, his face brutal, holding the keen blade aimed at him. One finishing strike straight to the man's chest made the moment feel suspended. After the fight, Eugene walked around the corpses to inspect them. It's incomprehensible why humans want to kill and rob when they see someone weaker than themselves. He drove the blade deeper into that stupid teammate's chest. Do they think being weak gives them the right to bully? Felid, if you could read, would you understand this? He trembled as he answered. Seconds later, dark red blood spurted out gruesomely. Eugene covered his mouth and spoke in a low voice. You said you'd verify for yourself. Believe it or not is up to you, but I won't let a drop of blood touch you. The bustling scene of the village unfolded. People passed by in crowds, and the sounds of merchants hawking rose up. Come, rare herbs just returned from the northern hunt. Only 20 coins a bundle. Elsewhere someone argued with a shopkeeper. Down there it's half the price. Don't be ridiculous, my goods are far higher quality. Miriam watched the lively scene with a delighted, trembling voice. So exciting, nothing but oddities. Felid suddenly spoke up, sir. If you plan to shop here, you'd best be careful. He added, I've accompanied my master here a few times. Merchants here are terribly deceitful. You could get ripped off. My master is always charged exorbitant prices. Someone shouted loudly, hey, it's half price down there. Give me my money back. Eugene glanced around, thinking he needed money before he could worry about being careful. Then he walked to the counter where the customer had been and said to Felid, wait a moment. Yes. Eugene set his goods down and said, shopkeeper, I'd like to sell some hides. Please appraise them for me. The man turned to look curious. Oh, black wolf pelts, it's rare to see so many around here. Where did you get them? Batu's gaze grew cautious as he looked at him, the man wearing a black cloak that covered his whole body, prompting him to scrutinize more closely. Batu thought to himself that, judging by the ragged appearance beneath, he was probably not a merchant but a vagrant. He chuckled inwardly, perfect, time to strip him clean. Batu and I put on a sly tone, oh my, these hides are badly damaged. What could they be used for? At most 18 silver. A flash of deep red showed in his eyes beneath the hood as he stared straight at the man. Batu felt a pang of unease. His eyes darted about as he thought, what? Why are this one's eyes so blood red? Batu's voice trembled. Ah, it turns out black wolves are scarce and considered rare, so I can pay you a bit more. Eugene remained silent. Those red eyes made the man sweat inwardly. If you're upset, just say it outright. Batu and I forced a laugh. It seems this is your first time here. You're quite humorous. I'll raise it to 23 coins. Bot and I forced a laugh. It seems this is your first time here. You're quite humorous. I'll raise it to 23 coins. He added then 25 coins. Eugen continued to murmur softly. Seeing that, Bata hurriedly raised the price. Ah no, not 25. Felid looked astonished. Eugen murmured again. Terrified, he raised it to 28 coins. Eugen elongated the sound, his red eyes radiating dominance. Bata panicked at the sight, thinking to himself, how long will this annoying fellow keep milking my purse? He covered his face and added, 30 coins is the maximum. That made Felid drop his jaw in surprise. Eugen replied, fine with me. Night fell, candles were lit, glowing bright and warm. He looked at the paper, thinking the characters looked so shaky. I learned the basics from Felid, but being fluent in reading and writing is still far off. Ancient strokes were written in straight lines on the old sheet of paper. A voice from the water spirit rang out. This is not bad. It propped itself up and added, vampires should wear silks, but this is worth the money nonetheless. Eugen said happily, contrary to my worries, this market is quite generous. Since I'm a new customer, I even got extra favors. Miriam covered his mouth and chuckled, you're really an easy mark for merchants. Recalling the greedy old merchant raising the price, his eyes gleamed with thoughts of money. He exclaimed, well, you should have bargained harder and bought a more expensive silk set. After that, he replied, I only need a set to block the sun. Miriam was horrified and went on at length, what? You must enjoy life. Have you just been holed up in the forest all this time? The image he imagined was extravagantly luxurious. A vampire must live like true nobility, residing in a magnificent castle under moonlight, dressed in silk with intoxicated servants attending and drinking fresh blood. Ambition is needed to rise up. Eugen interrupted, excuse me, but you live in a swamp. How do you know so much? Miriam replied, I live in the spirit realm. Sometimes elders from the surface return and tell me all sorts of useful stories. He added, if you aren't stabbed by a silver sword or wooden stake, you'll live at least 200 years. So learn a lot, study ancient writing and the imperial tongue. You asked, do you know letters? Miriam answered succinctly, no. Eugen asked again, besides making drinks, what else can you do? From afar, Felid's voice called, sir. His face looked tired as he asked, sorry, whom are you talking to? He turned back and calmly replied, just talking to myself. Are you okay? Felid explained, sorry you had to see me looking weak while preparing the rabbit. I suddenly remembered this morning. The scene returned when I saw the robber slain before my eyes, which made him vomit. Miriam shrugged, maybe it was too much for him. Eugen replied, it's fine, ordinary people can't get used to blood. Back to the present, Felid added, but don't worry, I still have energy. The night is long. He smiled, raised a pen toward a roll of paper, and cheerfully said, paper is enough. I'll teach you to write as much as you want. So in the peaceful darkness of night, the two of them focused intently on the paper. Suddenly he said, is writing really this easy to learn? Felid replied, that's because you're a genius, sir. He then added, it took me a few months to finish. Ordinary people need a whole year. He answered, you're flattering me. Eugen added, Felid, is this okay? If you want to go further, just being able to read and write might not be enough, because you'll soon become nobility in no time. He heard that and his eyes drooped slightly. His voice was hesitant. I'm not sure. My mother didn't explain details and I never thought about it. It doesn't feel very real to me yet. On Felid's face spread a blank expression. He added, at first I didn't expect Lord Tian to welcome me either. A group of people approached from afar, and one of them moved closer. He smiled and said, hello friends, we're looking for a campsite. Could we ask you a few questions? They secretly surveyed the people before them. Weapons, full armor, even a carriage. Very different from the ragtag mercenaries they'd seen before. These are professionals, someone continued. There are even children here. Can you tell me where you two are headed? He adjusted his mask, thinking this was the mercenaries' line of questioning. If he stammered, he'd only arouse suspicion. Calmly he replied, we're headed to Lord Tian's castle, he said enthusiastically. Oh, so are we. Could we join you? We have wine, water, and lamb. A voice called from the back and a blond young man stepped forward. Captain Pardek, why are you doing this? Let's just set up camp together, no objections, right? The red eyes behind the mask made his face serious. He immediately soothed him. Sorry, Rabin. This one's new to the squad and just isn't used to the proper way to behave yet. Let it pass. He introduced himself. I'm Pardek. And you? The reply a knight made him doubt and he asked again, a knight. Rabin shouted, Captain Pardek says he's a knight. Do you believe that? He looks like this and calls himself a knight. No horse, no armor, how is that possible? He stepped closer and sneered, tell the truth. You're not a knight, are you? Then he pointed at him and added, Eugen of which house? I've never heard that name. With a look of certainty, he asked, a fraud then. Those words struck a raw nerve. darkening his expression, his gaze seeming ready to kill the man before him. Eugen thought to himself that he'd already told Felid as much and couldn't lie otherwise. The reason the mercenaries approached them was surely not simple. He fell silent and observed. Whether he was a knight or not didn't matter, but if they insisted on interrogating them, trouble would follow. His red eyes fixed on the mercenaries. He assessed their numbers, not many, he could finish them all. Eugen slid his hand inside his cloak, preparing to draw his sword. A cold glare came from behind along with the angry voice. Rabin. A powerful slap landed squarely across his face, sending Rabin tumbling several times across the ground until he crashed into a tree. Partek bowed 90 degrees and said, "Apologies, Sir Eugene. Please forgive the rudeness of our new recruit." Glancing at Rabin, he gently replied, "No need to apologize. Go ahead and set up camp." The man seemed relieved and responded quickly, "Thank you for your generosity." Eugene thought to himself that he'd face more suspicion from now on. To avoid pointless doubt, he must quickly become a knight. After that, he sat back down with Felid to study letters. From afar, Rabin lay still where he had been struck. After a moment he came to, but still couldn't hide his astonishment. Rabin sprang up stammering, "Huh, why me?" Pardek, sitting nearby, said, "Tusk, Tusk, you idiot Rabin." He frowned slightly and added, "Don't you know fear? How dare you charge at a night like that?" The man was shocked beyond explanation. Captain Pardek, seeing the youngster didn't understand, struck him again and said, "God, kid, you're alive because of me. You almost got the whole lot of us killed just now." Rabin rubbed the lump on his head. "Hey, what's so scary about that shabby fellow? He only wields an old practice sword." Partek scolded, "You judge by appearances. You're blind." He added, "Did you see how much that knight's cloak is worth?" It was a high-quality cloak made from wolf pelt. Even the cheapest silk lining would be worth more than 10 coins. Hearing that, he exclaimed in surprise, "That expensive?" Partek replied, "Yes, at least 3 months of your wages." Eugen kept studying each character intently, but the man made his own assumptions. Seeing him read a letter, he must be literate, not an ordinary sort. Partek shot Rabin a sharp glare and added, "He almost drew a real sword. We nearly died. Maybe only I and one other would have survived." The boy asked naively, "How do you know?" He began to recall when you were babbling. That knight had placed his right hand inside his cloak. Pardek perceptively noticed the left foot shift slightly back. He was someone skilled at adjusting his center of gravity to the line of the blade. That's how it was. The cold image of a blade sweeping across Rabin's neck. He ran his hand across his own throat and said, "If I'd been a moment slower, you wouldn't have a head." Hearing that, Rabin stammered, "Well, you caught me, that's enough." Pardek frowned and asked suspiciously, "You really don't know how terrifying a knight can be." Knowing the boy was dumb, he explained, "That knight, born into an old family, has held wooden swords since childhood and spent his life learning the art of killing. They storm into dungeons no one has explored, disregard the fear of death and defeat monsters, go to battle and slay others to gain merit. Only those with blood-stained hands are considered. The nobility take notice and finally confer the title of knight." He said seriously, "And impersonating a knight is a grave crime. Whether he's real or fake, it causes trouble. Whoever dares pretend to be a knight is not to be trifled with, unless that person is extremely confident in his swordsmanship. Otherwise, no one would dare. Few who only ever hold a sword become knights. A man who looks barely over 20 and claims to be a knight has reached a formidable level." Hearing this, sweat dotted Rabin's face and he hesitantly asked, "So he's stronger than the captain?" Partek replied indifferently, "Probably." The red, mysterious eyes behind the mask. He added, "Besides, he's heading to Lord Tion's castle. I heard a dungeon was discovered nearby. Perhaps he's going to help open it. Same destination means we'll likely meet again." Meanwhile, Eugen wondered privately, "Good thing I kept my wits. Does the title of knight carry that much weight? If this keeps working, fine, but we need more preparation." He looked at the group across and thought, aside from the knocked-out one, the rest are genuine mercenaries. Why would House Tian hire those ruffians instead of professionals like these? Or send their own soldiers? It's strange. Suddenly he stood and moved toward them. Rabin's voice trembled a little. Why go that way?" Eugen removed his mask as he spoke. "I heard you're also heading to Lord Tywin's castle." His handsome, radiant beauty under the moonlight added, "Since we share the same destination, why not travel together?" His whole presence seemed to glitter, momentarily blinding them. Rabin stammered, "Why, yes, yes." The night passed, and by morning everyone had moved on to Martella, a village in Lord Tywin's domain. Eugen followed, thinking it was lucky the mercenaries believed he was a knight. Traveling together would let them gather useful information from them. But just then Mirian excitedly called out, "Sir Eugene," then hovered in the air. Mirian added, "Following your instructions, I overheard the mercenaries chatting." Hearing that, he asked, any noteworthy information? Here. What Miriam reported. Lord Tywin's health is very poor. It's not surprising he could die at any time, and a new dungeon was recently discovered in his domain. Clearing a dungeon would earn a fortune, but House Tywin lacks both funds and troops to open it. After he finished, Eugen thought to himself, a new dungeon. Suddenly it spoke up again. But Miriam wondered, if Lord Tywin is about to die, what will that kid do? Arrive and end up orphaned, he replied tersely. That's not my concern. The spirit asked in surprise, then what should he do? Miriam worriedly guessed. Could he be abused by his relatives? Eugen turned to look at him, thinking the reason Lord Tywin summoned Felid was probably to see the child one last time before dying. His face showed no emotion. He thought further that from now on, the fates of the boy and himself would change in some way. Hooves struck the rocky ground, cries rang out loudly, they had arrived, and warm sunlight gently streamed through the city gate. Lord Tywin's castle, the Rosehold, the mercenaries and their group entered this vast place. He looked briefly astonished, thinking it grander than expected. Miriam, very excited, said, Eugene, you must advance and live in a castle like this someday. He grabbed him and said coldly, shut your mouth and follow me. As they passed, a voice suddenly called back, asking them to state their purpose. Partek smiled and said, greetings, we are a mercenary company from the Palin Trade Guild. And who might you noble be? The eldest son of House Tywin, Kamara Tywin, replied the blond, blue-eyed man dressed very elegantly. I am the heir, Kamara Tywin. He added, is that pile of goods in the back hours? The man respectfully answered, yes, as you can see, we've transported the goods to safety. Kamara then said, all right, stop dawdling, start unloading. He looked toward their group and asked, and those others, why aren't they moving? He replied, pleased to meet you, I am Knight Yan Eugene, and this boy is. He suddenly cut the knight off, as another loud voice came from behind. Brother Kamaraz, what are you doing? His eyes flickered. He suddenly recognized that voice as very familiar. The voice belonged to the man leading the cavalry behind, who added, brother, how many times have I told you that checking outsiders is your responsibility? A badge shaped like a rose was pinned to his cloak. His red eyes sharpened, and he thought, how could I forget that voice? The leader of the dragon and demon hunting squad, the first to discover his hiding place. He and Durhit had tormented him terribly. Sir Bertil Tywin, a knight and the second son of House Tywin, was present. Kamara Tywin, somewhat displeased, smiled faintly and said, HMPH, do I need to report every little thing to you? If outsiders saw, they'd think you were the heir. He heard that and quickly denied it. I didn't mean that. Suddenly someone stepped forward and called out, drawing both their attention. Hey. Suddenly someone stepped forward and called out, drawing both their attention. Hey, this is a letter sent by the village head of Broadwin. Bertil reached out to take the letter, but the other person unexpectedly snatched it back, leaving him puzzled. The letter was handed directly to Kamara, who stared at him oddly. Oh, the village head of Broadwin. He opened the letter and exclaimed, impossible. The mercenaries were attacked by wolves and all killed. And the child you brought back is a bastard. Felid, standing behind, grew a little anxious when mentioned, and he quickly bowed in greeting. Hello everyone, I'm Felid. Kamara smiled brightly and said, oh, so you are our new younger brother. He still greeted him cheerfully while Bertil's expression darkened. I've been waiting. Father very much wants to meet you. He sounded slightly angry and ordered, someone take him to wash up and put on decent clothes. The soldiers promptly dragged Felid away in confusion. Yes, sir. Suddenly someone stepped forward to block them. Wait a moment. Even the angry Bertil tilted his head slightly to look toward the speaker. Eugene then voiced his request. I'd like to discuss the reward first. Let me see the Lord. Bertil, furious, turned red with anger and shouted no. He asked again in puzzlement, not even a brief meeting. Bertil quickly answered, Father's health is poor right now, so speaking is difficult. I'll pay your fee in gold, please leave. Eugene's eyes sharpened and glowed red. I worked hard to bring your precious younger brother back to you. He refused to listen and grew even angrier. Don't make me repeat myself a second time. Kamara also spoke up now. What's the problem with that? Bertil flushed, turned, and snapped. His elder brother folded his arms with a bright expression. Anyway, it's only proper to introduce the new sibling and meet him briefly. He immediately countered that their father's mind was only clear for less than an hour each day, so he couldn't allow a wandering stranger an audience. Kamara smirked and asked, now you're rearranging father's schedule on your own. Bertil, furious, leaned close and shouted, brother, why do you keep twisting my words? He remained very calm despite his anger. Kamara suddenly turned to Eugene and said, oh, my apologies, Knight Eugene. Perhaps because my brother is acting as heir, things are a bit difficult for you. He placed a hand on his shoulder with a leering smile. So please be careful on your way back. Kamara cheerfully took Felid's hand, Come on, new brother, let me guide you. Let's tour the domain first. The boy replied awkwardly, ah, yes. Eugene glanced at him through the mask. So from the start, he never intended to let me meet him. Suddenly someone approached and called loudly, Second Tywin. Galfredic arrived carrying a man on his shoulder and called, here he is. I've been looking for you all morning. Bertil hurried over and asked, hey, what is this? The man dropped the person from his shoulder and replied, ah, these are mercenaries who extorted villagers, refused training, and kept loafing around, so I brought them in. Galfredic's face darkened slightly as he dusted his hands off. How about making an example and executing one? He looked a little uneasy and glanced toward Eugene, even though they were only temporary mercenaries hired to clear the dungeon. Bertil stepped over, shoved his shoulder, and led him away. We'll deal with that later, I'll teach them a lesson. There are too many ears here, let's talk inside. Galfredic, though surprised, complied, all right. Pardek appeared from somewhere and asked, that is Sir Galfredic, right? Hearing that, he asked back, you know him. He quickly replied, yes. At the recent tournament hosted by the Evergrow family, he placed third and is a highly promising knight, with terrifying strength comparable to monsters and excellent skill. That day in the arena, it said he wiped out over 1,000 opponents. Eugene, hearing this, was also puzzled. Why would someone like that come to this remote border region? Patek thought for a moment, perhaps because a newly discovered dungeon is opening for the first time. Even in a border region, the knight who first opens a dungeon successfully gains immense reputation. Opening a dungeon is so dangerous many have died. Perhaps Sir Galfredic wants to use this as a springboard to be appointed by a greater house. He pondered for a moment. An appointment. Eugene suddenly called out, making him puzzled. He turned to look. Hey, Pardek, your contract ends today, right? The man answered and hesitated as if to ask more. Yes, that's right. But Eugene turned to Pardek, smiled, and asked, then may I hire you this time? The night was bright with a full moon illuminating the sky. Bertil and Galfredic were training the soldiers. I must be the one to open the dungeon this time. Kamara sat above and glanced down through the window. After our father's health declined, my brother openly aimed for the succession, and he even brought Sir Galfredic back. He's certainly planning to open the dungeon successfully himself. If so, the people's loyalty will instantly swing to him. While he was lost in thought, there was a knock at the door. What should I do? It's too late to hire those riffraff now. No one can help me. What am I to do? A voice announced from outside. Master, Knight Eugene requests an audience. Kamara thought for a moment, then gave the order. Eugene, the knight who brought Felid here. Invite him in. The servant took the order and opened the door for him. Please come in, Sir Eugene. He stood, smiled, and walked toward Eugene. Don't worry about Felid. I have personally arranged for his safety. When father wakes, he will reward you for bringing my brother back safely. Besides, when you handed me the letter instead of giving it to my brother, I was grateful. That gave me some relief. Eugene suddenly spoke, making him tilt his head in puzzlement. That's good to hear. He smiled, his eyes glowing red in the dim light. I only have business with the lord of this domain, but a third party intervened and left me somewhat unsettled. Kamara heard that and raised an eyebrow. Oh, he sat down opposite him. So what do you want? To meet my father directly, to verify identity. Eugene answered partly, but I have come to propose to you, Kamara, that you allow me to join the team that clears the dungeon this time. He raised an eyebrow and then laughed loudly. Kamara's laughter echoed through the great hall. He propped his chin on his hand and glanced at Eugene. You're more interesting than I thought. The title of knight. Kamara looked down at his seemingly worn clothes and sneered, asking, is that a title you claim for yourself? I heard you killed about 5 bandits and now want to join to boost your knightly reputation. What reason do I have to accept that proposal? Eugene calmly crossed his legs and replied to Lord Kamara. This is not a bad proposal right now. He heard that and asked again, what do you mean? You didn't answer but listed its benefits. By the way, if we succeed in opening it, I will only take 100 silver and half the minor loot, except keep the mana stones for me and my mercenaries. Kamara tilted his head and said, the offer isn't bad, so much so that it makes me suspicious. Do you know that's well below market rate? Eugene did not deny it. So do you accept or not? He smirked and raised his hand. After all, you're the one in urgent need, not me. Kamara watched him warily. Knights live and die by their honor. Judging by his clothes, he seemed a wandering knight without a house's backing and not greedy for money. It appears he values honor above all. Moreover, from what I heard earlier, you suddenly cut into his line of thought. The one in urgent need is you, not me. Hearing that, Kamara's eyes suddenly widened. He immediately thought of Bertil and Galfredic. Galfredic, Kamara grinned wickedly. The man knows how to pick his cards. He's nothing like those brawny knights. He braced his hand on the chair and stood. All right, I have no reason to refuse such a good opportunity. I entrust this to you, Sir Eugene. Kamara spoke slowly, then raised his hand. The hand was held out before him. Mana stones are hard to refine and costly to process, while minor loot can be sold immediately at real value. Seeing Kamara reminded Eugene of Partek. I'll introduce you to a reputable merchant guild. If you, Sir Eugene, say you'll only accept minor loot, then Sir Kamara will surely agree at once. Galfredic held the knife in his hand and snorted. How amusing. Bertel glanced out the window and continued. He's adding another to the monster-slaying team. It's too late to struggle now. He twirled the knife and said to him, dungeons are a playground for children. One misstep and you're left behind. There it's only life or death. If the weak hinder progress, I will definitely oppose it. Bertel shrugged and sighed. Oh, what about the night my brother found? He placed his hand on the back of the chair where Galfredic sat. I don't expect much. My brother isn't close with neighboring nobles, and his connections are limited. If possible, I'd like you to tell him that yourself. He turned to Bertel and asked, why pass this responsibility to me? Suddenly a voice rose, drawing both their attention. Ah, sorry to keep everyone waiting. I was just speaking with my new knight. So let me introduce the new member of this clearing team. Eugene and his team entered the room. Knight Yan Eugene and his band of mercenaries. Seeing him, Bertel thought to himself, it's the same person from earlier, and noted he had brought a group of mercenaries. He spoke up, my brother went too far, but we can't let someone of unknown background and ability join. Kamara folded his arms and said slowly, background, yes, but as for ability, I guarantee him. He smiled brightly and reached out to introduce him. Actually, my new younger brother told me earlier. The bandits have been harassing the border of the domain, and have troubled us, haven't they? I heard Knight Eugene used a formation sword to wipe them out on his way here. The knife in Galfredic's hand flashed. At that level, I think his ability should be sufficient, right? He threw the knife hard, sending it flying toward Eugene. Sensing the danger, Eugene widened his eyes. Eugene swiftly drew the sword hanging at his hip. Flames flashed as he sliced, knocking the thrown knife off course. The wall split where the knife struck, leaving a large crack. Smoke rose from the blade as if it were burning. Galfredic sat in his chair, propped his hand on his chin, and smiled with delight. He suddenly put his hand down and sprang to his feet. Oh ho! He slowly approached Eugene. Apologies for being rude on our first meeting. His skin was flawless, no calluses, no sunburn. Seems like he grew up in the court, huh? He radiated killing intent as he stood before him. Little friend, mind showing me your strength a bit? At night, everyone streamed out to the arena. The dim firelight lit the whole courtyard. People outside spread the word. Sir Galfredic wants to duel right now. They crowded around the arena for the spectacle. We must see the strength of the knight who placed third at the tournament and tore monsters apart with his bare hands. My God, is that even human? The crowd packed both sides of the entrance, even though they didn't know who his opponent was. Despite their chatter, Eugene calmly put on his gauntlets. Still, I feel a bit sorry for that guy. Galfredic showed no fear. On the contrary, he was exhilarated. The tip of the sword slammed the floor, sending out small sparks. He raised his sword and began to focus seriously, his smiling face suddenly changing color. Eugene looked at him with a detached tilt of his head, then turned his gaze down toward the ground. He swept the sword with such force that the ground spat sparks. Determined, the referee in the center adjusted his voice and then shouted. As soon as those words ended, someone above quickly pulled the bell to signal readiness, stamping a foot so hard the ground cracked into fragments. Metal rang as the two swords clashed, sparks flying. They both drove their blades down toward each other's grips, and then suddenly struck hard. Galfredic and Eugene stepped back, leaving bright showers of sparks across the arena. He excitedly raised his hand in a taunting gesture. He opened his eyes wide and stared at Ganzik, who was provoking him. Eugene shot forward from a distance, launching continuous attacks to corner him. Rabin shouted excitedly, indeed it's Sir Eugene. Sir Galfredic is being overwhelmed. Partek folded his arms and explained, sir, he's only probing. His eyes never left the arena. Sir Galfredic seemed to be yielding. He parried Eugene's blows without showing any fatigue. Instead, he smiled brightly. Galfredic observed and thought to himself that his swordsmanship was rather crude, lacking clear habits. Impossible to tell which style he favored. It wasn't trained technique, but it exuded wildness, as if raised in the wilderness. He signaled for Eugene to sheath his sword. After a deep breath, Eugene seemed pleased, just as predicted. Galfredic blocked a blow and then spoke. Hey friend, your knighthood is just a sham, isn't it? Galfredic sneered. Your swordsmanship lacks foundation. Your stance is sloppy. You've never had formal training and just rely on raw physicality. You froze as he spoke. While swordsmanship isn't everything for a knight, a few exchanges can reveal an opponent. Then Galfredik used his momentum to leap up and launch an attack at him, but Eugene managed to block in time. You sure have a sharp tongue. He looked at him and smiled, laying out a condition: if you can beat me, I'll keep quiet about it. Then he struck again. This time the force was greater, and Eugene only had time to redirect his blade to the side. But Galfredik seized the chance to flip his blade up and pin it down to the ground, catching him off guard. His elder quickly capitalized on it. Galfredik lunged in, spun around, and surprised Eugene. He aimed a strike straight for his head, but Eugene managed to block in time. But the force of the blow was still overwhelming. Eugene slammed into the nearby wall. Bertel sneered. The others gaped in surprise. He seemed knocked out, but he still gripped his sword tightly. Eugene glared, and then he quickly pulled himself back up, the wall crumbling and debris scattering. A quick sword strike skimming past one side of Galfredik. The two faced off tensely. He thought inwardly that the speed was impressive. Eugene drove Galfredik's blade toward the ground, while the latter still looked amused. Then he planted his foot and spun up to deliver a finishing blow. Galfredik was no less skilled and blocked with a slicing strike. Their swords collided with such force that the blades shattered and flew apart. Despite that, they continued exchanging blows even as their blades splintered. Then Galfredik and Eugene switched to fighting with their hands. They grabbed each other's hands to test strength and tossed their swords aside. While grappling, Galfredik looked at the hand gripping his and thought, "Ha, he's younger but strong, and he seems determined to beat me. Fine, I admit your physique is overwhelmingly superior." He tensed his arm muscles, then jerked one hand, pulling Eugene down toward him. "My combat experience far surpasses yours." You realized this stance in shock. Eugene fell forward under gravity to the gasps of the spectators behind. Galfredik smiled brightly and quickly moved to strike with a fist. For a moment, everything seemed to slow for Eugene. Then he planted one hand on the ground. Galfredik sprang up and grabbed his other hand. But Galfredik still intended to attack with a direct punch. But Eugene quickly yanked Galfredik's other arm, throwing him off balance. Galfredik watched the punch coming and thought that none of the opponent's moves were formal. Either his learning ability was fast, he didn't hesitate and threw the punch, or he had a survival instinct that handled danger quickly. As the punch came toward his face, Galfredik grinned with amusement. Where on earth did this brat come from? Eugene threw a precise punch with all his strength at him. Galfredik was punched and flew backward, causing those nearby in that direction to scramble away. He crashed straight into the wall behind him, sending bricks and rubble flying. Galfredik fell on his back, eyes rolled white, one cheek swollen. "I lost." Those below couldn't believe the announcement. "The victor is Eugene." Eugene exhaled as the victory was announced. "Knight Eugene." Those around gasped and rushed to him. "What's this? That knight is terrifyingly strong. Yan Eugene, strange name, hope." Rabin proudly shouted, "Ha ha, see that, you lot? That's our knight." Patek beside him glanced over. "This kid already says our just like that." On the other side, Galfredik lay unconscious from the blow. Suddenly, a human look returned to his eyes. Galfredik regained consciousness. He stood up and walked toward Eugene. He lunged at him like a monster, his silhouette nearly obscuring him when suddenly, before he could react, he grabbed his arm. "A round of applause, please." Galfredik gleefully raised his hand and loudly asked the crowd to name tonight's victor. Amid Eugene's bewilderment, those around chanted in unison, "Yan Eugene." Kamara watched the scene and ground his teeth in anger. A while later, a sumptuous feast was laid out. The servants and steward stood to one side, smiling warmly. Galfredik frowned awkwardly at the table. The steward said to him, "This is Lord Kamara's order to open the prison gate. You need to eat and rest properly. I will personally take care of Sir Eugene's meal." Other servants kindly asked, "How is the light for you?" "I drew the curtains because I know you're sensitive to brightness." Another raised a wine decanter. "If you tell me your wine preference, I can recommend a few bottles." Miriam sat on Eugene's head watching the scene with amusement, teasing, chuckling. Being a vampire, she didn't need to eat but couldn't say so. "Sir, won't you get a stomachache if you eat all of this?" You muttered. "I only accept the sentiment. From now on I'll take care of my own meals. Everyone leave." The butler was about to speak but was cut off, and whispered to Lord Kamara as you glared dangerously, "I like being alone." And whispered to Lord Kamara as you glared dangerously, "I like being alone. Hear me? You've secluded yourself in the deep mountains for more than a decade." After that night, everyone's gaze toward you changed 180 degrees. While Eugene was walking, Kamara approached to make conversation. "Oh, isn't this our renowned knight Eugene? Did you sleep well last night?" You replied it was all right, I suppose. He wondered, "But why did you refuse all the comforts I arranged?" Pardek smirked when he saw Rabin bow respectfully. Lord Eugene, did you just cough? You thought to yourself, huff, this suits me quite well." Galfredik suddenly appeared from somewhere, shoved Ka aside, grabbed your shoulder and called out loudly, "Aren't I your comrade in arms, Eugene?" Eugene replied indifferently, "Galfredik, don't cling to me so closely." He asked if you slept well. "My face is still burning from last night's beating, you kept thinking." Galfredik pointed at the bruise on your cheek and said, "See this pale face? You thought, do you want another match?" He asked if you were free today. "The weather's nice, shall we spar?" Rabin excitedly said. "Oh, I'll be watching," you reply. Eugene thought privately, "Galfredik obviously doesn't care whether I'm a knight. Those who doubted me are gradually changing. Though the goal was achieved, the crowd surrounding me still makes me uneasy." You said to Galfredik, "Want another beating?" He laughed, "Only by fighting will you know." Then footsteps approached. Felid appeared, covered in wounds. He called out, causing the stunned crowd to look at you. Felid asked, "How have you been lately?" On the quiet moonlit night, a piercing scream shattered the silence. "Ah, sorry, my lord. Please spare me, master." Bertel's shadow holding a staff appeared on the wall with the scream. "Oof, oof." He looked at the person lying on the floor. "Phew, if you had handled the job cleanly, this wouldn't have happened." Bertel said coldly, "If you dealt with that bastard in the village from the start, there wouldn't be a red-eyed knight appearing at the Rose Castle." His eyes reddened with fury as he shouted, "My plan has been completely ruined." Felid knelt and begged, "I'm truly sorry, master. Those mercenaries were known for doing thorough work." Bertel sniffed and clicked his tongue, just a bunch of useless ones torn to pieces by black wolves. They couldn't even handle wolves and yet took my job. Then he grabbed his chin. "Are your eyes just for decoration?" With the knife pointed so close, Bertel saw no reason to hold back. He threatened him, frightening him. "I'll cut you down right now." Those nearby went pale with fear at the desperate screams. After finishing, Bertel wondered to himself, what to do now?" he thought. He couldn't just kill him once the man had entered the city. As if struck by an idea, Bertel said, I've got it." He looked toward the light coming from the upper window above where Felid lay. "Yes, this is the only way. It's also convenient for disposing of him." He glanced upward, then returned to the present, folded his arms, and asked, "I heard Lord Bertel ordered you to take him to the dungeon." You leaned against the wall and said, "I have a bad feeling about this. What about you?" Felid sat on a chair and said, "I'm here to be sacrificed." "So you'll be sacrificed in the dungeon, right?" He fell silent when he heard Eugene speak. "Do you remember the mercenaries who were ambushed by a pack of black wolves on the road to the village? Those loose mercenaries were certainly sent by one of your elders." Eugene glanced over. "Felid, they didn't expect you to arrive at the castle safely." Then he said something that surprised Felid. "You still have a way to live." Then he said, "Felid Tywin, become my slave." He turned around in shock. "You're already 16. You've undergone the coming-of-age ceremony and no longer need a guardian's permission. You have the right to choose your own path." He continued, "Do you want to run and wait for someone else to finish you off, or fight until your last breath?" On the day the forest gate opened, everyone stood before the great gate. Of course, no one knew which kind of monster would appear. Galfredik told the group a rough prediction. Low-level would be goblins, mid-level giant spider-hounds, high-level were unpredictable. "Our goal is to clear a path to the next monster area. If a high-level appears, withdraw immediately. Understand?" The team answered loudly, yes. He gave orders. First, scout around to see if there are any dungeon lairs. A soldier breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, it's only goblins. Will there be blood? Another crossed his arms and said, "But I plan to fake an injury and slip back after we clear the low levels." The other was surprised. You can do that?" He continued, "Listen, this is our first time raiding a dungeon. It's brutal. No one cares about the rear. Who knows if we'll have to sacrifice ourselves while scrambling to pick up a few scraps." As they were talking, they bumped into someone. "If things get dangerous, we'll bolt first." Just as he was about to curse, before he could finish, Bertel glanced and asked if Felid was here. He immediately put on a polite face and bowed. Lord Bertel, Felid. What do you mean?" He looked around. "I'm asking where that bastard Felid is. I distinctly remember arranging him here." The other pointed. "Oh, do you mean that boy?" Farther away, Felid was cheerfully talking with Eugene. "Lord Eugene, here's some hardtack. Wish you a safe return." He replied, Bertel angrily shoved the soldier aside and walked over to the two of them. These Lao La Kong family folk scurry about like timid rats. He stepped forward and called, "What are you dragging your feet for, Felid?" Which made him startle. Bertel looked down coldly. "Forgot my orders? Put your pack on and get back to your position now." Felid jumped in surprise. He heard and immediately hid behind Eugene, which made Bertel even angrier. "Is this kid deaf?" You glanced as Bertel lunged to grab Felid's arm and pull him away. "I told you to get back to your position." But Eugene seized his arm, causing him to let go of Felid. "Get out of here." Bertel's veins bulged when he heard that. The speaker is also quite amusing. "You said to send a man who only knows how to hold a kitchen knife into the dungeon. Are you sane?" He shrugged his hand in disgust. How rude. I just want to train this kid to be stronger. Then Bertel stepped closer. Reconsider your place. You're not entitled to touch him. He froze at that and said, you're the one who doesn't know your position. Eugene continued. Before Felid was dragged away, this boy has been my slave since yesterday. You said everyone here witnessed it, which surprised Bertel. Galfredic looked at him. This is a blood bond. If you dare lay a finger on him, consider it a challenge to me. Eugene closed in on Bertel, half drawing his sword from its sheath. Want to warm up a bit before entering the dungeon. Bertel barked, how dare you act on your own. He shouted louder, you think adopting that bastard from another house is that easy? This is precisely obstructing his advancement. Then he heard the other soldiers talking, but rest assured this time, they're not the fake knights from before. These are commanders with real strength. Did you see the match between Lord Eugene and Lord Galfredic last week? It was top tier. Bertel glared in anger, wondering how long it would take to reach that level. You'll have to live another life to get there. He thought about them when Camara suddenly appeared and patted his shoulder. If it's Lord Eugene, I can trust him with my younger brother. He smirked and glanced. After all, at 16, he's grown up. He should choose his own path. Bertel was too angry to reply. Eugene glanced and thought, feel it is prey. Once the weak become a target for predators, survival is unlikely. Even if they hold their breath, the hunters will pursue relentlessly. He scowled and gritted his teeth. If you can't grow stronger, find a pack. Camara smiled and stepped up to pat Felid on the shoulder. Come, let me show you the study. Oh, can you read? That's a survival skill for the weak. A soldier came to report. No sign of Doma. It seems no monsters have escaped the dungeon lair. We can proceed to open the dungeon gate. Galfredic happily bumped shoulders with Eugene. Good, let's begin. The gate opened before the soldiers, revealing the dungeon entrance. Galfredic glanced back and ordered, make sure you survive on your own. Behind them were soldiers equipped with weapons and armor. Galfredic led the whole team and set off forward. Behind, Felid and Camaro waved, promising to return in 4 days. Lord Eugene remembered to keep watch. The gate slowly closed. May the gods bless them. Later that night, inside the damp, dark cave, piercing screams echoed. Someone collapsed, blood spraying everywhere. Monsters lunged in and ripped the soldiers apart. Their numbers and strength were overwhelming. Some fell, others screamed for help. Help me. From nowhere a flash of light streaked. A sword cleaved a monster in two, saving the screaming person. The survivor panicked. I'm still alive. Galfredic angrily cursed. You stupid idiot, deserve to die. His face was smeared with monster blood as he ordered the formation to hold. He waved at the troops and commanded, back to your positions. Now, everyone scrambled to retreat. Galfredic ordered the archery unit. The central archers guarded the cavern. Arrows were loosed in precise volleys, striking the monsters. They kept charging. Gantz shouted, don't let them break the line. Under Galfredic's lead, the group gradually regained the advantage. Goblin corpses littered the ground. One terrified man looked down. I knew it. He felt sick at the goblin corpses. He'd known from the start that volunteering for dungeon hunting was madness. He fled in panic, must get out of here. He ran while looking back. I have to push toward the entrance. But he didn't notice a pack of goblins blocking the way ahead. He had to keep trying to reach the entrance. He stumbled in fear, and the monsters were smashed by a flying sword. Galfredic behind him roared in anger, you idiot. Did you think you'd go back the same way without running into monsters? The young soldier was terrified. Galfredic grabbed the soldier by the collar and shouted in his face, snap out of it. Hiding here is the safest place. Galfredic threw the soldier aside, ordered swords drawn, and held his position. The young soldier obeyed in panic. Ahead, Galfredic's forces were still fighting the goblins. Watching the fierce fighting on both sides, Galfredic wiped his brow. He thought, were these mercenaries recruited in a hurry and this incompetent? Taking them into a dungeon is like signing our own death warrant. Before he could regain his composure, someone else reported that they were surging forward again. Then another reported that Gantz's rear was also being surrounded. Galfredic quickly ordered, damn it, shift to a two-sided formation now. Eugene stepped to the rear and said, let me handle it. Galfredic hurriedly tried to stop him. Wait, Lord Eugene, it's too dangerous for you alone. But he dashed off quickly. In the blink of an eye, Eugene disappeared. Galfredic stared down, as if something had suddenly appeared. Eugene transformed into tiny, lightning-fast whirlwinds and charged in. His mask fell to the ground. Galfredic rushed after him. Pardek, follow me, secure the rear. A group pushed deeper into the cave with Galfredic leading. Damn, in the blink of an eye he'd gone that far. Suddenly Galfredic's eyes widened, as a blue glow emanated from the flower he held. I wiped out the monsters at the crossroads. Does that thing I found in that corner have value? Galfredic panted 3 times, thinking to himself that it's ordinary phosphorescent grass and even he didn't recognize it. Galfredic was stunned by Eugene's power. How could he possess such terrifying skill? Eugene paid attention only to the flower in his hand. Ah, it's already withered. After the battle, the soldiers were taken to receive treatment. The scene was hectic. "Oh God, I'm dying, someone help, there's so much blood." A soldier reported, "Lord, the remaining mana stones have been collected." Eugene replied, "Bring them here." A few glowing mana stones were stored, carefully wrapped in a cloth. After defeating the lot, they only retrieved this much. Eugene, disappointed, ordered, "Rest a bit." Staring at the mana stone, he pondered. Unlike wild mana stones, this one emitted a blue light. At that moment, Miriam appeared. Pity, compared to high-tier ones, it's too small. Mana stone quality correlates with monster strength. Eugene wondered, are wild mana stones bigger? The water spirit explained, dungeon monsters that go wild become roamers, but that doesn't mean their mana stones are larger. The nasty fish you absorbed before was both large and strong, right? Roamers like that are very rare. It was a strong one that claimed Miriam's territory. Eugene frowned, recalling the previous battle. He realized that absorbing that roamer's red mana stone had indeed been lucky. The water spirit clutched its head and sighed. All that dungeon work to please the nobles was for nothing. Suddenly it wondered, I wonder if there are any high-tier monsters here. A loud noise suddenly rang out, causing everyone to freeze. Galfredic turned and announced, "Damn it, just when we were about to breathe easy, break's over, get the formation back in order. Your formation has fallen apart." Galfredic angrily cursed, "You weak, useless lot, Lord Eugene and I will lead, you follow behind. And anyone who runs off on their own will pay later." While listening to Galfredic, Eugene thought to himself, "It's my first time in a dungeon and you want me to go first?" Galfredic still didn't know what's going on. He suggested to Eugene that the mercenaries won't help much. Lord Eugene should redistribute the formation a bit. Galfredic personally draped his arm over Eugene's shoulder, saying they would certainly face monsters of a markedly higher level ahead than those just now. He was excited. The goblins were only guards for the long-dominant dungeon monsters, meaning they'd at least encounter mid-level foes. Once we defeat them, there will surely be high-level monsters waiting in the rear and center of the dungeon. Galfredic's words terrified the soldiers. Eugene listened intently to every word Galfredic said. He recalled that day, after absorbing the Roamer Swamp Lord's red mana stone. He had gained an extremely meaningful ability. Eugene clenched his fist, curious whether absorbing another stone would grant him a different power. After a moment of silence, over 50 similar footfalls sounded, about 100 meters away, and 3 more heavy targets were behind them. Galfredic immediately broke into a smile. He was very interested in what Eugene had said. "Oh," Galfredic suggested. He wanted to try his hand himself. Eugene said little. He widened his eyes. Eugene summoned his strength and unleashed a blow of terrifying force that flattened the surrounding earth and stone. His strike targeted a giant goblin and opened the engagement. Galfredic and his troops advanced to seize the advantage. The entire force charged. Galfredic ordered Pardek to stay close and protect him. The soldier replied yes. Ahead, Eugene fought alone against 2 giant goblins. He severed the arm of one. The soldiers behind shouted, "My lord, we will support you." Eugene didn't stop. He leapt up to eye level with a goblin. He struck its eye with all his might. A stream of blood spurted everywhere. The goblin screamed in pain, covering the wound as blood still gushed. Seizing the opportunity, Eugene leaped up and cut off several of the goblin's fingers, then thrust downward with all his might. Blood from the goblin gushed like a waterfall. Eugene licked his lips in satisfaction. The red blood made him look terrifying. That day, the soldiers below were stunned by what they'd witnessed. They had engraved in their hearts an image of a knight they had long admired. Once more, Eugene swung hard, his knuckles sinking into the goblin's skull and making it cave in deeply. Eugene yanked the goblin's head off. A high-level sword technique, true, righteous, indomitable spirit and composed bearing. The goblin's head was torn off. The scene was stained red with blood. Eugene appeared like a fierce demon. What they witnessed differed from the imagined concept of a knight, completely opposite the idealized model. Eugene satisfied himself, enjoying his own handiwork. It was the appearance of a horribly feral beast. 3 giant goblins were slain. The soldiers rested after a brutal battle. Galfredic stood watching the surroundings. An old soldier clenched his teeth in pain from his wound. Goblin corpses and human bodies lay scattered. Galfredic was pensive. Most everyone's strength had been drained by this fight. It was hard to believe their bodies were so exhausted so quickly. Surely that was Galfredic's assessment, because the scene they'd witnessed had left everyone's spirits broken. The horrific image of Eugene ripping the head off flashed across their minds. It was a gruesomely bloody spectacle. Galfredic considered giving up, Perhaps they should stop here. He looked up at Eugene resting and asked, "Have we met our objective for the day, or should we turn back?" Eugene replied regretfully, "I still have my vitality intact. I don't know when I'll have another chance to come here again. It would be a shame to miss this opportunity. Anyone who wants to go back can leave first." Hearing this, Galfredic brightened immediately. "Then we'll follow you. We'll accompany you." Eugene jumped down from above and made a proposal. "Galfredic, lead the soldiers out of the dungeon first." Galfredic startled again and agreed, saying the path ahead only needed him and his mercenaries to proceed. A voice called out. Rabin ran over, pleading, "Please let me go with you." Galfredic frowned. Has he noticed the soldiers' exhaustion and shown such compassion? The mercenaries behind Galfredic breathed a sigh of relief. He thought they might be pushed too hard. Indeed, Galfredic sighed. Beneath his cold exterior lay a warm heart that cared for the weaker. He admired Sir Eugene. This young man truly made him reconsider what a real knight is. Eugene, Rabin, and Partek moved deeper into the cave beneath the thick web of fangs. Rabin cowered, clutching the torch. "Damn, I don't want to go, but why am I being dragged in? I'm terrified." He tried to reassure himself by remembering how Eugene had single-handedly defeated goblins before. If things got dangerous, he'd turn the tide. Rabin's foot suddenly stepped on something, and he froze. Eugene looked down at his foot and lifted his leg. Below was the crushed body of a spider. Its green goo stuck to his shoe. From the dungeon ceiling, countless spiders emerged and dropped silk down below. The spiders looked terrifying with huge fangs and claws and bulging red eyes that took up more than half their heads. Their outer carapaces were rough and disgusting. This species, forming swarms in the cave, used powerful acid to liquefy prey. Rabin screamed in panic as the spiders crawled near. Partek requested retreat, saying the numbers were too many and to fall back for now. Eugene repeated in puzzlement, "Retreat." Without more words, he rushed forward and slashed dead a large number of spiders to clear the way. He arrogantly treated it as a trivial matter. Partek ordered Rabin support him now. Rabin was still struggling with some venomous spiders. He helplessly shouted, "He has charged into battle already." Partek also fought without stopping. The three of them then quickly dealt with the venomous spiders in turn. Rabin fell, countless spiders surrounded him, making it difficult for him to move. A venomous fanged spider lunged. Rabin backed away in terror. He tried to scream but couldn't. It seemed like the end. But at that moment, he arrived just in time. Rabin squeezed his eyes shut, then finally dared to open them to look at him. "Thero TH letter 1EA30, save me." Eugene kept charging forward, seemingly tireless. Rabin panted. He stared around in bewilderment as he escaped death. Corpses lay strewn everywhere, even piled into heaps. Eugene had just killed another one. Rabin clambered to his feet. "My lord, is he really a monster?" He marveled, "Truly invincible. You've slain so many already. Can we go back now?" Rabin turned to Partek seeking agreement. "The captain thinks so too, right?" Seeing no answer from the captain, Rabin grew anxious. "Captain." Rabin looked down. Partek's legs were trembling uncontrollably. His face had gone pale. How could something like this exist here? Romer has ranks even within the same species. But encounters with high-level monsters are rare, so expedition teams usually don't prepare for this. Partek thought to himself. The absurd size clearly marked it as the highest rank of cave spider. Above, a gigantic claw emerged, the Spider Queen. A huge, revolting spider appeared with razor-sharp fangs. Its mouth split open to reveal a long tongue. The spider moved angrily, preparing to attack. Partek shouted to retreat. "Lord Eugene, we can't help you against a high-rank lord. At least wait for Lord Galfredic to come support you." Eugene spoke sternly. "Partek, Rabin." He glared warningly. "You two fall back, this prey is mine." Partek bowed his head. "Yes, as ordered." He panicked. What? The feeling of total loss of control. Every nerve seemed to scream at him to run immediately. He and Rabin fled. Behind them, Eugene fought the monster alone. A water sprite appeared, sneering, "Kids, your instincts have surrendered to the level gap with your master, haven't they?" Eugene asked Mirian if she was stronger than the Swamp Lord. Mirian confirmed. "No, perhaps even stronger than the Swamp Lord." Eugene said nonchalantly, "Then the Mana Stone must be bigger too." Opposite it, the giant spider, unaware of its fate, continued to gape and scream, while the hero coldly said, "Struggle all you want. The harder Romer's treasure is to open, the more worth it is inside." A scene shifted to a small spider spinning silk to climb down, when something sliced through it, severing several leg segments. It flew off violently. Eugene's face was ice cold. He snapped his fingers and watched the spider die. The sequence of the hero fighting the spider monster wasn't drawn by the author. Eugene recalled the second ability he gained after the Lord's magic stone, the camouflage power. With the flesh-strengthening power I acquired, its primary effect was to protect the body. Combined with the camouflage ability to recreate a human form, I could finally stand under the sun. Thanks to that, I avoid the trouble of having to hide from sunlight. A girl's voice rang out. Are you not wearing your mask anymore these days? The girls swarmed around, so he used to wear a mask to hide this handsome face. Hiding such looks is unfair. They chattered nonstop. Sir Knight, please tell us the story of your recent dungeon raid. All the young ladies closed in at once. I heard you single-handedly defeated that giant spider. Eugene froze in embarrassment. A water sprite appeared above him, laughing loudly, "Haha, boss, you're really strong." It teased, "Tell them about your feat." One maiden blushed shyly. "Your appearance is so splendid. Could there be elven blood in your veins?" Eugene was annoyed. "Elf. Rather than that, people expect nobility. I find it more troublesome than flattering." Those playing behind Galfredic suddenly stopped. He loudly proclaimed, "Now it's clear." Everyone startled and looked at Galfredic. He recounted that from the moment they entered the dungeon, he had seen the Lord's eyes shine like headlights, ears sharp as a hound's, movements extremely agile and terrifying spear-throwing strength. "I thought you were no ordinary person." Galfredic was elated, one hand gripping his compass, the other raising a mug of beer as he approached the young ladies. Who would have thought he carried elven blood? Galfredic stared intently, but with that appearance it's hard not to stand out. "How have you hidden for so long?" Eugene annoyed. "He's annoyingly perceptive." Eugene propped his hand on his chin and said casually, "Well, I never deliberately hid myself." Eugene's beauty made everyone at the table pause for a beat. Even Rabin blushed with embarrassment. The young ladies kept exclaiming, "Oh my." Galfredic covered his mouth, kept a cold expression, and said, quite smooth. Eugene sighed softly, "Are people just saying whatever they see? From now on, if suspected, just blame it on some elven ancestry." When fighting the spider leader, Eugene won and obtained a magic stone. This time the magic stone not only granted power, but also made the tattoo disappear. The tattoo in Eugene's eye suddenly vanished. This caused him to recall a few things. Memories he'd never seen before surfaced in his mind. "I saw myself in a strange place, unlike my current appearance, a soft hand holding mine. In that unfamiliar space, the sound of a bell chimed, and everyone was looking toward me." Eugene wondered, who exactly is the woman in that memory? But first, a terrifying thought flashed through his mind. Is that really my memory? Eugene closed his eyes. The past he couldn't remember, this is the only thing he still retained. Someone called his name. "Lord Eugene, please save me." The cry jolted Eugene awake from those strange memories. He glanced at Galfredic beside him, who kept saying, "Please save me." Galfredic squeezed Rabin's neck until he was breathless. "You useless fool, I've heard it all. You say that's just a burden to him." Rabin clung meekly to Galfredic's arm, frantically explaining, "That's because Lord Eugene isn't human. Ordinary people would have run long ago." Galfredic continued to berate Rabin without mercy. "So you mean Lord Eugene is a monster? I'll let you experience a taste of hell for now." Eugene was thoughtful. "The only thing I remember is the name Eugene, but after this incident, I am beginning to have a hunch. If I keep erasing these tattoos one by one, perhaps I'll uncover the truth. Not the fabricated knight or elven blood, but my true self." Eugene's eyes trembled slightly as he thought about that. In the room, people gathered around a sickbed. Galfredic and Eugene were also present. Galfredic bowed respectfully. "Yes, it's an honor to meet you. Lord Tywin, I am Krema, the third son of Gangetic." Eugene imitated Gangetic's manner and bowed. "I am Yan, Eugene's eldest son. The Lord praised them. Yes, you must have worked hard." He ordered someone to bring out a tray. "Bring it to him." On the tray lay a neatly rolled paper. "I heard Lord Eugene needs documents to prove his identity. I don't know if this will help, but this should be the perfect proof of your identity. Yan of the Eugene family." Eugene took the paper carefully. "Thank you, my lord." The old man shouted fiercely. Kamara rushed anxiously to Tywin's side. He opened his tired eyes and said, "Kamara, because of that child's ambition, my younger son cannot rest his eyes in peace." Kamara soothed him gently. "Please do not worry. Father, I will take over the lands you worked so hard to build." He placed his hand on Tywin's hand. Tywin looked at him and continued, "My beloved son, that land is only a pile of black dust. Remember that a true lord must know how to lead people, not just rule over land." Felid and the others listened sadly to the lord's final words. Finishing his words, Tywin's hands fell slack. "He has passed away." The people mourned the lord's death. Eugene thought that, although he did not know what kind of Lord Tywin had been, many people grieved his passing. But not everyone shares the same feelings at someone's death. Bertle stood outside, biting his lip, his face furious. The sky darkened gradually. A black cloud rolled in as if to foretell something bad about to happen. Galfredic prepared to leave, sorry to depart during the Lord's funeral. Kamara sympathized. It's all right, I understand you have your own schedule. Galfredic looked at Eugene in surprise. Lord Eugene, are you really going to stay here? Eugene had made up his mind. I plan to enter the dungeon once more. It's a pity to have opened it for nothing. Galfredic scratched his head and gave a wry smile. What a shame. If it were Count Evergrow, he would surely treasure you. He extended his hand toward Eugene. Galfredic declared generously that it was an honor to have fought alongside such a powerful knight. I hope next time we won't be enemies. Eugene looked at Galfredic's outstretched hand. He reached his own hand forward. Eugene clasped Ganzik's hand tightly. The two stared at each other like friends. Rabin lingered, waving farewell. Take care, Lord Galfredic. Eugene ordered Pardek to prepare to depart. He obeyed. Yes, Felid wondered, but you just said you'd stay. Pardek didn't answer and instead asked, by the way, how is Lord Galfredic traveling? Felid remembered horses. Pardek agreed, of course. A knight should ride a horse. So we plan to find a horse for you, and then go to the trade guild to process the monster products. Hearing that, Felid became enthusiastic. Then I'll also be a diligent squire serving you. Eugene suddenly asked the would-be attendant with a frightening expression. I have no need for your service in the near future. Felid was stunned. What do you mean? Scene cut. Felid appeared at a construction site. He had a crate in his hands when someone shouted at him, Hey, aren't you working properly? In the largest commercial city of the Kingdom of Kalar, a boat had just docked, and everyone was watching the piled-up cargo. People were astonished. Was all of this brought back by that lone knight? Rabin folded his arms and laughed loudly. Yes, all of this is the spoils that Knight Yan Eugene obtained. Everyone widened their eyes. Isn't Yan Eugene the up-and-coming knight who defeated the dogs in Lord Tywin's domain? The young knight who broke a dog's neck with his bare hands. Rabin pointed and shouted, Hey, merchant, don't touch them casually. Felid looked up at the sky, his face covered in sweat. He thought to himself, Knight Eugene, this story seems to be getting a bit long. At that moment, someone inside called out, Please don't worry. Lord Eugene, I am Billmore, representing the Palin Guild, the leading trading conglomerate of Ma. Let me take responsibility for handling all these spoils. Eugene stared at Billmore. At first, he was skeptical when Pardek introduced the merchants, but he hadn't expected them to be such a large conglomerate, which would be very useful for an outsider like me. The merchant's voice continued to ring out. With my experience, I'll drive the raw material prices down to the lowest. If you sign an exclusive contract with me, I promise. Suddenly, footsteps slowly approached the door. Fuang abruptly opened the door, and he asked sternly, Who is this Knight Eugene? Eugene remained nonchalant, propping his chin. Pardek leaned close to his ear and whispered, Lord Eugene, the situation seems to be getting complicated. He tilted his head, how so? Pardek continued, this person is merely the secretary under the Palin Vice Guildmaster. Eugene cut in, so what? Explain it simply. Pardek went on, I mean he has more power than Billmore, whom we're negotiating with. It seems he wants to seize Lord Yan's spoils cheaply to secure a steady revenue. You should be cautious now. His gaze sharpened, be cautious. Billmore forced a nervous smile and spoke up, Hey, Mr. Grail. Knight Eugene is negotiating privately with me. He interrupted Billmore. Don't compete with an unbeatable opponent. Besides, I see no contract signed. Lord Eugene, rumors about you have spread everywhere. They say the knight who broke the dogs' necks has spoils piled like a mountain. Of course, that's just baseless rumor to inflate the goods' value. It's a blatant trick from a childish brat. Our Palin Vice Guildmaster wants to sign a special contract with Lord Eugene. Please leave this shabby place and come with me. A novice knight who only knows brute force will be stripped by us. Suddenly his expression stiffened, a little startled. Eugene stared at him. What is this authority all about? Oh, my rudeness. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Grail, secretary to the Palin Vice Guildmaster. This is certainly a great opportunity for Lord Eugene. His voice was stern and cold as he asked, Opportunity? What opportunity? Grail answered slowly. Of course, better terms for the spoils. His sharp, cold gaze looked straight at him. Better terms. The man's face kept sweating. Yes, our Vice Guildmaster will handle it personally. Eugene's eyes widened, becoming somewhat terrifying. The idea of the Vice Guildmaster handling it left him dizzy and flustered. If I have offended you, I sincerely apologize. I meant no disrespect. Eugene's tone grew frightening as he questioned him again. Disrespect. Grail, terrified, hurriedly turned and ran away. Sorry, I'll return later. Billmore sobbed. Lord, Billmore is deeply moved. You're willing to refuse a deal with the Vice Guildmaster for my sake. I, Billmore, swear to fully support Lord Eugene. Whatever you need, I'm willing to do anything. Eugene was surprised. Really? I like that attitude. His eyes lit up. So when do we start? Eugene began to stand, speaking coldly. What do you mean? Right now you leave. Billmore looked shocked. Priscilla asked, was your offer refused? Grail bowed and replied, how embarrassing. Vice Guildmaster, as the rumors said, he truly isn't someone to take lightly. She glanced out the window. It's fine, hold your head up, Grail. Knights often trouble merchants for their honor and face. Then we'll use our methods to give them trouble in return. For us merchants, money and goods are power, especially when the opponent is just a poor knight who can't even afford a decent horse. Go and give gifts to Knight Eugene. Gifts a poor knight cannot refuse. Felid widened his eyes. So you want me to stay here and sell this pile of spoils? Eugene said sternly, exactly as you heard. Continue selling the monster materials I brought back to the guild. He was flustered, but why? Why do I still have to stay behind this time? Is it because I'm not strong enough to follow Lord Eugene? If so, I'll start sword training right now. Suddenly he cut in and asked Felid, what is a slave's duty? Felid bowed his head and slowly answered, to support the knight in battle and daily life. Eugene replied casually, yes, you understand well. Your job is to support me as a slave, by selling the spoils from battles to earn money. That is the duty I, as a knight, assign to my slave. Discuss the details with Bilmo. He'll teach you much about business. Felid sadly lowered his face, thinking to himself that indeed, without Lord Eugene, he would have died long ago. It was shameful to complain about such small things. Eugene continued, when you earn enough money, I'll consider teaching you swordsmanship. Sooner or later, you'll have to support me in battle as a slave. Felid's cheeks flushed red, touched by Eugene's words. He smiled softly and placed his hand over his chest. Felid spoke gently, Felid, I obey Sir Eugene's orders. At that moment, Yan and Pardek were strolling through town, saying, see you later, my lord. He held up an empty cloth pouch. Does money always disappear this fast? Even with minimal spending, there's not a coin left. Miriam wailed pitifully, clutching the pouch. Your wallet has shrunk, and so has my heart. My lord, will we earn the money back soon? Suddenly, Eugene's gaze froze and shifted to the side. Before him stood a suit of armor made of sturdy material. Pardek spoke, oh, this is armor, the dream of every knight. Eugene asked in surprise, a dream? You mean it's expensive? He continued, not only expensive, this is a treasure that even wealthy knights only dare to pass down through generations rather than discard. Suddenly Rabin appeared, running over and shouting loudly. Lord Eugene received a report that a herd of giant roamers had appeared on the outskirts of Marin. Roamers from the eastern forest are moving into the city. The Rarin are trying to stop them. Pardek added, perhaps this time we should join in suppressing them. He was surprised that the two of them were both looking at Rabin, because unlike clearing an occupied lair where killing roamers isn't taxed, this is Marin, the trade city overflowing with wealth, the best place to sell spoils and trophies at high prices without shipping fees. In other words, this is a chance to earn millions. His face darkened. Let's go, there's no reason to hesitate any longer. Suddenly a foot appeared from behind. Wait, Pardek widened his eyes. Yuri kept bending over, gasping. No, wait. Rabin was astonished. Why is everyone out of breath? Grail began to speak. I was sent by the Vice Guildmaster to present you with a warhorse. Its coat was black and velvet smooth, muscles rippling as if sculpted by the gods. This is a purebred pedigree steed. His gaze sharpened, a little incredulous. The Vice Guildmaster gave this to me. He flinched back in fear at that look. It's not that we want anything from you. His expression turned angry as he glared at O. Sweat streamed down the man's face. It's just a small token of goodwill. He quickly leapt onto the horse's back. Convey my thanks to that person. Miriam began to fly after them, ready to scoop up the money. Rabin's master gaped and pointed. He went ahead. What should we do? The captain is too fast. We can't catch up. Pardek angrily shouted, what are you waiting for? He ran off quickly. Chase him, you fools. Rabin obeyed. Yes. Grail stood firm, watching them gradually depart. At that moment, danger loomed in the eastern forest on the outskirts of Marin. The goblins froze abruptly and turned their heads to look back. The horses' hooves were racing urgently through the forest. Eugene quickly used his blade to cut down each one. Miriam laughed excitedly. Master, look at that eastern herd of roamers. It's definitely huge. Have the ones ahead been wiped out? His eyes were brimming with confidence. Good, I'm not in the habit of sharing spoils. The deep forest was now filled with a cloud of choking dust. The horses' hooves kept pounding relentlessly. Sunlight began to filter through the gaps in the leaves above. Only then did Yan show signs of stopping when he saw the light. Before him, a wildly chaotic battle was unfolding. Madrika was currently surrounded. If you can't kill me, you won't take another step forward. The giant golem-like creatures with blazing red eyes lunged madly forward. Madrika and his horse lost their momentum and fell to the ground. The horse ran away in fear, leaving him behind. He was in pain. Madrika, Knight of Justice, swore by the honor of Marin. Suddenly the weapon's blade plunged straight into the ground. Madrika trembled in fear, turning his head to look at the goblins surrounding him. Madrika wailed loudly at the sight, begging for mercy. Suddenly, a ranged attack struck from the silhouette rushing over. Eugene's face darkened, his sharp eyes ready for battle. His blade continued to cut down. Each giant goblin, Madrika sat wide-eyed on the ground. Watching it all, Eugene rode his horse skillfully around the goblin corpses. Madrika chuckled, "I am deeply grateful to you. What is your name?" Eugene did not answer, merely coldly swung his sword, quickly cutting down the goblin that tried to attack Madrika from behind. His body trembled as he retreated. "My name. Does that matter now? If we die here, knowing the name won't mean anything." Countless monsters were approaching. "You're right. If we survive this hell, then I'll ask for your name again." When we moved toward the great trade city, hundreds of goblins swarmed in like locusts, but we fought to the end. In that desperate moment, that knight coldly cut down all those goblins. And of course I played my part. In the end, we won and protected Marin. Suddenly someone asked, "So, who exactly is that knight?" Madrika grinned, "Curious, aren't you?" He said solemnly, pointing, "His name is Yan Eugene." Everyone began to stir. "Isn't Yan Eugene the knight who cleared the dungeon in the Taiwan territory? They say he once pulled the spine out of a snarling dog alive. That famous knight protected our city of Marin. Sir Yan Eugene is the hero of Marin." Everyone began to excitedly chant his name. "Yan Eugene, Yan Eugene." Louis Palin looked out the window and spoke. "The whole city is buzzing over that knight's name. The more his fame rises, the harder he is to control. Louis Palin, former head of the Palin Trade Guild, is now Marin's mayor. Is it okay to leave it like this?" he asked. "Priscilla, my beautiful niece," she bowed, "of course, everything is under control. We even hope Lord Eugene becomes more famous. The greater a knight's fame, the greater the fear of losing that reputation. By the way, do you know about the apprentice Yan Eugene is bringing along?" Palin continued, "The child who delivers his spoils to the guild." She replied, "Yes. From what I've learned, that child is the secret illegitimate son of the Taiwan family." They turned in surprise. "Oh." Priscilla continued to explain. "Although Sir Yan's motives are unclear, it seems he earns money here to support Taiwan's illegitimate child. If we can skillfully win over both, we could establish ties with that person, someone who could become the future head of the Taiwan family." Palin replied repeatedly, "That's my niece. I understand your plan. Buying an influential knight who supports that illegitimate child. Then I should send a gift to Sir Eugene as well. As Marin's mayor, I must repay the hero who solved the city's trouble. I'll nominate you as the introducer. Make good use of it." Priscilla replied, "Yes, thank you, sir." At that moment, night had fallen, enveloping the magnificent castle. A slender finger gently lifted the teacup. The thirsty will always seek the riverbank, so a merchant has only one task. Suddenly, Priscilla curled her lips with a dark scheme. "Dig the well and wait." Footsteps were slowly approaching, without any resistance, and unsurprisingly, the door finally showed signs of someone entering. Eugene appeared before Priscilla. "I'll wait until they drink up the water I sell." Priscilla's face darkened with a hint of malice as she spoke, "Please, sir." He wore sturdy armor, the hero who saved Marin, Sir Yan Eugene. He said, "I've come to express my gratitude. You're Priscilla, deputy director of the Palin Trade Guild of Marin, right?" She replied, "Yes, I am Priscilla, deputy director here. Please sit." "Yan Eugene, someone who looks like you is really the fearsome knight who broke the dogs' heads." His face was cold, and he looked different from the knights she had met before. The armor gifted by the mayor suited him well. It was custom-made at Marin's best forge. It was forged from a special steel blended with Elsic iron and goblin bone, so hard that dragon teeth could hardly pierce it. Priscilla asked Eugene, "How do you find it?" He replied slowly, It's fine thanks to it. Next time I'll feel more secure when delving a dungeon. Thank you for the lodging and the fine meals as well. Because of that, my mercenaries are more spirited. I hope we'll achieve good results soon. I didn't expect these gifts, but I appreciate your kindness." Priscilla smiled. Then suddenly Eugene stood up. "Now about my proposal," he interrupted. "I'm busy, so I'm leaving." Priscilla was surprised. "Oh, you're leaving already?" Eugene replied coldly, "Drop by when you've cleared the Taiwan family's dungeon. It's a small matter." "No, it's like this. My contract only concerns this hall of spoils. Perhaps this is a final farewell. Next time I'll focus on collecting mana stones." Eugene still turned away coldly to leave. "All right then." Priscilla shouted angrily, "Wait." His sharp gaze froze, and he turned his head to look at her. Priscilla continued, "We still have much to discuss." His eyes narrowed as he growled, "What do you mean?" Priscilla went on, "You can't pretend not to know without limit. The most expensive Demon Mountain armor, a pedigreed noble horse, luxury lodging, and lavish meals for the whole mercenary band. The spoils you sell to the guild each day wouldn't even cover half of that cost." Billmore and Grail were still listening intently to their conversation. She continued, "Don't tell me you don't know everything in life has a price. Or did you fail to learn that at school? If not, then you're just a stingy knight who doesn't understand honor. Do you want the people of Marin who praise you to learn the truth? Eugene's sharp eyes coldly regarded Marin's hero. Sir Yan. Pritzella begged, a favor then. Are you going to walk away now? Sir Yan Eugene, please let me hear your reasoning. His lips trembled slightly, as if he wanted to say something. Suddenly Eugene curled his lips into a smile and continued. How amusing. Wanting to give orders at our first meeting. Unilaterally giving me gifts I never asked for, and now demanding repayment. How dare a mere little merchant like you threaten me? His words carried a sting. Eugene continued, perhaps you're mistaken about something, so I'll make this clear. Eugene continued, even if the people of Marin gossip about me, I don't care. But as you said, everything has a price. Go on, blab all you want, and you'll learn what the real cost is. Deputy Director of the Palin Guild, from my perspective, you and the Palin Guild are colluding with Marin to mistreat the knight who saved this city. Keep living like this. Next time danger comes, no knight will dare stand up to protect Marin. It's done, I'm leaving. Pardek turned and said, apologies for the rudeness, Deputy, it's truly regrettable. If things had been handled differently, perhaps we could have become good partners. Billmore awkwardly glanced at Deputy Pritzella's expression. When suddenly she spoke up, Sir Yan Eugene, please wait a moment, I was truly rude. I, Pritzella, Deputy of the Palin Trade Guild's Marin branch, sincerely apologize to you, Eugene. I allowed greed to overstep, trying to take the upper hand in our relationship. To atone for this rudeness, I wish to start anew with you, Sir Eugene. We will maintain the current contract with Billmore and add new clauses. I assure you will have nothing to worry about. I'm tired of knights who melt at expensive bribes. Most are fools chasing fame and gain, but this one is different. Eugene's eyes were extremely sharp. He's too dangerous to joke with. Perhaps that's why a merchant's instinct forbids me from letting him go. Suddenly Pritzella looked up. Eugene continued, very well, I'll hear your proposal. His face darkened, but it must be an enticing offer. Pritzella placed a hand on her chest and smiled. Thank you for forgiving my mistake. Pritzella placed a hand on her chest and smiled. Thank you for forgiving my mistake. A knight should indeed have armor and a horse to be impressive. Sounds a bit cheesy. This country really is the most beautiful in the world. Partek chimed in, the contract looks pretty good. He looked down and asked, you think so too? Partek nodded. Yes, the Palin Guild is too large to be underestimated. They base themselves in Marin and have hundreds of branches across the empire, mainly trading with high-status noble families like the Tywin family currently. For example, their proposal to arrange unlimited dungeons and labyrinths linked to their branches is a groundbreaking suggestion. With this condition, it's even better than being a noble. He was excited. A superb negotiation, Sir Eugene, his face twisted. I'm just saying this to get it over with. Suddenly a voice cut in. You think putting on flashy armor makes you a knight? Look at that milk-faced fellow. Can he even hold a sword properly? Miriam spoke up. Hey, what did that rotten potato-faced brat just say? Camara waved and smiled. You're just in time. Eugene was surprised. Ah, Lord Camara. No, now I should call you Lord Tywin, right? The man replied, call me whatever you like. You've changed too much. Eugene asked, how are things with you roughly? Camara answered, my younger brother hasn't given up. He even hired more mercenaries, but this time something feels off. Eugene was surprised and suspicious. He continued, remember the mercenaries my brother once hired to capture Felid? The ones torn apart by wolves. If I recall, they were all scoundrels. This new batch of mercenaries gives the same impression. His sharp gaze watched them intently, taking in every detail. Camara continued, so for this dungeon clearance, I need to ask Sir Eugene to take charge. Someone quickly cut in. Hey, Lord Tywin, if that brat dies in the dungeon, will I become the captain then? Camara exclaimed in surprise. What the hell are you talking about? Maverick replied, sir, I'm only clarifying. This isn't a group picnic. A dungeon is a place where lives are cheap as grass. We must prepare for every situation. His face looked cold as he hoped Sir would be thorough. Maverick's expression was extremely confident, as he slowly emphasized his point. Captain Eugene turned and said, good point. If I die then, that annoying fellow will be captain. Camara was surprised. The teaser added, there's a contingency plan, let's depart at once. Miriam suddenly pointed and shouted, that guy's annoying. Eugene replied coldly, I know. It's surely Bertle's scheme. He intends to use mercenaries to deal with me in the dungeon. But if things don't go the way those fools expect, it might be rather entertaining. At that moment, Eugene's keen blade kept felling foes one by one. The cavern filled everywhere with corpses. His arm showed no sign of stopping. The tip of his sword struck with relentless force. Maverick watched closely. His reputation was no exaggeration. Standing alone at the front against hundreds, The mercenaries we brought were almost idle. It felt as if a gigantic shield blocked our path. Maverick ground his teeth in anger at Eugene's prowess. He just needed to wait for the right moment, to seize a single opportunity for his poisoned blade, to glide across that hateful face. Eugene suddenly shouted, "Ahead is an area where only mid-level monsters appear. From here on I can't guarantee your lives. Those who want to follow may do so. I'm repeating this in case some don't understand. Only those confident may follow me." Maverick replied, "If the captain goes, how can we stand down? The opportunity is here." Rabin laughed, "Then we'll go too." Pardek intervened, "Wait, we'll pause here." Rabin looked surprised. He said, "It seems Sir Eugene has other intentions." They began moving deeper into the dim cave. Eugene thought to himself, "The last time I came here I was with Galfredic. Without him, everything is dull." Images of him appeared in Eugene's mind. Even from brief observation, I saw Galfredic was an excellent commander. He knew how to boost morale and would timely choose the most dangerous position for himself to advance. If it were him, he could probably sweep the dungeon clean, even with this ragtag bunch in tow. His steps continued slowly. At this point, I'm curious, how would Galfredic handle this situation? "So you've abandoned that clumsy performance now. Fine, if you crave death that much, I'll indulge you." They were all shocked. What the hell was that? Why is there fire? Miriam smiled confidently with power glowing in his palm. They were quickly burned. "Run, it's a magic trick. He can use magic too." "I can't see anything." Maverick tried to reassure them and calmly relit the torches. Darkness fell. "Why are you being so careless? I can't see a thing." Eugene silently took them down in the dark. "Light it up." "What's that? What noise?" "We're under attack. We're being attacked." "All attack, go." There were countless cries of pain. "Wait, those are our comrades." A glowing red cord was winding around their bodies. My legs. Now the night was filled only with screams. Maverick clenched his teeth in fear. I didn't expect this. Without light, the situation only favors him more. He kept striking the stones together. Burn, burn. Suddenly Maverick's body froze at a sound behind him. He was terrified and slowly turned his head to look. Why couldn't he hear anything? Eugene's footsteps were slowly approaching. His voice close to the ear whispered, "Need some light." "This seems difficult. Let me give you a hand." Human eyes are inconvenient because they're weak in the dark. "Well then, how is it? Can you see more clearly now? Who is the hunter? Who is the prey?" Maverick, devoid of emotion, only muttered, "Huh." His voice was slow, mouth full of fangs. "Monster." Cut to outside the mansion. Rain poured and thunder exploded across the sky. Someone's feet hurriedly tried to run. At that moment, Kamara shouted in panic, "Sir, you were still standing there, staring out the window." After a pause, Eugene slowly glanced back. Bertel was equally bewildered. Kamara hesitantly asked, "Do you believe that's real?" He frowned and looked at the man ahead, exclaiming, "What kind of chaos is this?" Eugene exclaimed, "Ask the person involved directly about that. Ask the person involved directly about that." Then the muscular figure was thrown hard onto the floor. Bertel's eyes widened in disbelief. "Maverick," he clutched his face, voice trembling, "we were going to kill him. I was going to kill Yan Eugene." On Bertel's orders, Tywin's name was mentioned. He forced a terrified laugh and denied it. "That bastard always babbles. He's gone completely mad now." Kamara went mad at the words and shouted, "Brother, do you really want to go this far?" Bertel glanced over and denied it. "You should be the one to sober up. Do you believe the ramblings of a madman?" "What did you say?" "Maverick, don't be tiresome, spit it out clearly." Eugene stood behind the old man, using his blood-red pupil to subdue Maverick, and said, "What would I have done? How could I dare lay a hand on my liege? A worthless wretch like me deserves to die." Kamara saw him dash past and shouted, "Wait, what are you doing?" But too late to stop him. Maverick broke the glass with his body and flew straight out. He grabbed the window frame and shouted loudly for Maverick. Seconds later, the old man's body hit the sword of the statue below, causing everyone to panic. Bertel hurriedly said, "See, brother." Clearly he had gone mad after witnessing people being torn apart like paper. "It's strange to trust such nonsense, isn't it?" Kamara frowned and warned, "Seeing you rejoice at his death makes you even more suspicious." Bertel was struck dumb by his brother's words. Suddenly Bertel turned and shifted targets. "You too, Yan Eugene? Have you no knightly honor left? How dare you slander me with such vague, absurd accusations?" His face darkened as he demanded, "Bertel, stake your knightly honor. Are you truly innocent?" Though terrified, he still blurted out two words, "Of course." Then he suddenly raised his arm to call. "Then Bertel Tywin, in the name of a knight's honor and in the name of truth." He pointed his sword forward in a provocation. "I challenge you to prove it in single combat." Hearing that, he could only grit his teeth, unsure how to respond. Cut to outside, conversations rose in the afternoon. "Is the second young master planning a duel in the front yard? My God, what trouble is he causing this time? I heard he hired someone to assassinate." "Hire an assassin. HMPH, always causing trouble, but this time he's gone too far." Who is he trying to kill? They watched as he and Bertel faced each other and whispered. Word is he intends to kill the knight the Lord once hired, Sir Yan Eugene. He solemnly raised his sword before him. Kamara stood to one side watching, visibly worried. He closed his eyes, thinking that since the dispute was fierce, this time force would be used to decide truth from falsehood, and truth would be guided by the righteous will of the gods. Eugene's cold face immediately appeared, his mind on the winner's hand. Bertel at that moment swung his sword down, letting out a hoarse shout. He gripped the hilt and lunged at him. Eugene merely presented his sword before him, and the two blades met with a screech. Bertel quickly pulled up in a strong motion. He attacked with all his might, but still couldn't overpower him. Suddenly something caused Eugene to lose focus for a moment. He recalled when Bertel reported, "We found a vampire. Report to you immediately." Young Durhit came back to himself and spoke. "I've been hunted by someone like you for over 10 years. Those words made him halt, filled with fear and worry. Seizing the opportunity, he brought his blade down in a strike. Pushing Bertel backward, he grit his teeth and glanced down at his sword. After swinging his blade back, his sword was flung into the air. It quickly drove straight into the ground. At the same moment, Bertel collapsed with a thud. His pupils flared red, his tone full of killing intent. "Now take this." He panicked and could only stare wide-eyed at what was coming. Meanwhile, Kamara thought Bertel's swordsmanship wasn't bad. Only this time, even an outside observer could see him stand frozen when he watched his younger brother fall. In that instant, Kamara realized Yan Eugene was stronger than his brother. Kamara observed the oppressive aura emanating from Eugene and confirmed it was on a different level. Without hesitation, one of Bertel's arms shot out. Only then did he rush forward, shouting for him to stop. Eugene glanced over and coldly repeated one word, "Stop," and stepped aside. "The duel isn't over. Lord Tywin," Kamara raised his arm to intervene. "I cannot stand by and watch my brother die by Lord Eugene's hand." Bertel Tywin was wounded and no longer able to prove his claim. Victory belonged to Sir Yan Eugene. Bertel urgently shouted, "No, I can still fight. I'll send him to his death myself." He raged, blood boiling. Bertel, he looked down at his brother and urged him, "That's enough. The outcome is decided. Accept your guilt properly and repent in prison." He snapped angrily, "Shut up. What crime have I committed?" Kamara pulled him back. "Bertel." He tightened his grip on his sword and shouted, "Yan Eugene." Bertel lunged forward in a fury. "If not for you, if you had never appeared in my life, I wouldn't have to suffer like this." A flash of bright sand streaked past his face in the next instant. Eugene suddenly stared down at Bertel in bewilderment and asked, Why isn't my body obeying me?" His legs still stood firm there, but Bertel had fallen at his armor. His brother then widened his eyes and listened. "You should have seized the last chance your brother gave you." Eugene withdrew his sword, leaving a long trail of blood as he called out Bertel Tywin's name. Those standing around fell silent and watched. Without further ado, he turned and left, leaving a highly tense atmosphere behind. Kamara scowled as Eugene and his men departed, thinking to himself, "My foolish younger brother." Cut to a harbor, gulls circling high in the sky. Eugene walked down the corridor as a voice murmured in his ear, "Do you regret it?" He asked indifferently, "Regret what?" Miriam, flying ahead, replied, The first ghoul you created. Used to take the blame and then discarded, is that it?" Eugene recalled, then saying there was nothing to it. "That weak thing couldn't bear becoming my ghoul. Keeping it only risked exposing my vampire identity. It was just a lure used for the duel earlier. But vampires must have hordes of slaves, right? Slaves are a vampire's symbol of power." He answered flatly, "No need." Miriam sighed, "You really know nothing of the bloodline." Eugene reached for the doorknob, thinking to himself that ghouls made from the weak are only a nuisance to clean up. If he had to pick a suitable one, the moment he opened the door, a panicked voice rang out. Lord Galfredic looked at them bewildered as they talked. Yes, I heard it's chaotic over there. When did you go in?" "It's been 2 weeks." Bilmore suddenly turned and called to him. Pritzella also froze for a few seconds. He quickly ran over to greet him. "My lord, greetings. I heard you also cleared the dungeon successfully this time." Eugene nodded. "Yes, I'm glad to see you again." "So what happened to Lord Galfredic?" Then she recounted. Actually, 2 weeks ago, Galfredic took part in unraveling the labyrinth in Count Evergrove's territory. At that time, the sound of horse hooves was heard, but then he disappeared inside alone. Even after searching up to the mid-level monster area, there was no trace. He frowned tensely as he recalled her words. He's trapped in the high-level monster zone. With that, he spurred his horse straight ahead into the desolate forest. The door was flung open, and someone stepped in from the upper level. A figure standing there greeted him. "Greetings, Sir Yan Eugene. Your reputation has spread far and wide. You're younger and more handsome than I imagined." Eugene bowed solemnly to him. "A pleasure to meet you, Prince Jevin." The warm welcome, however, was interrupted by him. Ah, right, this matter needs further discussion. Jevin Evergrow, eldest son of the Evergrow family, invited him inside. They both entered the room and sat. He spoke first. It seemed Lord Galfredic had been overly ambitious. If this dungeon clearing had succeeded, we intended to grant him a title. But unexpectedly, he advanced into the upper levels on his own. Eugene tilted his head in confusion and asked on his own, "What do you mean?" He kept his expression and answered, "Yes." Unfortunately, those upper levels are areas our Evergrow family has been unable to reach for 100 years. That place is called the domain of the Dungeon Lord. He was somewhat surprised by what was said. The Dungeon Lord Lujates sat to one side and lazily remarked that he not only lived there but ruled the entire dungeon. He propped his hand on his chin and smirked. When Galfredic, driven by ambition, recklessly caused trouble for many, he rose and walked toward them. "Allow me to introduce. This is the knight who guards our territory, Sir Lujates." At that time, he had commanded the forces to clear the dungeon alongside Galfredic. Lujates then greeted, "Pleased to meet you. I heard you defeated Galfredic in combat. You know, we share an interesting common point. I'm the champion of the Evergrow tournament, meaning I defeated Galfredic in the match. So the two of us share that common ground." Defeating Galfredic. How amusing, Eugene said, his expression completely at odds with Lujates' cheer. "Does that matter now?" Jevin, to ease the mood, quickly stepped forward. "I mean, Galfredic was a regrettable talent to us as well. Regarding this matter, I sincerely apologize to you, Sir Eugene." He pointed at Eugene, asking hesitantly, "I heard Sir Eugene and Galfredic had an extremely close friendship, right?" The image of Galfredic winking appeared. "We were bosom friends," Eugene replied wearily, thinking to himself, "Well, you could say that. That idiot fiend." Jevin sat in the chair opposite. "Because you were close, Sir Eugene helped him greatly, didn't you? Listen carefully. For 100 years, our family has attempted to conquer the upper levels many times, but the result has always been total disappearance. Therefore, we have a rule. If after more than a month someone is not found, we cease searching and declare them dead. Understand, it had been 3 weeks since Galfredic went missing. If he wasn't found within the next week, based on his last words, you froze, eyes wide, then it would be hopeless." Eugene sprang up anxiously. "Then I'll set out immediately." Jevin hurriedly raised a hand to stop him. "Wait, I understand your urgency, but the dungeon is not a place to enter recklessly." He held up 3 fingers as a notice. 3 days, within 3 days, Lujates, and I will prepare an elite force." Eugene turned and listened silently to Jevin. "In the meantime, rest and regain your strength." Eugene's face darkened as he said, "Thank you." He continued, "One more thing. We've just hired a mage. We'll send him to assist you. He's quite useful." Miriam appeared, rubbing her chin, and asked, "The outside mage is paired with Eugene." "Ah, that pointy-headed fellow is truly useless." Miriam snapped angrily, making him take notice. "He may look pompous, but his power is no joke." "Do you believe that?" "I want to dump a bucket of water on his nose for the irony." Eugene said nothing and bowed his head to think. "There were suspicious points beyond just 1 or 2 before I parted with Galfredic. He had said visions from the past suddenly appeared. I'll be ennobled by Count Evergrow for my merits this time. Why don't you come with me to share in those great rewards?" Back in the present, he concentrated. Since he was promised a title, that's why he pushed to open the gate and clear the dungeon. Why did they suddenly change course like this? Besides, as far as I know, he's not the type to act on a momentary lust for monster hunting. Reckless, someone in the crowd suddenly shouted, "Hey, over there!" Eugene didn't hear and remained lost in thought. Even if in a hurry, he should prepare an elite force and advance safely. The crowd continued chanting the name, snapping him back to attention. "Mesha is coming." Before him stood an old man on the platform. "When the red shadow covers the moon, the goddess of victory will be wrathful. Her form will destroy this world." The townspeople panicked, pushing and colliding. Eugene, disaster had begun. Earthquakes near the dungeon killed wild beasts by the dozens. Recently, a skilled knight also went missing in the dungeon. Miriam wondered, pointing ahead. "Isn't that the pointy-headed one they're talking about?" The old man on the platform shouted, "Shed veal blood at the gate, and offer the remaining beef as tribute. Only then will Mesha be appeased and spare this blood-stained land." The crowd below buzzed. "Oh my God, what do we do? What the hell is this? A cult?" Miriam, slightly shocked, asked Eugene, "What kind of demonic language is that?" He frowned and said, "The village atmosphere is far from normal." A young man who had been handing out flyers shouted loudly as he approached Eugene, "The gods are angry. Believe in me now." He took the paper and read, "Beasts killed by earthquakes near the dungeon. Could part of the dungeon have collapsed, letting monsters escape? If so, then why Galfredic?" Eugene turned hurriedly. Miriam, head to the dungeon immediately. Seeing this, she asked in puzzlement, "Huh? Why, master? A man behind stepped forward and grinned. 3 days is still too long. We'll find him ourselves first. Oh ho, let's sweep them all out. The man brushed past, laughing close to his ear. Oh, I didn't expect to meet a vampire here. Eugene, as if struck to the core, whipped his head around to look back. The man, his face half covered by a scarf, continued. I heard the vampires on this continent were almost exterminated by the Holy Crusader Knights. Right. At the next words, his whole body stiffened as if frozen. In broad daylight, they actually dare parade around like emperors. Eugene quickly grabbed that man's collar and dragged her into a secluded corner. The townspeople kept whispering the rumor. Mesha is coming, trust me from now on. He shoved the person hard against the wall, making her bite back a cry of pain. Eugene's eyes glowed red in the dark, his voice sharp. Spill your identity now. How did you recognize me? If you don't answer quickly, I'll break your neck. She was lifted up and struggled. Wait, let me go and I'll tell you. Her face was drenched in sweat. With difficulty she said, I am. As soon as he heard the answer, the murderous light in his eyes diminished. A blood-scarred image. Miriam sat with arms crossed, head tilted slightly. The blood image sounded familiar. It suddenly gaped its mouth and shouted loudly. Miriam hurriedly flew over, raising a hand. Master, stop. Killing her now would ruin everything. It shouted loudly, making Eugene tilt his head to look. She's a mage. Miriam waved its hands and shouted. Miriam waved its hands and shouted the Romari sect. It's a lineage of mages who have long served vampires. He turned his face to ask, unconsciously squeezing harder. Serve whom? With a shriek, she immediately fainted. It was silent for a moment, then said, she's unconscious. The scene shifted. She sat in a room clutching her throat and coughing hoarsely, shouting, why attack first and ask later? Who would dare answer like this? Eugene looked away toward the village. Ah, my apologies. Miriam jumped up angrily. Ah, such a sharp-tongued girl. She raised a hand to cover her mouth to cough. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Cyranoa Romari, a member of the Romari sect that serves vampires. Our order can instantly identify vampires. It's an honor to meet one of the night folk like you. I'm also looking for Sir Eugene at the request of Prince Jevin. He thought. So the mage Jevin mentioned is her. Cyranoa Romari stammered, according to the prince. Sir Eugene and Galfredic were very close friends, correct? Eugene fell silent, saying nothing. That man's mouth. When we find him, I'll shut him up for good. She bowed slightly and glanced away. I was also part of the force that cleared the dungeon when he disappeared. Miriam froze, then he asked, can you describe the situation in detail at that time? Romari lowered her head, eyes cast down. Yes, I needed materials from the monsters then. I volunteered for Count Everglow's campaign. The Everglow dungeon is notoriously treacherous, but has been explored for 100 years. So every level was fully cleared except for the uppermost. So everyone entered fairly freely, though there were still casualties. As we pushed deeper, the ground suddenly trembled. The soldiers shouted, hold. There's an earthquake. Then a huge explosion and the whole dungeon shook. And finally the ground beneath my feet collapsed. Just as I was about to fall, a hand shot out and grabbed Cyranoa Romari's arm. It was Lord Galfredic, who was holding the rear, who saved me and fell into the abyss in my place. Because of that, I was fortunate to escape and later regained consciousness. The soldiers began to complain. Who would dare open such a dangerous gate? Everyone believed that Lord Galfredic had opened the upper-level gate, which caused the earthquake. Lord Galfredic saved my life, so I at least had to inform Sir Eugene. Eugene is also his closest friend, you know. I didn't expect him to be a vampire lord. He lifted his head slightly to think. The Prince Jevin's words differ greatly from the truth. Eugene averted his eyes. Did Jevin deceive me, or did someone spread false information? Cyranoa suddenly continued, but at that time I saw something. At the bottom of the abyss where Galfredic fell, there was a painting of a gigantic eye. Eugene found it strange and asked about the eye. She quickly replied, yes, Sir Eugene, do you still have the leaflet those cultists distributed? His expression darkened as he recalled the eye on the paper. His expression darkened as he recalled the eye on the paper. The image was identical to what I saw. Beneath it, a cave was depicted and the people chanted loudly, worship, adore. Mesha is about to descend. Offer blood and flesh and your devout hearts to welcome him. He will lead us to salvation. One cultist pulled his hood back to reveal a sinister, cruel grin. He is about to awaken. The servants reported supplies were ready, mercenaries and knights fully assembled. The voices grew louder. We can march out now. Sir Eugene, what do you think? Are you excited to face the dungeon soon? They mocked more and more, just hoping they wouldn't have to carry anyone's corpse back. Yeah, he's not someone to take down easily. He laughed heartily with satisfaction. Indeed, Galfredic was greatly trusted. Eugene glanced in silence, thinking to himself, though he wanted to enter the labyrinth sooner. Since learning that Galfredic's disappearance wasn't a simple accident, he needed to closely monitor that man's movements. "You waited 3 weeks for me. Surely you can wait 3 more days, right?" At that moment, Galfredic suddenly appeared with a group approaching. "Greetings, Sir Eugene." "Sir Eugene, we are the Holy Knights from the Evergrow Abbey. It is an honor to accompany a true knight of faith like you. We are deeply moved by your willingness to risk yourself for others. In the name of God, join us in battle." Miriam teased, "A vampire lord, true faith." Meanwhile, Eugene stood dumbfounded. "Well, do your best then." Unexpectedly, the comrade beside them laughed loudly. "Holy knights are gods obedient. Seldom do they pay such attention to a single knight. Sir Eugene could even become a holy paladin later, right?" He scowled. "A vampire holy paladin." Lujet smirked, his expression unfriendly, masking deeper mystery. Eugene, eyes glowing red, stared at him in silence. The gates swung wide, as if welcoming everyone. Eugene called out in a calm voice, "Step out here for a moment." The man replied, "Yes." Reminders rang around. "Everyone rest here for now, stay vigilant. Just take water and return to your positions immediately." Miriam was still admiring with sparkling eyes. "Master, this place is truly wondrous." Eugene observed and thought, "This is indeed different from the dungeons I've seen. This place is artificially created with minimal living conditions, and monsters are moderately distributed. So if the worst happens, one could hide in this labyrinth and survive day by day." At that moment, Lujets loudly said, "This is truly an ideal place for evil to hide, don't you think? Truly an outstanding talent. On the route here, no one has died." Lujets wondered how much farther to the place where Galfredic disappeared. He sneered, "Don't be so impatient. You said you trusted Ganzik, didn't you?" Eugene responded to Lujets with a sharp gaze, as if stabbing straight at his throat. Lujets continued arrogantly, "But right now the person you should trust is me. Didn't I say so? We Evergrow folk know every trap in this labyrinth." He was curious. "Why does someone still die every time we go?" He chuckled. "It's a small matter. They can be regarded as sacrifices to ensure we return safely." Eugene seemed alarmed to hear this grim news. As they entered the maze, columns of holy knights from the abbey busied themselves scouting the terrain around. At that moment, the ground began to show strange signs. He called out, "Earthquake." Lujets shouted warnings, "Be on guard, the labyrinth structure is changing." Eugene gave him a murderous look. He said, "Here." Lujets pointed toward where the wall had collapsed. The wall area kept shifting, and he quickly described the plan, a shortcut leading up a level. Amid the chaotic space, a loud shout rang out, "Sir Eugene, it's an earthquake." Lujets stood in the cavern with arrogant composure, as if fearing nothing. He looked up at him in shock and curiosity. "What do you mean by a shortcut?" At that moment, his mouth spread into a grin as the passageway began to close. Just before the door shut, Lujets announced where Sir Eugene was standing. Then the rotating system quickly produced ghastly sounds. Now around Eugene, vortices surged, thickening the air. Someone wondered, he furrowed his brow thinking, "This isn't a natural earthquake. We've fallen into the trap that fellow discovered earlier. But what exactly is his goal?" Cyranoa Romary cried out in alarm, "Over there." She seemed to witness something that made her eyes widen in shock. Eugene stared at the body smeared with fresh blood, bound to a wooden beam, dumbfounded. Galfredic immediately. Eugene shot into the air in fury, rushing toward Galfredic. Seeing the pale, emaciated body on the beam made his heart ache. His red eyes narrowed, still alive. A timely intervention could save him. Miriam whispered, Master, there's something here. It's strange. I felt for a while that there's something unusual far below." Suddenly a gust of wind appeared from nowhere, blowing strongly and unbalancing them. Cyranoa Romary looked up in astonishment. Where is this wind coming from? A dull red energy orb appeared in the vast air. It lit up, eyes blazing vividly amid the chaotic space. At that moment the dragon spat a disgusting blood-fire energy, filling the surroundings with a thick stench. Its limbs writhed continuously beneath the ground, causing the battlefield to tremble. The two of them witnessed its furious spectacle. She screamed with a deathly pale face, "That's a minotaur." Eugene warned Cyranoa Romary to protect Galfredic. Its immense strength easily sent chunks of earth and rock flying into the air. He ran at a terrifying speed, the sound of his feet scraping the ground deafening. He narrowly dodged its brutal attack thanks to his speed. Eugene's sharp eyes watched the Minotaur's stance with keen sensitivity. It flew into a rage and unleashed a horrifying blast of fiery energy, sending him sliding backward. He was hurled into the air. He groaned in pain, and even Cyranoa Romary was flung upward by the chaotic force of its power. The Minotaur drew forth its massive blade, fueled with a gleaming energy. Its large frame wielding the blade produced a brutal, ferocious presence. At that moment Yin clung to the wall and shouted, Wait, What are you going to do? Its dull red eyes shone, as if fixed directly on him. A single swing of the Minotaur's great blade struck the ground, making the earth tremble. To everyone's shock, Galfredic's body, still strapped to the beam, was shattered as well. Witnessing that scene before him, Eugene frowned and clenched his teeth in anger. Eugene gathered all his strength against the wall and launched himself forward. He reached out his hand toward Galfredic, as if to grasp him. His eyes showed a fierce determination to finish this quickly, but an energy barrier appeared, freezing him in place. His face distorted as he shouted, "What do you think you're doing?" Cyranoa Romari merely explained softly, "Sir Eugene, that's a Minotaur, one of the highest-grade elite monsters." She spoke frankly, even a vampire would be done for. At that moment Eugene bared his fangs, and his eyes flashed a murderous light. He aimed his sword straight at her face, then sheathed it back. "You insolent!" Cyranoa trembled and replied, "Sorry, Sir Eugene, but I can't just stand by and watch a vampire rush to his death. And fighting the Minotaur head-on like that has a very low chance of success. If you truly want to save Sir Galfredic, you need to be more rational." "But why? There was a Minotaur from the start. Is this labyrinth that large? I thought there were only cyclopes." While they were arguing, the door behind them gradually opened. Light shone straight on them along with his provocative voice. "Oh my, I didn't expect that mage to use such a grand earth spell. Thanks to Lugetz you survived. I thought you were just an eccentric mage who only made illusions." Unexpectedly, his eyes were sharp, and his mouth curled into a taunting smile. Lugetz laughed loudly. "Oh my, I didn't expect that mage to use such earth magic. Really, you didn't truly intend to save Galfredic, did you?" Cyranoa added, "It all happened so fast." Suddenly Eugene's muscular arm grabbed Duetz by the collar. "So it was you." His gaze was sharp, the one who turned Galfredic into such a wreck. He chuckled, "Oh my, I see Sir Eugene missed his friends so much. So I just helped you two meet. Distinct from those ordinary ones. You are truly rude." Lord Lugetz slowly took Eugene's trembling arm, and suddenly his gaze froze as he glanced to the side. Eugene's hand quickly slipped out of Lugetz's grip. Cyranoa's eyes widened in shock as she cried out. "It was," Eugene continued. "The power from Lugetz's hand just now was glowing purple." "Isn't it?" Cyranoa Romari added. "That mark is clearly a power transfer spell. Initially, it was used to transfer energy between humans, but when it began transferring power from non-human creatures, its use was completely banned." Lugetz interrupted. "Forbidden magic, that's just their petty wordplay. They want a monopoly on power. I still don't understand why we're the chosen ones. When despair floods the world, we'll survive by the will of the gods." Lugetz's face froze as he cut him off. "So you borrowed someone else's power to defeat Galfredic, then pretended it was your own ability before me. Very well, let me teach you your place." Suddenly a crimson power radiated throughout his body. The two mighty energies now collided. Cyranoa thought to herself, "This energy is terrifying. How could an ordinary vampire produce something like this?" Lugetz's demeanor was extremely confident now. His wrist moved quickly to strike Eugene. Not necessarily a bad move. Lugetz's hand pressed flat against his chest. The sigil on the back of Lugetz's hand glowed. "But unlucky for you, I have no intention of backing down." Both Eugene and Cyranoa Romari were hovering in midair. He continued loudly, "I told you, I've mastered every trap in this labyrinth." Lugetz's eyes glowed as he smiled. "Sink into the darkness." Eugene suddenly grimaced and shouted at the looming danger. Under Cyranoa Romari's feet, a powerful magic circle appeared. Eugene's body quickly shifted direction and flew toward Lugetz. His gaze was keen, and his arm gripped the sword hilt tightly, his manner now showing no trace of fear. The sharp blade swiftly slashed across Lugetz's cheek. His eyes slowly moved down to the blood streak on his cheek, but in the blink of an eye, the blade split in two. He thought to himself, "I've heard of your strength, but that just now truly exceeded my expectations. Facing you head-on, I cannot be sure of victory." Indeed, using Galfredic as bait without killing him was the right decision. At last, the final sacrifice is about to be offered. The magic formations were gradually breaking apart. Eugene could no longer draw the formation. Cyranoa Romari hurried. "Wait, where are you heading?" Her face was utterly panicked at the situation. Cyranoa Romari quickly fled. "What is this trick? I should have pretended not to know and let it be. Why did I get involved and end up like this?" Suddenly she froze and looked ahead. Her face darkened as she cradled Galfredic in her arms. He asked, "Can you save him?" Cyranoa stammered, "My specialty isn't healing magic." Eugene's voice was cold. "That's not the answer I wanted to hear." She was too frightened to answer Eugene. Suddenly a crimson vortex appeared below. "I'll do my best." Mirian shouted urgently. Master, I've checked. There is absolutely no escape." Eugene said sternly that no wall could be broken. He continued, Yes, this place is like a boss chamber isolated at the end of the labyrinth. Miriam sounded solemn, Master. There's something I must report, even though this place is filled with water energy. As a water spirit, I cannot control anything here. Its gaze turned forward, especially toward that pool of water, its expression shrinking as it carefully scanned the surrounding, the glowing eyes on the walls. Are those the eyes Cyranoa Ramari saw beneath the ground? He asked Miriam why it couldn't control them. It replied, in principle it can only control the blood of the dead, meaning the owner of this blood is still alive. Suddenly a dangerous presence rose beneath the water, a pitch-black monster struggling to lift itself up from below. Eugene stood firm without a trace of fear as the monster rose. Cyranoa Ramari, who was channeling energy into Galfredic, was also astonished. Eugene shouted, Miriam, find any way to create an escape gap. It obeyed, yes, master. Right now before you is an enormous demon lord. His expression darkened as he turned to look at Galfredic, who still couldn't move. His gaze shifted abruptly. He had to neutralize that one first, and with that thought, he launched himself forward. The demon lord's massive hand also began to rise. In the chaotic scene before him, he showed no mercy, gritted his teeth and leapt high, his body moving across the crimson water. Now his blade swiftly struck into the demon lord's body. Suddenly Eugene froze, staring at the sword that had shattered to pieces. The demon lord now opened its maw wide, a bright light emanating from within. Its arm directly struck Eugene, sending him flying away. Blood streaks mingled in the crimson water. Eugene suddenly halted, turned his head to look back, his eyes sharp as he clenched his teeth, and used the momentum to spring upward. Eugene's body now merged with the water, his movements fluid and constantly changing direction. The giant demon lord still raged on without mercy. His gaze glared down at the sword. An ordinary blade couldn't even leave a scratch. When a power slowly emerged from within the armor, red streaks gradually began to envelop the blade. His face darkened with a grim expression as he readied himself. Use this to cope for now. His expression still glared at the demon lord. His legs quickly sprang away from the spot. His face darkened, and his sharp eyes scanned around his body, moving fluidly as he changed direction to attack. Suddenly his body froze, feeling a not insignificant pain. The demon lord before him remained a hard-to-defeat danger. It kept attacking Eugene relentlessly. His body was slammed against the stone wall, a stream of purple power enveloping the demon lord's entire body. Cyranoa was still intently channeling energy into Galfredic. She looked up, terrified, stammering out loud, Lord Galfredic, wake up. Your friend is in danger. Eugene was trying to pull himself up. As Cyranoa said, a streak of blood appeared on his face. This high-level monster was unusually strong. Its eyes glowed with fury. Staring intently, the demon lord's giant arm suddenly reached out to do something. Staring intently, the demon lord's giant arm suddenly reached out to do something. His gaze froze at the demon lord's action. Its eyes still glowed unpredictably. A missile of red light shot toward them at extreme speed. Eugene positioned his body in front of Cyranoa Ramari to take the hit. She stared in horror at what was happening. Lord Eugene. His face darkened as he struggled to lift his head, gasping continuously. Eugene's body trembled helplessly. This familiar feeling had haunted him for decades. The large palm continued its assault. Clearly, Eugene still showed no fear as he looked up. But why? Why did this hurt more than that day? His whole body was being submerged in the water. The blood streaks on his face flowed continuously, with no sign of stopping. Before him were the terrified image of Cyranoa Ramari and the unconscious Galfredic. Why was there still no sign of Galfredic waking up? Suddenly his eyes slowly began to open. Galfredic widened his eyes in surprise as he looked toward Eugene. Romany's eyes couldn't hide sheer terror. In front of him, Eugene fell, lying in a pool of blood. I warned you, didn't I? So Eugene's body had been pierced by the power of the ancient monster. Romany was terrified. Even vampires wouldn't stand a chance against this thing. He was desperate with no way out. The monster before them still gaped wide, gathering power in its throat. Was this how they were going to die? Cyranoa Ramari squeezed his eyes shut. The last stubborn tears finally fell. Forgive me, master, this useless disciple will go ahead first. But suddenly a surprised voice called out, Sir Eugene. He looked down in astonishment. Galfredic had somehow regained consciousness and coughed up a mouthful of blood. His breath was labored. Damn it, in the end you got dragged into this because of me. Romany urged, next it'll be our turn, run. Galfredic forced himself up to refuse. No. He gritted his teeth in self-blame. That bastard Lujates used me as bait to lure Sir Eugene. His target had always been Sir Eugene. I interfered with Sir Eugene just because I kept acting like his close friend. Saying that, Galfredic coughed again. It's all because I'm too weak. In that moment, he recalled what had happened. Our relationship could have ended as a brief fling. But when Eugene once stood between Galfredic and harm, His strength and steadfast spirit captivated me in an instant. Therefore, he secretly decided he didn't want to miss this fate, and wanted to become strong enough to stand beside him. At that moment the monster raised its hand, pausing to gather a beam of power. Galfredic was oddly calm. "Well, it's over anyway," Romary panicked. "Wait, Sir Galfredic." But before any plea could be made, he grabbed him and pulled him back. "Please forgive me, Sir Eugene." A spray of sharp thorns shot out. Eugene still lay motionless, unresponsive. They drew closer to Galfredic, yet he smiled. "If there's a next life, I'll be the knight serving my friend." At that moment, Eugene's eyes suddenly flew open, pupils dark red reflecting Galfredic's final image. His eyes widened, fixed and hollow, staring at the scene as if paralyzed. Galfredic's death acted like a trigger. Eugene clenched his jaws, his fangs lengthening in a blink, sharp and cold. A terrible power erupted from him, sweeping everything away. The pressure forced Romary to swallow his fearful tears. Eugene slowly rose, his hand casually crushing the spike that had pierced him. Blood flowed but was quickly devoured by a surging power. Dark red energy wrapped his body like living armor. His pupils were dyed a sharp red. In an instant, he vanished from his old spot, shot straight at the monster with terrifying speed, swinging a decisive blow that tore off one of its giant arms. A flicker of surprise crossed the monster's eyes. After making a few basic moves, Eugene landed on a stone pillar, blood swirling at its base like a red whirlpool. Eugene seemed completely transformed, pupils dark red and unfocused, a maddening frenzy consuming his whole body. Romary horrified, "What is that?" "Sir Eugene's body is changing." The monster raised its remaining hand, hoisting the axe high, but showed no hesitation, charging straight forward with a chilling, terrifying stare. Romary in disbelief. The pools of blood around were moving towards Sir Eugene, clearly unlike ordinary vampires. He let out a small laugh. "Master, perhaps today your disciple has witnessed a historic moment." Eugene reached out. Blood and energy merged, coalescing in his palm into a terrifying mass of pressure. He struck hard at the monster. The red force compressed into a spear, ripping the creature open from front to back. The eye on its body suddenly burst wide open after that blow. The blood at their feet flickered oddly. Romary quickly noticed the pools were suddenly shrinking, the dark red streams of blood gradually flying back toward the monster, wrapping around its body. He stepped closer to observe. Though a high-tier monster, its recovery speed was astonishing, as if it were receiving healing magic. Romary's eyes suddenly widened. Once that eye opened and the pool dwindled, the fatal wound healed in an instant. Watching it regenerate, he guessed, could this labyrinth be using blood as fuel to heal the monsters? Contrary to Romary's fear, Eugene lunged forward without hesitation. He spun in midair and kicked straight into the eye on the monster's body, red fluid immediately gushing out. He was astonished, blood coming from an eye. After that strike, Eugene landed somewhere to spring off again. In the next instant he bounced back, stomping once more to crush the eye as it tried to retract. Not stopping there, Eugene circled the monster, unleashing a barrage of strikes, giving it no chance to recover. During the fight, he also realized the maze's master was not the Minotaur after all. The maze environment was engineered so humans could survive longer and hundreds went missing. Indeed, all were swallowed by this labyrinth. Eugene could surmise that the maze itself was the god they worshipped and sacrificed to. The monster wriggled desperately. Prayers echoed somewhere as the god raged, intent on destroying this land. Only a savior could stop it. People clasped hands and bowed, begging in unison. Eugene struck on and on with mad relentlessness, showing no mercy. The doors gradually closed. "O Savior, please come, grant mercy, send rain upon this land." Lugetz chuckled wickedly to himself. "Yes, God, go mad and lose control even more. I awakened you, now listen to my prayers." After the flurry of attacks, the blood on the ground dwindled. Even Romary was shocked. The pools had been completely drained. The iron sphere in the air suddenly moved, purple light and continuous lightning radiating from it. At its center, an eye abruptly appeared. The smaller eyes around the sphere also flared to life. Long wings sprouted from the monster's back, and right before its chest, another gigantic eye slowly opened. A twisted, malevolent force rolled out from the monster's body, making the surrounding air feel unbearably heavy. It beat its wings hard and the gargantuan body shot upward. Romary shouted urgently, "Wait, where are you going?" But the monster showed not a shred of hesitation. It barreled straight up, through the sphere and pierced the maze's roof to break out. Romary went pale. He'd never heard of a high-tier monster escaping a dungeon. What now? He suddenly remembered a nearby ordinary village. Mirian happily flew over. Eugene found an exit. But when he looked up, he couldn't help widening his eyes and gaping. What the? It's been utterly devastated. Rocks kept tumbling down. Mirian flinched and dodged in panic. "It's collapsing." He warned hurriedly, "Eugene, we have to get out of here." However, as he drew near, Miriam fell silent from the power radiating off Eugene, who now stood motionless. Facing Eugene, Galfredic's corpse still stood there impaled by those spikes. Miriam softly called Eugene, but he gave no response. A moment later, he slowly approached him. Romary wondered in disbelief. Could a vampire really grieve the death of an ordinary human? Eugene's eyes stared fixedly at the man before him. His hand rose to touch the blood still smeared on Galfredic's face. Romary couldn't believe what he was seeing, masquerading as a knight, hiding his identity. He'd never seen a vampire form a bond with a human, and this one carries such noble blood. An unexpected scene unfolded as Eugene tilted his head and bared sharp fangs toward Galfredic's neck. He didn't hesitate and bit down hard, a swift and precise motion. A fierce monster leaped high into the air, then quickly landed back on its feet. Immediately it spewed brilliant sparks of flame. Beneath its chest a pair of savage red eyes opened wide. The moon above stained a deep crimson, while people below continued their daily lives as if nothing had happened. A voice asked, "Eugene, have you ever heard of the primordial vampires?" Cyranoa explained that the primordial line were noble aristocrats, the highest rank among vampires. At first I didn't realize, but seeing Eugene after his awakening, I understand now that he carries the blood of a primordial vampire. He looked serious and cautious. "There's one more thing I must say." Cyranoa stared at Eugene and said, "A primordial vampire can revive the recently dead and turn them into servants." He turned to the bowed Galfredic as Cyranoa asked, "You know how to create a servant, right?" Eugene didn't answer aloud but thought to himself, "Of course I know. Bite the other's neck and transfer my blood through my fangs." However, he spoke up shortly after, "I've tried once before, but the man's mind couldn't endure it, so I could only use him once and discard him." Cyranoa continued, "That's true for ordinary people," he added boldly. "But if it's the knight Galfredic, it might be different. This is what I heard from my master." Cyranoa pictured Eugene and said that if a person with an exceptionally strong spirit accepts the primordial vampire's blood, their ego will not collapse, and can even retain their human abilities. "I think this is well worth trying." He turned to Galfredic and said anxiously, "The problem is he's a proud knight. He might see being turned into a vampire against his will as a humiliation. If so, he's likely to attack us." Eugene remained motionless, staring at Galfredic and ignoring Cyranoa's words. "What do you think, Sir Eugene?" Galfredic is gravely wounded. He lowered his head with Eugene's thoughts in mind. "I never revealed my true identity, so I have no way of knowing what this man thinks of vampires." He suddenly recalled intimate memories with Galfredic, then fell silent. Then he turned his back and walked away. "Is there any other way?" Eugene approached Galfredic and opened his mouth to bite his neck. There was no choice but to ask him directly. Instantly, both of them flushed red. Suddenly, Eugene's eyes widened, as if he discovered something. His fangs had sunk deep into Galfredic's neck. "What is this?" "The blood transfer is so fast the fangs can't be pulled out." Eugene glared anxiously. The succession ritual was beginning. Inside, bodies convulsed violently. A subordinate is the master's possession. Under the blood right, the subordinate's soul belongs to the master, and all of the subordinate's powers also become the master's. With that, the succession officially concluded. From afar, Eugene and Galfredic began to glow. He suddenly looked up as beams of light from their bodies flared all at once. A powerful column of light formed a circle and shot straight into the sky. That light continued to illuminate an entire mountain range. Over here, everything was blazing wildly. People ran in panic, shouting, "Get out of the way." Two men looked up in terror. "Isn't that Romer?" Everyone fled in fear. "The dungeon is collapsing. Run." A gigantic dragon suddenly appeared and began slaughtering the townsfolk. The monster with an eye on its chest reached out to snatch people up. Lujates watched from afar and said, "Finally, the time has come." He smiled wickedly. The moment to reap the reward for sacrificing to the dungeon. Lujates stood lofty above, calmly watching everyone be wiped out. The people here would never know this was a staged play he and the dungeon had scripted. He thought cruelly as the village's despair peaked under the Minotaur's attack. "I will appear and defeat the Minotaur." A hand marked with a purple sigil appeared. "That is the price of the pact I received after offering sacrifices to the dungeon. Using human nature, become more desperate, need salvation more. I'll be everyone's savior." Imagining the villagers kneeling and begging made Lujates laugh evilly. "So die more and despair harder, for then I'll be worshipped all the more as their savior." At this point, more and more ferocious monsters appeared, slaughtering ruthlessly. A little boy tripped and fell, his mother screaming in panic. "Yogo!" The boy writhed in pain on the ground but weakly called out, "Mama." But a wolf behind them had spotted them. and opened its jaws to swallow the plump prey. The mother and child clung to each other in terror. Suddenly a blow struck the monster, sending it flying off. Eugene appeared out of nowhere, dispatched the wolf, and planted himself astride its snout. His claws snapped straight into the wolf's mouth. Then he kicked hard at the wolf's lower jaw, and used his hands and feet to clamp its mouth shut. The mother and child gaped in shock, seeing him appear like a god, and he reached out to save the two of them. Lujets was stunned. Eugene, why is that guy here? He watched Eugene casually dispatch the wolf and thought, didn't the Minotaur drain Eugene's blood and wake him up? Lujets covered his mouth in shock to keep from crying out. But we definitely sacrificed Eugene as the final offering. He should be dead, right? So how can he return unscathed? Could he have awakened at death's doorstep? Lujets squinted, calculating. If that's true, then what on earth is that guy's background? Lujets squinted, calculating. If that's true, then what on earth is that guy's background? Duke Jevin Lujets, do you know you caused this chaos? He chuckled lightly. Ah, well, it's not important now, for I will make you pay for your crimes right here. Suddenly the tower was struck and split in two without warning. Lujets sneered wickedly as Galfredik appeared and smiled. Well, weren't you dying to see me? Then he raised his clawed hand. Now, it's time to avenge the shame from the tournament. Are you ready to pay for mocking me? Galfredik emphasized, at the fake cult leader Lujets. The monster swept everything with one arm, people panicked and scattered. Run. In the midst of danger, a lone figure appeared to face it. Eugene charged forward, his hand gathering a mighty sorceress strike, and he unleashed the attack straight at the monster without hesitation. Those fleeing suddenly stopped and shouted, "Wait, someone's fighting the monster." A knight in black armor with red eyes. After a closer look at the figure, someone cried out, "Isn't that Knight Yan Eugene?" They cheered with joy. "He's come to protect our village. He's alive. The knight is risking himself for us." The boy with hair covering his eyes suddenly declared, "No, everyone." He exclaimed, "That one is the savior statue." The boy insisted he's surely sent from the heavens to save us. The prophecy from the rumor is true. Eugene gathered all his strength and launched a decisive strike aimed straight at the eye in the monster's chest. His hand seized that eye in an instant, 5 fingers clamping down without hesitation. The flesh around the eye bulged unnaturally, as if pressed to its absolute limit. Finally, he plunged through the creature's body, utterly shattering its life. Amid the sea of flames, the monster's blood erupted wildly, splattering around like a gruesome red rain. He stood motionless amid the scene, pupils glowing red, towering and imposing under the villagers' shouts and admiration. Elsewhere, the monster was defeated, and the sigil on Lujets's hand began to fade. He collapsed in agony. The superstitious onlookers froze at the sight. Their god has been defeated. They panicked and turned to flee. Disaster is coming, run. Lujets coughed up a mouthful of blood and rasped out, "Oh, my followers, I have inherited the god's power." He thrust his sword forward and cried out in refusal, I will become the god of the new age." Galfredik did not hesitate. With one hand he gripped the blade. With a light squeeze he snapped the sword clean in two. What the hell? Galfredik released his hand and the shards clattered down. He glared at Lujets mockingly. Where did that monster power go? He was too astonished for words. This guy, was he really that strong? Just then someone landed by the two of them. Galfredik glanced that way and said, "Master, please give the order." Eugene mouthed the command, "Leave no one alive, kill them all for me." Only then did Lujets show real panic. Damn it. He fled in haste, but Galfredik gave chase hot on his heels. Galfredik still couldn't believe what had happened. This can't be, it's impossible. The goal was right within reach. Galfredik quickly blocked his escape route. He cracked his knuckles and smiled challengingly. "Where do you think you're rushing off to? Duke Lujets, you must pay for mocking me." Lujets forced a laugh, ha ha. As expected, neither you nor that Eugene are human. Amid the village engulfed in flames, desperate screams rang out. Damn those filthy monsters. At last, the knight's nightmare ended, and Lujets's crimes spread across the Evergrow territory. The village lay heavily damaged after the battle, but the sea of fire had been extinguished. The next day, amid the villagers' cheers, Eugene became the territory's savior. Flowers were laid along every street he walked. Galfredik couldn't contain his joy, but aside from all that fuss, it didn't matter. He looked toward him. Just having Galfredik return to him alive, that alone was more than enough. Sunlight poured through the window into the room. Miriam grabbed Galfredik's head and sobbed. "You nitwit, do you know I'm dying here? I was worried they'd roast you like orc kebabs, you know." He pointed at it in confusion. "Hey, what is this? Who do you think you are?" Eugene feigned surprise. "Oh, seeing me for the first time." He casually said, "He's the one following me." Miriam was annoyed. "That's your introduction, Sir Eugene, that's a bit much." Then it fluttered up a bit and ceremoniously introduced itself. I'm not that person. I'm the great water spirit Cyranoa. It's a bit hazy, but I can see you." Miriam was so excited she couldn't stop talking. By the way, as the first contract holder of his, those who come after you should be ready to be my juniors. Before she finished, Eugene suddenly grabbed her. He explained it's annoying to talk a lot, but somewhat useful. Humans normally can't see you, but maybe because you've been by my side so long you can. Eugene looked at Galfredik and stressed, especially since you've become my subordinate now. He instructed Galfredik, from now on you may only drink animal blood. I only need monster blood a few times a month. What about you? He stared at his hands thoughtfully. So this is vampire life? Galfredik suddenly asked. So I have to avoid sunlight now too? Miriam pointed and warned. Of course, you're a vampire now. Do you want to be burned to dust? But he ignored her and suddenly bolted outside. Let me try it out a bit, he said. Miriam cried out in alarm. Ah, you fool. Do you know how hard Sir Eugene worked to avoid the sun? Miriam was terrified, while Eugene suddenly stared in astonishment. Under the sunlight, Galfredik seemed completely fine. He shrugged casually. See, nothing happened. Eugene also found it hard to believe. What on earth was going on? Cyranoa, however, remained calm. He is a primal vampire, after all. She explained that burning in sunlight only applies to ordinary vampires. Primal vampires are a noble species above all, so strolling in daylight is no problem. Lord Galfredik is of the primal lineage, so of course he'll be fine. Hearing this, he stepped outside to try it. In the sunlight, he lowered his protective layer, exposing the skin of his hand, but nothing happened. Eugene couldn't help being surprised. Truly, nothing happened. He mocked himself. All this time I suffered for nothing. Galfredik suddenly threw an arm around Eugene's shoulders, smiling brightly. What did you tell me before? Fairy race. He teased. Now I know the real reason. The reason you always wore a hood in the sun and declined all my sparring invitations. He explained, that was the best solution I could manage at the time. Galfredik added, so now you have no excuse to refuse. I expect to learn much from you going forward. For some reason he couldn't say Eugene's name properly. Galfredik tried again, but Cyranoa reminded him, you must no longer call him by his name. From now on you must call him Master. He froze. What? Why? Cyranoa insisted because he is now part of Eugene's clan. Galfredik objected. What kind of rule is that? Before being of the clan we were close friends. Cyranoa shrugged. It's useless to argue with me. She continued. That night during the battle, after Eugene bit Galfredik's neck to revive him, he declared plainly that Galfredik was no longer human. Eugene affirmed that it was the only way to save him. He also warned that from now on his life would be full of restrictions and dangers. Sometimes death might be a kinder fate. He dared not meet Galfredik's eyes. Eugene turned away. If you feel betrayed, you don't have to follow me. Saving you was only a whim of mine. Galfredik was stunned for a few seconds, trying to process what had happened. The moment Eugene walked away, he suddenly called out, that sounds a bit hurtful, you know, friend. Galfredik forced himself to stand and spoke honestly. Whether you're human or not doesn't matter. What matters is I'm quite pleased with you, and the truth is someone like you saved my life. Eugene stopped and glanced at him. Galfredik smiled brightly as if accepting everything. Do you think I'm so ungrateful that I'd be saved and not repay the debt? A clan fine by me, he declared firmly. I will follow you for life. Back to the present, Galfredik and Cyranoa were still bickering loudly, but forbidding him to call his friend by name was ridiculous. He was exasperated. It's fine. Why even tell me that? Eugene curled a smile inwardly, thinking, should I sew that mouth shut so it stops talking? He suddenly remembered something and halted the argument. Ah, right. Galfredik looked at him questioningly. Master, where are the guy with the yellow mushroom hat and pardek? Eugene glanced mysteriously in one direction and replied, I've assigned them a secret mission. I don't know if they've finished yet. Jevin briefly summarized the letter's contents for Eugene. The St. Lagran Holy Abbey sent a letter of thanks to Lord Eugene. They said that thanks to him they had rooted out a heretical force within the abbey. He added that the temple knights had used prohibited anti-demon crystals to amplify their powers, and were expanding the heretical influence. When he arrived, he shouted for them to stand still. At that time, Lord Eugene discovered the truth and had mercenaries arrest them. Eugene no longer wanted to hear platitudes. As far as I know, temple knights act on the will of a god. Their voluntary participation in purging the labyrinth is truly suspicious. He further analyzed, given the rumors of the apocalypse spreading across the territory, which gods will drove them to voluntarily join the purge team. He appeared helpless. The St. Lagran Holy Abbey is patronized by the Evergrow family and run on deeply devout faith. Had this impious force not been discovered in time, my family's honor would likely have been severely tarnished. At the same time, Lujets expressed the Evergrow family's thanks to Lord Eugene. The respect the territory's people held for Eugene was soaring. He also hoped that Eugene would accept their praise and hospitality. Eugene immediately refused, saying it was an honor to help people. "Then allow us to take our leave," Lujates called. And he sends his congratulations that Lord Galfredic has returned safely. "It's good that your companions are unharmed." Right after his team departed and disappeared from sight, Jevin wore a sullen expression. It was unclear what he was contemplating. At the tavern, the comrades were excited, congratulating Lord Galfredic on his return. They chatted happily. The rumors about his survival had been dire. "We thought you'd never come back." He was thrilled. "Thanks to you all I can return safely." Galfredic made sure to mention that his safe return was mostly thanks to his master. They grew even more enthusiastic. "So is today the day we declare Lord Eugene as master? Please let us honor him as our lord." But Eugene flatly refused. "I decline." They were hurt he was so blunt. Meanwhile, he was secretly pleased. The ale tasted bland. Truly, the tongue of a vampire is different. Rabin then noticed something. "By the way, Lord Galfredic, your eye color is different than before. Did something happen in the labyrinth?" The question made Galfredic pause for a beat. Then he suddenly grabbed Rabin. "This mushroom head, so you followed Pardek to sweep out that abbey this time, right? Maybe Pardek praised you too much." Rabin protested. "Don't underestimate me, I'm a proper mercenary now." He teased, "A proper mercenary, Brown Hair also joined the conversation, admitting that Eugene exposing the abbey's true face was truly astonishing. "When reporting it, I saw Jevin looked very surprised too." He chuckled faintly and asked, "Oh, I wonder what Jevin was surprised about. Do you think the abbey sincerely sent us a thank you letter?" Brown Hair was shocked. "Do you mean Lujates was turned into a sacrificial offering?" Eugene revealed that, strictly speaking, it was because I let things play out that way. "I only ordered you to deal with the temple knights. I never told you to touch the abbey's head." He added that if we wiped out the entire abbey and damaged the Evergrove family's honor, they'd seize on our meddling as an excuse to make trouble. But if I left them a way out, from their standpoint, the family could settle it by sacrificing only Lujates. Brown Hair was even more astonished. "If that's the case, then the only one who would act is Jevin himself." Having said that, Eugene called Pardek, and he answered immediately. He instructed that perhaps tonight we must leave the Evergrove territory at once, and told them to be extremely discreet. In a certain forest, a group of people rode horses at breakneck speed. The band of mercenaries looked like they were in a great hurry. Rabin screamed in fear. "Big Brother Glard, we're surrounded. What do we do?" Glard warned. "Rabin, pull yourself together." The assassin watched, mounted on a black steed and cloaked in black leather. He was Eugene. He brooded with resentment. Even if Lujates were a criminal, he was a favored territory knight of Lord Jevin. Jevin had been deeply pained that he couldn't punish him personally because Lujates died at Galfredic's hands. He inferred silently that this was not only a deception against Jevin, but also an affront to his honor. Fueled by hatred and determination to demand justice, he vowed, "I'll shred that pretty face of yours." When he got a clear look at the other's face, Yan Eugene, he froze, thinking of the beautiful Zai. While he was distracted, Eugene struck and killed him from behind. Immediately he ordered, "Stop right now." The horses halted abruptly and crashed forward. The opponents realized they had been ambushed. They cursed angrily, "Damn it." Excully immediately ordered, "Fall back and regroup at the rear." However, he was blocked by you. "See where you think you're running off to." At that moment, loud laughter rang out. "You're the ones surrounded, actually." They had rounded up the group of assassins and told them to stay put. Galfredic, full of admiration, said, "Brilliant tactics, my lord. Your swordplay is tighter now," and added curiously, "Indeed, with a real sword on horseback, using the blade to brace is the most sensible approach." "When did you learn that?" He replied nonchalantly, "Learned from you, of course," surprised. "Then when did I teach you?" he asked awkwardly. Eugene reflected that this wasn't entirely untrue. He recalled that moment when he had transfused his blood into the other's body, and all the combat skills and experience Galfredic had accumulated were transmitted into his mind. A strange thing happened. At the same time, a voice rang in his ear. "The clan belongs to the sovereign," it said. Until now, he still didn't know whose voice it was. He always wondered, is it auditory hallucination or divine will from above? Then the voice spoke. "Lord Galfredic, after insulting Lord Jevin, are you still so impertinent?" Excully angrily denounced him. Ungrateful to the one who intended to nominate him as a territory knight. Weak and nearly dead in the dungeon, and now you throw all the blame onto Lujates. Galfredic lost his patience. "Chatterbox, you're too noisy." He then pretended to recognize an acquaintance. "So Excully is still alive, huh?" He annoyedly drew his sword. "Surely you're all prepared to die, right? I'll let only one of you live." You hurriedly pleaded, "Wait, master, don't do that. Treat them as prisoners instead." Eugene asked suspiciously, "Prisoners?" Galfredic explained. Respecting the honor of an enemy who fought bravely is an old custom. But the main point he wanted to make was more important. If we demand ransom. Galfredic's eyes lit up with delight. We could earn a fortune. Still, he refused to let them go unpunished. So long as their limbs stay intact, that's enough, the blank-faced one asked. Huh. Then it's a deal. I won't touch their joints. Then cries of begging rang out. I was wrong. Afterward, though battered and wounded, he wore a cheerful smile. Hooray. Pritzella greeted them warmly. Lord Eugene, can we really stay here? It's the first time I've seen prisoners treated so well. Don't worry, Lord Eugene, we can cover accommodation costs like this. He nodded. Very well. At the same time, Eugene suggested, as for the rest, just extort ransom from Lord Jevin. They may look ordinary, but they're all territory knights and worth a lot. She was surprised. Lord Jevin, the eldest son of the Evergrove family. He also requested, also, I'd like you to repair this armor. Pritzella marveled that even dragon teeth couldn't pierce it, yet a simple iron bar had gone right through. She agreed at once. I'll fix it up solidly for you. Eugene proposed, while you're at it, make a new set of armor for Galfredic. Galfredic beamed. Does my lord have one for me too? He replied coldly, of course. You're mine now, keep up some dignity, you'll be happier. Truly, it was right for my master to follow you. Truly, it was right for my master to follow you. Pritzella tacitly admitted that her judgment of people hadn't been wrong. She hadn't expected him to recruit the famed knight Galfredic. Her mind began calculating. He always brings back tons of items and several sets of armor. Why be stingy about offering VIP discounts to customers? Pritzella thought to herself that with this level of strength, it was certain. On that basis, she probed, Lord Eugene, if you don't mind, where do you plan to go next? Eugene did not hide it. For now, I intend to continue clearing the higher-level areas of the dungeon. Just as she hoped, Pritzella proposed. To do big things, you need more money. I know an interesting playground. What do you think, Lord Eugene? He seemed quite interested in the idea. Jevin angrily slammed his hand on the table. Damn it. He flew into a rage and cursed. One after another, none of them could do anything right. They're called knights of the Evergrove family, yet couldn't handle a single knight, and even had him captured as a prisoner. Jevin remembered Eugene and glared. Though he knew him stronger than Lujates, he hadn't expected it to be this extreme. He stared off, pondering, are we just going to let this go? Spare the one who dared kill a knight on our territory. Then Jevin looked down at the ground as if he realized something. He looked at the map on the ground and thought, wait a moment. Jevin hastily grabbed the map to examine it, remembering he had come here through an introduction from the Palin Trade Guild. So the next destination must be a devil's den contracted with the Palin Guild. He studied it intently. The den still had a contract with the Trade Guild. At once Jevin smiled triumphantly. Clearly, he now knew where they would go. He had spotted a location on the map. The Philia ruins on the Kalspigen Peninsula. Outside, the ship was cutting through the water when a voice called out, Master, have you heard? They say on the Kalspigen Peninsula, the influence of the Central Kaler Church is virtually non-existent. Galfredic turned and asked, Marquis Archibald, the man who once unified that peninsula, was a fanatic. I've heard he was deposed for tyrannical rule, right? So the situation there is very chaotic. But Eugene asked in surprise, really. Galfredic eagerly said, as soon as the Marquisate collapsed, the Bishop of Kalspigen fled and lost the people's trust. Eugene replied coldly, that's good news. Galfredic chuckled with satisfaction. Heh, isn't it? Mirian hurriedly flew over, pointing and shouting, Master. Master, he's panicking and shouting. The mage here is about to die. Cyranoa was kneeling and repeatedly retching. Galfredic exclaimed in surprise, well. He stepped forward, making a grimace. Seasickness this bad, why not stay on land and not come along? Cyranoa propped himself up with trembling hands and forced himself to stand. He tried to explain with a pale face, I believe the blood image sex magic will greatly aid the noble primal. Galfredic snapped irritably, state your true purpose, you sly fellow. Cyranoa answered at once, I need many high-grade common monster reagents to create a chimera. He raised his hand and proclaimed that researching and creating his own chimera was the sect's mission and ultimate goal. Then, adopting a performative tone, he thumped his chest and said, but my desire to help Lord Eugene is sincere. I swear it on the honor of my sect and its magic. Eugene sighed. Smells suspicious, Galfredic recounted, Master. This one begs you not to abandon him. Cyranoa asked anxiously, if we talk about motives, what about that spirit? A spirit making a pact with a vampire. Eugene paid little attention, thinking of gold coins. Earn money while traveling, why not? He turned to Mirian and asked, the spirit likes money too? It immediately retorted, "If you want a curse, give the gold first and then curse." Galfredic laughed and told Eugene, surely everyone has their own reasons for traveling together, not just because they all recognize the master's greatness. He looked at the people before him and said, those mercenaries probably joined because of the master as well. They're testing their strength. Come on, give it your all. The onlookers were enthusiastic, constantly cheering, pushing against the little one. The brown-haired man laughed confidently, "Ha ha, I can switch to using my fingers now. You blonde one are struggling to resist to the end." Huh. Galfredic asked puzzledly, speaking of which, what exactly is the master's goal? I don't think I've ever heard you state it seriously. Hearing the question, Eugene reflected. Goals, my goals are only two things. His red-rimmed eyes grew contemplative. Memories and resolve surfacing. Eugene recalled terrifying memories. I must recover all my memories to know what I once was, and use the crimson demon stone to become stronger so I won't die a miserable death as in my past life. Another persona of his emerged, especially the holy knight who killed him and the central church of the kingdom of Kalar. They relentlessly purge vampires, so we must never let our guard down. Galfredic saw Eugene's troubled expression, and suddenly fell into a somber mood himself. But then he laughed and spoke to break the silence. If you don't want to say, you don't have to. Actually, the master's purpose doesn't matter. In any case, I've got a new life thanks to the master. Galfredic laughed cheerfully. I'm sure many interesting things will happen. Heh heh. Something to look forward to, Eugene said, surprised. Didn't you want fame and fortune? Then he spoke in one breath, this is fame. As a knight you seek honor in battle and to enjoy sunlight while traveling like this. What could be better? If I were dead, I wouldn't have this brilliant voyage. I'd probably be drifting on a dark nether river. Finally, Galfredic concluded, thank you once again, master. He grinned with eyes narrowed. My master's goals are my goals too, so give your orders. Wherever and whatever it is, I'll stand by you. Eugene said nothing, only glancing at Galfredic, who was chatting cheerfully beside him. Mirian flew in from somewhere, happily saying, Eugene, Lord Eugene, I do love gold, but being by your side is much better. It excitedly added, but we'll still keep collecting gold to build that golden castle, right? Right. Cyranoa raised a hand and said, I'll help within my abilities too. Those behind cheered enthusiastically. Us too. Loyalty can't be bought with money. Cyranoa immediately bowed sadly and pleaded, then please give me a few more monster byproducts. Eugene replied, that depends on how much you contribute. He, listless and dejected, said, I'll do my best. Eugene sighed. Though troublesome, it seemed the number of people needing protection was growing. But then his troubled eyes narrowed, yet it's strange. Unconsciously, Eugene smiled faintly. This nuisance felt rather pleasant. A fine morning at the port city of Mopern, on the Calspigian Peninsula. Baran arrived with a few soldiers to introduce himself. Greetings, Lord Eugene. I was sent by the Mopern branch director of the Palin Trade Guild to receive you. I'm Baran, captain of the mercenary escort guiding the way to the baronial territory of Beagalan. He asked, since the schedule is tight, may I take you immediately? Eugene replied decisively, yes, do so. And so they set out together. The barony of Beagalan is one of the few places on the Calspigian Peninsula where devil dens operate properly. Baran explained everything. In recent months, it's been so difficult they haven't even managed to hunt a mid-rank monster. Eugene tensely asked, is it because of the wyverns? He confirmed, exactly. The terrifying monsters appeared in Baran's account. They're cunning enough to attack at any hour to disrupt punitive expeditions. They command harpies to weaken forces before striking directly. As Eugene listened, he pondered, indeed they're high-rank monsters. Perhaps this is an opportunity to obtain a crimson demon stone. Baran cautiously advised that if they meet bandits, it's best to pay a passage fee to avoid trouble. Eugene wondered, what do wyverns have to do with bandits? He put on a stern face and awkwardly said, that was what Baran remembered being told by that old man. This is the knight sent by Deputy Branch Prychella. Do not be rude, understood. Baran then warily worried that you can't just assume someone is a pampered noble at first glance. If they die to bandits before arrival, it'll be a big mess. He looked at Galfredic. That knight seemed strong, but Eugene looked like the typical nobleman who leans on others to gain fame. Baran immediately added, because Lord Eugene's goal is to subdue devil dens, not eliminate bandits. This master doesn't seem very trustworthy. Eugene then ordered his horse to turn around, and quietly, slowly rode deep into the forest. Eugene turned back and commanded Galfredic harm. Galfredic lunged forward and replied, here, my lord. Baran exclaimed in shock, huh? Immediately Eugene raised the spear he held, aiming to strike something. He forcefully hurled the spear straight toward the people ahead of him. Those people stood dumbfounded and panicked. Fate, a black-cloaked man ground his teeth in anger. Damn it, we've been exposed. Attack. Yawning, the strangers quickly surrounded the front. Baran ground his teeth in anger. An ambush. How could Eugene possibly detect it when there wasn't a hint of presence? Eugene spurred his horse forward and signaled, Baran, you must not leave your post guarding the carriage. Baran panicked and shouted, intending to stop him. Wait, Lord Eugene, he said anxiously. Just pay the toll. Causing a disturbance will only put you in needless danger. Hearing that, Eugene looked annoyed, glanced once and dismissed him. You're worrying too much, he called out immediately. Let's go, Galfredic. Galfredic nimbly urged his horse to follow. Understood. Baran drew his sword. Damn it. I had a bad feeling from the start, just as I thought. He watched Eugene's retreating figure and cursed under his breath. This irresponsible, arrogant noble. Eugene gripped his sword grimly and said that just by the material you could tell it was a high-grade weapon. He turned to the lowly men and demanded loudly, how did you come by this? They fell to their knees. The leader honestly confessed, we took it from the braggart who stole from the Fairchild family. Take it all, please spare my life. The entire group begged desperately for their lives, offering to be slaves if spared. Eugene's group glared in disgust. Eugene looked at the ringleader and replied, but including the others outside, there are too many. Feeding them will cost a lot. He immediately blurted out in panic, it's fine, I'm not hungry, just give us water. Baran, seeing Eugene's cold face, thought inwardly, unbelievable. Baran recalled in disbelief, to have swept away a bandit gang that once terrorized the village in just 2 days. No wonder this is the person sent directly by Deputy Branch of the Palin Trade Guild. The ringleader had been brash, but now he sobbed and begged for mercy. Baran frowned and sighed. In the village he was so arrogant, yet now he kneels so easily. Eugene finally spoke. Very well, our schedule is delayed, let's go. His companions flushed slightly. At that moment another man rushed over in a panic and asked, wait, Lord Eugene, what will you do about the remnants of the bandits? Eugene asked confusedly what he meant. He and some villagers spoke in distress, aren't you here to protect us? We just assumed that was the case. Eugene looked at them, a little helpless, and pressed his lips together. Just then Galfredic ran up, threw an arm around Eugene's shoulder and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, it's clear they want to hail our master as lord of this village. Eugene replied in confusion, what? Then all the villagers present cried out together, our village needs a righteous person like Lord Eugene. Please, sir. Baran, watching Eugene's retreating back, suddenly snapped to attention. Wait, didn't he already deal with all the bandits on the way here? Suddenly he realized something. This was an opportunity to live under the banner of an outstanding knight. Baran then ran to call out, Lord Eugene, what will you do? May I say something? Baran looked at the kneeling bandits and said, the gang you just defeated is notorious in the region, but most were killed by you or captured as slaves. Eugene, wanting to hear more, asked, and then? He went on to explain that the village and surrounding area are free of trolls and fierce beasts. If you wish, you could become the lord immediately. At that moment the spirit Miriam, perched on his shoulder, was also startled and whispered advice in his ear. Master, become the lord, go, it urged, glancing seriously at Eugene. He pondered the matter. Power and status aren't bad. They're an invisible strength useful for restraining the central church. But with the crimson demonstone, would the lordship be worth diverting resources to seek it? Then he suddenly glanced toward the noise. Outside someone burst the door open in a panic and shouted, Lord Eugene, you're in danger. That man ran inside to report. The bandits we captured as slaves have stolen horses and escaped. He summarized the situation, saying it seems a few of them hid metal scraps in their mouths to cut the ropes. The man, out of breath, continued that because they attacked en masse, Rabin was injured while bringing food. Wah, avenge me. Everyone immediately looked expectantly at Eugene. Will you pursue them? He replied softly, I'm thinking. Eugene turned to question the man. Pardek, are you hurt too? Pardek, startled, answered, it's nothing, just a light wound on the back of my hand. Pardek said most of the blood was Rabin's. Eugene angrily shouted, how dare you? Just bandits and you harmed my mercenary. Eugene stormed off, cursing as he went. The others were stunned. He vowed not to let them live. What is this sudden change in temperature? Am I hallucinating? Galfredic chased after him, calling out, Master, I'm ready too. He only smiled and instructed. You stay to defend the village and tell the village chief that I accept the offer to become lord and treat the wounded. Galfredic followed him delightedly and replied, oh, I understand. Master, I mean you'll be called lord now, right? Eugene left Galfredic behind and went alone, secretly determined to root out the weeds completely. In another town, the scene was chaotic. Villagers shouted, "Fire! It's burning! Bring water, hurry!" A composed group stood outside watching the blaze and chatted. When we were captured, I heard they planned to go to the Philia ruins to hunt wyverns. They sat leisurely on horseback, throwing torches into the small town, making it burn down further. They came from Marin, so they'll leave after hunting, or die at the hands of wyverns. The brutal man sneered and declared that once the Black Knight leaves, Paranin will seize this place. When he saw the group, he shouted, "Stop!" The rough man spurred his horse to the group and shouted, "Who are you? You are the ones who set the church on fire, aren't you?" One of the villagers carrying water to douse the flames angrily retorted, "Thanks to that Black Knight killing some bandits, it's easier to breathe here now, isn't it?" "What did you say?" The rough man drew his sword and declared, "From now on we are your masters." Huh. He hacked wildly, slaughtering villagers and screaming madly, "I'll take the heads of those who annoy me from now on." People screamed in pain, no. The villains cheered with glee. "If we seize the silver mine on that mountain, we're set." Just then Eugene appeared, furious. "A silver mine? No wonder Karlsbegin is in chaos, no wonder banditry runs rampant." The rough men's group attacked, panicked, and screamed, "Ah, it's the Black Knight." Eugene walked through the stinking puddles of blood, roaring as he advanced. "You leave blood behind and flee, and that's all you can do? Is this your level?" Eugene lowered his gaze slightly and said, "Utterly stupid, beyond help." The men panicked and scattered, screaming, "Ah, why did you come here? Get him, you dog." One bandit who had been arrogant earlier now knelt in pain, begging, "Forgive me once more. This time I truly surrender." But then a slicing blow came, and he could only choke, "Ugh." Eugene then swept by in a flash. That bastard's life was gone. He spared no one. Pitiful screams echoed everywhere. Ah, this monster. Eugene continued slaughtering the scoundrels without mercy. One man was struck until he spat blood, eyes bulging in horror. Swords pierced the bodies of those vile bandits with no restraint. Eugene then went up and drew his sword out of those filthy corpses. He breathed out lightly, then glanced in one direction. Far off, that town was still raging in flames. The injured villagers were still doing their utmost to extinguish the brutal blaze. Eugene stepped forward and spoke, "Do not be afraid." He introduced himself to everyone. "I am Knight Yan Eugene. The thugs who tried to seize Minton are no more." Eugene stood tall and proud, giving the whole town a sense of reassurance. He told them not to fear and to be at ease. Eugene continued, "I will protect this village." Suddenly he felt something. Oh, he slipped aside to avoid the hidden projectile from harming him. Eugene caught the concealed weapon, gritting his teeth, an arrow. He turned his eyes toward the incoming arrow, thinking to himself, toward the thicket. "Master, it feels a bit odd." Eugene stepped forward, telling himself, "From there I sense the fierce aura of a high-level monster in the cursed realm. Be careful." Then Eugene strode straight into the dark forest's fort. After going a ways into the Del Mondo woods, he observed with disdain, "Ha, this is the hunting ground I had marked." Del Mondo found the weapon the assassin left behind and sneered. "That ignorant outsider, no professional ethics." He cursed angrily, lacking even any roots or pedigree. At that moment, Eugene also arrived at the place. Del Mondo sized up Eugene, fangs bared and eyes red. Eugene swung his sword, attacking straight at him. After evading, Del Mondo arrogantly said, "Huh, another vampire. What's the surprise?" He grabbed his face and exclaimed, "Ah, since you're a rootless outsider, it's no wonder you're surprised. That's why you look so pathetic." Del Mondo slicked back his hair full of arrogance and challenged Eugene, "Come on. The cold blue blood of the No Raues Letter 1EDD clan runs in me. I, Del Mondo, command you." Del Mondo fixed a piercing stare on Eugene and ordered, "Now kneel, you mongrel outsider." After interrogating Oleg, who lay sprawled on the floor, Eugene obtained evidence that Bayagalan was the mastermind behind the ambush. The old baron broke out in a cold sweat when Eugene threatened to spread the story all across the nobility and the trade guilds. But Eugene offered an out. If he admitted his wrongdoing and agreed to negotiate, Eugene would act as if the incident had never occurred. In the end, the old man yielded, confessing that a noble named Jevin had urged him on and sparked his greed. Facing a knight who had just defeated Oleg, the baron realized that resorting to force now would be suicide. Eugene signed the contract, officially taking over several villages outside Bayagalan's domain. The baron was forced to write a document confirming Eugene's governance and to inform neighboring nobles of their new lord. On top of that, Eugene demanded compensation, 80% of the mana crystals and the spoils from the battle. Even some mercenaries who had previously served the baron now turned to serve him. As the group set off, Luke kept marveling at the enormous value of the spoils taken from the wyvern. Hearing the chatter, Eugene turned and asked the boy walking by the wagon his name. Aiden startled and hurriedly confirmed that his name was Aiden. Knowing Aiden had been a knight squire for over 3 years, Eugene began to take more interest in his potential. He assigned him the task of caring for his armor and warhorse. With a generous wage of 2 silver coins a month, Aiden was ecstatic and immediately called Eugene his master. Though still a bit nervous, Aiden risked asking Eugene a question. He wondered why someone as powerful as Eugene would want someone like him to follow. Eugene explained that thanks to the information about wyvern behavior Aiden provided, he was able to devise a perfect strategy. He admitted he had initially thought the boy might be a trap set by the Baron, which made Aiden hastily apologize. But Aiden scored points by swinging his sword at the monsters rather than aiming at him. "From now on, follow me," Eugene concluded simply, officially taking Aiden into his team. He also promised to equip him with full armor and quality weapons in preparation for upcoming battles. Moved by the favor, Aiden swore to be loyal and serve Eugene unto death. His action made the other soldiers trailing behind begin to hope for a better future as well. While they were traveling, someone came running up, breathless, to urgently report the situation. The soldier reported that the village of Robin had just been occupied by a group of strangers. Eugene coldly ordered the unit to prepare for battle, with the goal of protecting the people and eliminating the bandits. The soldiers were fired up, all voicing their support for the new lord's command. Galfredic watched the scene and laughed with satisfaction, asking Eugene what it felt like to be treated like a true king. But Eugene was far from pleased. He was annoyed because Del Mondo, the one who should have been watching the village, had vanished. Without saying much, he ordered the group to keep moving forward. The bustling city of Mofern appeared before them under a blazing sunset. A local noble respectfully welcomed Eugene and invited him to rest at his manor instead of staying in a shabby inn. Inside the manor, a lavish feast was being prepared to entertain the troops of the new lord. While enjoying the wine, the host cautioned Eugene not to make the city's people worry needlessly. That was Godedge, head of the Mofern Merchants Guild. The fat old man thought Eugene's title, Wyvern Slayer, sounded rather dangerous. He expressed concern when he saw Eugene accompanied by a band of mercenaries who had formerly been brigands. Gardai explained that the townsfolk here hate thieves deeply, and their presence could lead to unnecessary bloodshed. Hearing the fat man's slander, some of Eugene's soldiers bristled, but they restrained themselves to keep the festivities going. Eugene calmly promised it wouldn't happen, which somewhat reassured Gardai. The old man began to boast that his manor was the finest in Mofern, and promised to give Eugene a proper feast. However, he still ground his teeth and warned Eugene to keep strict control over his men. Eugene's soldiers grew hot under the collar at Gardai's arrogance, but one of them stopped the others for fear of causing trouble for their lord. Unaware of his rudeness, Gardai pressed to know whether the manager of the Paylin trading branch had revealed anything about Eugene's true background. Eugene replied coldly, asserting that he was the one governing 3 large villages, Paranin, Minton, and Ronan. Gardai was stunned by the surprise, and Eugene added a taunting question about why he had been chosen to receive him. A real shock hit the fat man. Gardai paled as he realized the person he had looked down on was about to become a powerful lord. He began to sweat profusely as he recalled the scale of the villages Eugene had mentioned. Now he understood why Arno had been slaving away instead of enjoying the feast. Apparently, the Paylin Trading Guild had already sniffed out this gold mine. Gardai's attitude flipped 180 degrees. He bowed humbly and apologized for his rudeness before knowing Eugene's true standing. Eugene simply replied that it was fine, since he himself had never planned to become a lord in the first place. Seeing Gardai's eager expression, Eugene fully understood the schemes brewing in that calculating mind. The fat man hurriedly offered to provide the finest talents from the Mofern Merchants Guild to help Eugene manage his new domain. Seeing Eugene appear to agree, he beamed and invited him to help himself to all the delicious dishes on the table. Across the table, Galfredic joined in, mentioning that the Paylin Guild was already preparing to send people to assist. The banquet's atmosphere grew rowdier with laughter as the soldiers vied to retell their exploits against the wyvern. They took pride in having slain hundreds of harpies without a single casualty, a victory almost unbelievable. Everyone agreed that without Eugene's brilliant command, they would not have achieved the glory they enjoyed today. Galfredic sprang to his feet, raised his glass, and urged everyone to toast to future victories under the new lord's banner. Cheers of "Long live Eugene" echoed through the room as all displayed fervent loyalty. Amid the noise, Eugene remained pensive. The little fairy Mirian hovered nearby as if honoring her future demon king. Night fell and the manor sank into silence, but Eugene still felt regret at not finding a single red mana crystal. In his private room, he pressed Mirian about whether she had missed anything when examining the monster corpses, but the little fairy insisted she had seen nothing. Seeing Mirian tired and wanting to sleep, Eugene gently told her to rest. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. A subordinate reported someone wanted to see him, even though Eugene had ordered no visitors at this hour. But when he heard the secret code phrase, red and cold blood of Nofris, from beyond the door, Eugene froze. He immediately recognized Del Mongdo, his cousin who was supposed to be guarding the old village, which shocked him greatly. Without hesitating a second, Eugene ordered the person outside to open the door for the visitor. The door opened, and Del Mongdo entered in a state of panic, his clothes disheveled and his face full of fear. Seeing his kinsman, Eugene greeted him in a low, sorrowful voice. He realized Del Mongdo must have endured a long and arduous journey to get there. Del Mongdo trembled as he returned the greeting. His sudden appearance signaled a major crisis had struck the Nofris family. Eugene stepped inside and told the gatekeeper that those accompanying him would follow after. The golden door closed, leaving Del Mondo and Eugene in the great hall. Upon entering, Del Mondo fell to his knees, humbly declaring himself unworthy and respectfully greeting Lord Eugene. Eugene stood towering, coldly reproaching Del Mondo for his failure in allowing most of the villages to be attacked. Del Mondo trembled and confessed his wounds were too severe to complete the mission, then bowed his head and begged for punishment. Watching his remorseful subordinate, Eugene wondered whether this vampire had any skills besides worrying about his own life. Del Mondo hurriedly explained that besides fighting he could read and write, do calculations, and was fluent in 4 languages. He revealed another shocking secret. When he was human, he had served as a personnel officer for the Roman Empire. Seeing potential use, Eugene reached out and promised forgiveness if he performed well on the upcoming duties. Given the chance, Del Mondo was so delighted his fangs showed as he eagerly asked what he could do. Shortly after, Eugene introduced him to the partners as his cousin, who would help manage the estate. Dressed elegantly, Del Mondo bowed politely, prompting the fat Palin merchant to exclaim in admiration. The merchant chuckled, saying he was worthy of being Eugene's relative. But Del Mondo immediately barked at the merchant for daring to compare him to his lord. He likened Eugene to a brilliant moon, while calling himself a tiny firefly not worth mentioning. The merchant nodded, thinking to himself that Eugene not only commanded well, but also had a keen eye for people. He regretted not having met a talent like Del Mondo earlier for business cooperation. Then he eagerly asked whether Eugene planned to expand his territory further. Instead of going to Marin as planned, he suggested Eugene set his sights on Mount Nader at the border. He revealed there were extremely valuable silver mines there, prompting even Sylph to exclaim in astonishment. Sensing money, Eugene propped his chin and signaled the merchant to tell the details. Scene shifts to Leah, who was showing Eugene a fiercely designed dragon emblem. The lines were so sharp that Eugene had to admit Leah drew as beautifully as a professional artist. Leah grinned smugly, saying people usually think of bats when they think of vampires, but dragons truly command authority. Eugene nodded, praising the piece as if crafted by a true artisan. Flattered, Leah was thrilled, secretly thinking that following Eugene as a personal mage wouldn't be bad. But then she snapped back to reality, realizing she'd been playing and had neglected her research for a whole month. Leah began calculating and demanded Eugene give her a fair share of the spoils so she could cover her expenses. Eugene generously agreed she could take whatever she wanted, making Leah jump up delightedly to thank him. Incidentally, he asked whether Leah knew anything about alchemy. Leah confidently replied that it was a basic discipline every chimera researching mage must master to handle minerals. Eugene revealed he was about to seize a silver mine and needed someone who knew how to refine the ore. Hearing silver mine, Leah excitedly slammed the table with a bang and demanded to build a laboratory at Marin immediately. She insisted that mages were far better at separating silver than those dwarf artisans. Sylph hovered around teasing Leah as a capitalist soul for lighting up at the sight of money. Leah scoffed and denied it, saying she needed funds only to serve her noble research. She went on to nag about how important silver was in metallurgical circles to persuade Eugene. For Leah, her faction's techniques were top-notch. She was ready to give her all if he entrusted the job to her. Seeing her over-enthusiasm, Eugene reluctantly nodded and let her handle the silver refining. Eugene ordered Leah to take the spoils back to Marin first. He would assign soldiers to escort her carefully. After sending Leah off, Eugene told Sylph to prepare to join him on the journey toward the silver mine. Their destination was Mount Nader, land that had belonged to the youngest Archibald's son before falling into the hands of brigands. The flashback began with the youngest son's death years earlier, leaving a power vacuum. Eugene wondered how the Archibalds could have neglected such valuable silver mines. The fat merchant explained that they likely lacked the manpower and funds at the time to maintain them. The Archibald household had been in utter chaos internally, factions fighting for position after the Baron's overthrow. Brigands seized the opportunity to take the silver mines and proclaimed themselves local lords beyond their means. The whole Karlsbygden region sank into trouble, disrupting trade and plunging the people into misery. The merchant looked at Eugene with hopeful eyes, saying his arrival was truly a salvation. Eugene rode into the village to warm cheers. The people rejoiced at finally being able to live in peace. Thanks to the noble certification, his status was now fully legitimate in everyone's eyes. Bouquets of fresh flowers were presented, and the merchant affirmed that Eugene's retaking of the mine was entirely deserved. He also promised to provide whatever resources were necessary to develop and sustain the mine's operations. A flag bearing the dragon emblem proudly flew from the rooftop, marking a hopeful new beginning. Eugene looked at the flag, quietly acknowledging that Del Mondo had acted quickly to raise it early. Kyle and the soldiers trailing behind could not help but be surprised by the villagers' warm reception. The red-haired man felt this atmosphere was entirely different from when they had gone to seize lands before. Kyle was certain that once they held the silver mine, Lord Eugene would soon become one of the wealthiest lords. Another soldier teased, causing Kyle to hastily clamp his teammate's mouth shut. Kyle affirmed he had no personal ambitions anymore. Now he only wanted to fight wholeheartedly for Lord Eugene. He laughed, saying that if he tried to claim it himself, someone would surely snatch it away soon enough. For the Archibald line would never allow any outsider to touch their assets. The harsh reality was that only those who held power, fame, and armies could truly be masters. Eugene's gaze was cold. He understood clearly that he possessed all the necessary elements. Kyle looked at his lord with admiration, convinced that in the past he must have been a person of great renown. While his men praised him, Eugene was silent, lost in thoughts as memories gradually surfaced. When the second tattoo faded, fragments of memories about unknown figures began flashing through his mind. They might be vampires or primordial beings, but Eugene sensed no hostility among them. Whatever the past, he still had to be wary of the power of the church and the Paladin Knights. The army approached the foot of Mount Nader under cover of night. Eugene resolved to accumulate both wealth and political power. He ordered the scouts to set out and reconnoiter, vowing never to be ambushed again. His eyes fixed determinedly on the silver mine, ready to sweep away the brigands and reclaim what was his. Rain lashed the night. The forest was filled only with the sound of heavy rain. In one corner of the camp, someone still called for another mug of beer. The whole camp was shrouded in night and storm. Horses stood resigned, and the soldiers were ordered to be ready but absolutely forbidden to touch the alcohol. Byrne looked up and complained that with the sky still crying after sunset, there was no way business could go well. He wondered how they would act in these conditions. The innkeeper laughed and said he'd give beer if Byrne got permission from Lord Eugene. An old soldier nearby only clicked his tongue in regret. Outside the main tent, the atmosphere was tense. The soldiers murmured about Anton, who had volunteered to scout but had not returned. They began to suspect he had betrayed them or been captured or killed. Inside the tent, Galfredic reported the situation. The bandits occupying the silver mine were called Bommand and the Hounds, numbering fewer than 50. Their leader, Bommand, had been a mercenary captain. Byrne added that Bommand had killed the owner and rallied the brigands under his banner. He was skilled at setting traps, so the mine area was certainly a dangerous maze. After hearing this, Eugene only nodded slightly to show he understood. He decided not to wait any longer and would set out to find Anton immediately. Byrne worried because the heavy rain would make the mine's traps harder to deal with. But Eugene calmly asked about Anton's true nature. Byrne affirmed that though a thief, Anton was not as despicable as the others. He had sworn loyalty and always strived to earn Eugene's recognition. Eugene decided that only he and Galfredic would go, the rest staying behind to wait for a signal. The decision surprised the whole unit. Byrne moved to object, but Galfredic smiled to reassure him. He could only submit to the order. Eugene entrusted those remaining with digging drainage ditches and strengthening camp security. The team responded in unison with a loud assent. Looking at the map, Eugene thought to himself that the weak would be forgotten after death. But if they were his, he would remember and avenge them. The scene shifted to a captured brigand, bruised and tear-streaked. Eugene leaned close to his ear and told Galfredic not to cut out his tongue so he could still give information. Galfredic exuded an intimidating pressure as he questioned him about the leader Bommand and a black-haired man with a scarred face named Andry. The captive could only tremble and nod. Eugene coldly asked whether they had killed Anton. The brigand could only stammer in overwhelming fear. Deep within the silver mine, flickering firelight illuminated vicious faces. They were talking about some man named Andrew. The brigands seemed discontent. Instead of dreaming of knighthood, they wanted to seize the silver mine for themselves. This hoard of silver was what truly mattered. Another boss told his men to think bigger. Being knighted would change their standing entirely. But the argument was cut short by a strange noise. Suddenly, a brilliant blue surge of energy tore through the night. The bandits panicked, shouting about an ambush, but none could react in time. Screams echoed throughout the mine. The bandits scrambled to light lamps, but found only darkness and pitiful cries for help. One robber screamed in terror at the sight of a monster. He yelled to open the door, but it seemed too late. The silhouette of someone being brutally attacked appeared. Heartrending screams rang out in the cramped space. The brigand's face twisted in horror. He called out his boss's name in desperation. Inside the mine, the bandits scrambled to take defensive positions. One panicked and asked if it was an ogre, but another brushed it off. There were no ogres on this mountain. Their leader, Bommand, hooded and wearing mail, screamed orders for his men to run. He bellowed that in this weather, where could they possibly flee? With a crash, the thick wooden door was smashed to splinters. Dust and smoke filled the air. The impact hurled nearby bandits aside. Shouts rang out as earth, rocks, and wooden debris fell upon them. Eugene stepped in with a casual air as if on a stroll. He complained the mine felt a bit too stuffy. Galfredic followed closely behind, radiating deadly intent. The bandits were stunned to see a human, not a monster, had burst in. They looked at one another in baffled suspicion. Bommand quickly regained his composure, pointed, and shouted orders for the lot to charge and kill the intruder. Eugene raised his hand. A whirl of water began to form. He stared coldly at the rushing bandits. A tiny sprite appeared within the radiant magic. The water energy erupted, ready to sweep away anything in its path. Ribbons of water shot forward at wind-slicing speed, knocking the bandits down like autumn leaves. They saw nothing but blinding light. Everywhere there were the bandits' screams. Blinded by water and magic, they could only swing their swords in vain. Galfredic smiled and asked Eugene if they should leave one alive for questioning. Eugene coldly refused. These men had killed his people. A small sprite shrieked in fury at their audacity to touch the Demon King. Galfredic peered into the darkness, his eyes glowing red. He understood why Eugene said two were enough. He would do as his lord wished. Galfredic plunged into the dark like a phantom. He thought that when he was human, he never imagined fighting in such darkness. A series of pitiful screams followed. Galfredic was butcherizing the brigands in a frenzy, blood splattering across the mine walls. Feeling reborn, Galfredic could wield vampiric power freely. His blood-red eyes brimmed with exhilaration. The vampiric instincts he had long hidden surged strongly now. Galfredic fully reveled in the night's hunt. In the mine's darkness, a bandit curled up in fear. He sensed something approaching far beyond human comprehension. Galfredic swung his hand. Slashing strikes from razor claws tore through air and enemy bodies. Desperate screams echoed throughout the mine. Blood spattered the cold rock walls. Galfredic enjoyed the sensation of a true predator. No robber could escape. Galfredic's eyes were blazing red, sharp as if piercing into his opponent's soul. He was completely swallowed by his combat instincts. The brigand swung his sword in a hopeless attempt to fight back, but Galfredic only gave a contemptuous smile. His speed was too great for the naked eye to follow. Galfredic bared his sharp fangs with a sinister grin. He declared he could see every movement of theirs with perfect clarity. Bright red blood splattered the mine walls like a horrific painting. The agonized groans gradually faded into the deep darkness. In another corner, a bandit ran wildly with an axe, crying and begging for mercy. But only deadly silence answered him. The robber collapsed, cursing whoever had led them down this path to death. He screamed the name Andrew with his last hatred. Amid the chaos, Bommand realized in horror he was facing a true monster. He shouted that no one had warned them such a thing lurked near the silver mine. Eugene appeared suddenly, stomping onto Bommand and pressing his gleaming sword to his throat. He coldly ordered him to be gone before sunrise. Bommand was utterly subdued, flattened beneath Eugene's feet with white, terrified eyes. The hound's resistance was officially over. Galfredic was surprised Eugene did not finish off the boss. Eugene said he still had a few questions the man needed to answer. Bommand muttered a piece of extremely important information that made Eugene ponder. Whatever he said seemed highly intriguing. The scene shifted to a lavish coastal mansion. News that Bommand had been hired by Sir Andrew to seize the silver mine was beginning to cause political ripples. Inside an elegant parlor, Eugene conversed with the corpulent merchant of the Palin Company. Eugene said he had captured Bommond alive, so the merchant could verify the information at any time. The merchant looked visibly excited, saying if this succeeded, Eugene would not only have the silver mine, but could control the entire peninsula. Eugene only raised an eyebrow in curiosity. The fat merchant explained that Andrew was the nephew of Baron Archibald and the first to betray. But in reality, the nobles had overthrown the Baron, so they had no standing to criticize Andrew. He added that even members of the Archibald line were busy fighting among themselves. Most importantly, Sir Andrew currently served under Sir Gabriel. Sir Gabriel, the Baron's eldest son, appeared in the merchant's mind as a key pawn. The family civil war was growing increasingly complex. Eugene realized Sir Andrew would never act alone. The merchant smirked triumphantly, praising Eugene's shrewdness. He promised that if Eugene dared to act, he would fully back him. This was the time for Eugene to truly assert his position. Eugene reminded him they could easily deny involvement. The route to Lord Beagalan had already been secured thanks to him. The fat merchant continued to rile him, saying the mayor and other guild leaders were watching Eugene. This was a once-in-a-lifetime chance to break through. He urged that everything depended on Eugene's decision. Eugene pondered quietly. The merchant offered to call the mercenary guildmaster and assemble troops for him if he wished. The merchant calculated that for the peninsula's stability, he could not afford to lose an ambitious knight like Eugene. He awaited a definitive answer. Eugene stared into the merchant's eyes and asked when he could begin preparations. His blood-red gaze showed he had made up his mind. The merchant affirmed he could start immediately if needed. The Mofern Company would commit all its resources to support Eugene's move. Eugene nodded in agreement. He ordered the merchant to gather the troops at once. A grand plan was beginning to take shape. The merchant smiled with satisfaction, calling it a wise decision. A new power was about to rise on this land, and everything was changing rapidly. Eugene led his forces in a grand procession through the city gates. People began whispering about his vast wealth, from soldiers to laborers, and a large trading convoy in tow. Everyone wondered whether those arrogant knights would obey an outsider for long. Meanwhile, the mercenaries cared only about Eugene's strength and the silver mine. A knight shouted excitedly, swearing to fight for the peace of Karlsbegin. To stand alongside the Wyvern Slayer was the greatest honor of his life. From the high city wall, the fat merchant Gardedge and his companions watched the army below. He realized these knights followed Eugene because they believed Eugene wouldn't seize their rewards. Gardedge calculated that if Eugene seized the demon-held lands, a few thousand silver coins in wages would be nothing. He snorted, judging Eugene to be a brave fool, good at fighting but clueless about politics or managing a domain. It remained to be seen who the real fox was. While plotting, someone ran up and said Eugene's steward wanted to meet him, told the man was waiting in the library. Gardedge grew curious to see what Eugene's lackey looked like. He walked off smugly, imagining a brash young lad easy to manipulate. He planned to use his seasoned experience to lowball and swallow this partner. Upon entering the library, Gardedge froze when he heard a request to build a castle. Eugene sat imposingly in the steward's guise, wearing a low-brimmed hat that shrouded his face. He asserted that since Eugene owned a village and 6 towns, a castle was only natural. He presented a detailed plan that made Gardedge break into a sweat at a single glance. Every line was impeccably professional, from building the walls to inviting dwarf architects. Gardedge shivered, thinking only someone with 30 years' experience could have written this. The fat man began to tremble. Following this plan would cost far more than expected. He racked his brains for a tactful refusal. Eugene smirked, tipped his hat back, and said if he wasn't interested then fine, others were ready to bid for the contract. A fatal psychological blow. Seeing the steward about to leave, Gardedge frantically grabbed him back. He didn't want to lose such a tasty opportunity. He put on a flattering smile and invited him to sit so they could negotiate properly, far more servile than before. Eugene smiled inwardly. He was using management skills from his time as an ancient vampire, skills he'd long neglected. It was called the art of cunning. With experience managing in the Roman Empire and decades of worldly maneuvering, he saw straight through the merchant's dark heart. Eugene pressed, asking if the man truly believed he would stop at a mere minor lordship. Gardedge was left speechless. He clicked his tongue, mocking the merchant's narrow vision. Clearly, the merchant had picked the wrong target to toy with. Gardedge swallowed hard and began to speculate wildly about Eugene's ambitions. Could he be a marquis or a great lord of the empire? Eugene burst out laughing, saying his father had been a lord, much greater than that even. His eyes flashed a threatening red when he mentioned ambitions of kingship. a statement enough to make the other shiver. Back in the present, as Eugene rode his horse, knights came running up in a panic, saying they had a special gift to show him. One man proudly boasted he'd taken a bandit den in an instant. The bandits were tied and kneeling below. Contrary to the soldiers' excitement, Eugene asked coldly, "Why did you break ranks and rush here on your own?" The knights hadn't grasped the issue, giggling that they came to prove their loyalty. The bandits wailed pitifully, begging Eugene not to eat them. They'd rather be slaves than be chewed alive by him. Eugene made a puzzled face. It turned out a tavern rumor that he ate forest bandits had scared them so badly. The bandits knelt and prostrated themselves like worshippers, swearing to mend their ways if only they could keep their old lives. Only then did the knights look stunned. It turned out the bandits surrendered not because of their bravery, but because they feared Eugene like a tiger. It was a stinging slap to the pride of those arrogant knights. The sylph spirit hovering nearby whispered to Eugene that he should at least praise them properly. Eugene reluctantly uttered, "Well done." Immediately the knight's face brightened, his eyes glittering as if he'd won the lottery. They all laughed boisterously, deluding themselves that it was a mix of Eugene's renown and their own boldness. Eugene was left speechless. Moments later, his expression hardened. He reminded them who was in command here and said he would forgive this insubordination only once. The knights were struck dumb, sweat running down their faces from the pressure radiating off Eugene. Eugene's gaze was lethal. He hated nothing more than soldiers who acted on their own. It made him want a clean house. The knights stammered an apology. Eugene needed this force to intimidate the Archibald nobles, so he couldn't allow them to do as they pleased. He ordered them to continue moving toward the Baron's domain. The knights trailed behind, grumbling that they hadn't been paid yet, but still obeying out of respect for the title Wyvern Slayer. The guide pointed ahead. "From here on is Baron Archibald's domain, Sir Eugene." Eugene was surprised to hear that half of Karlsbegen belonged to the old man. The guide explained that although the land he personally held was small, the family had ancient lineage and many noble vassals. Eugene displayed deep understanding of the local political situation. The guide nodded in approval, now understanding why the fat Guardedge trusted him enough to recommend Eugene. He said their final destination was Sir Gabriel's fief, about 3 days away. Along the way, they'd pass the domain of Miss Essendra, the Archibald's eldest daughter. Essendra Antigo Archibald was regarded as the legitimate heir, according to the family's ancient customs. Although nominally legitimate, the harsh reality was that Sir Gabriel currently held more power and allies. Internal conflicts erupted after the previous baron's position suddenly weakened. Eugene fell silent, realizing that in this world bloodline and rank were the ultimate laws ruling everything. Using the captured brigand leader, Bommond, to accuse the baron seemed like an extremely thorny problem. The cruel truth was that, while ordinary soldiers were taken as slaves on the battlefield, the nobility and knights could simply throw enough money to buy back their freedom. Eugene's eyes hardened. He decided to alter the plan slightly. Instead of going straight there, Eugene wanted to meet Essendra first. He ordered his men to send a letter requesting an audience with the lady immediately. Inside the stately castle, news of a strange visitor had quickly reached its mistress. Sir Gecko reported to the lady about a man named Jan Eugene, the foreign knight who had taken 2 villages and Lord Vimos's Nader silver mine. Essendra was lounging when Gecko mentioned the guest's feat of clearing the ancient remnants in Bayagalan. She sneered skeptically, thinking it mere rumor since no one had actually seen a wyvern carcass. Still, curiosity prompted her to order him admitted. Gecko warned anxiously that he might be Gabriel's agent sent to scout, advising the lady to be extremely cautious. Sir Gecko reported that Eugene brought about 100 troops and nearly a dozen accompanying knights, a force not to be underestimated. Eugene's knights waited on the hill. Though not numerous, their bearing made people wary. Essendra smiled arrogantly and demanded Eugene be allowed to enter to see her alone. She wanted to see if he had the nerve. Stepping out of the cool water, the Archibald heiress grew intrigued by the man causing unrest across the region. She wanted to see with her own eyes what kind of person this Jan Eugene was to make Gecko so uneasy. By nature straightforward, she declared that if she disliked him, she would toss him out immediately without ceremony. Annoyed at Gecko's constant warnings about safety, Essendra snapped and asked why he insisted on lecturing so much. With proud Archibald blood and Gecko's protection, she believed no one would dare cause trouble within her own castle. Suspicion showed in Essendra's eyes. She was the sort who trusted only what she saw herself. The lady wanted to expose the rumors about Eugene's real ability, to see how great he truly was, or if it was mere reputation. The massive iron gate screeched dryly and slowly opened to welcome Eugene's party. Eugene entered with a cold expression, He too was eager to see what the famed eldest daughter was really capable of. Essendra Archibald sat lofty on the high chair, remarking that Eugene looked younger and handsomer than she had imagined. Eugene merely regarded her coolly when she mentioned the many unsavory rumors about him. Lady Essendra clicked her tongue, saying that after seeing his face herself, those rumors were hard to believe. There were tales he ate people, and that he single-handedly slew ferocious wyverns. Eugene replied that cannibalism was a bit extreme, but he had indeed killed the wyverns. He looked her straight in the eye and asked if she agreed to meet him only out of curiosity about those silly stories. The knight beside her grew furious and was about to scold Eugene for his rudeness, but Essendra burst into a hearty laugh. She admitted she quite liked Eugene's character, even though he made no effort to curry favor. Eugene decided to get straight to the point. He had a request accompanied by an attractive offer. Essendra arched an eyebrow, guessing whether he wanted her to acknowledge his rule over the villages. Eugene countered with a short question, "Can you do it?" The question flushed Essendra slightly. She snapped that it was not an attitude befitting someone asking a favor. Seeing her pride touched, Eugene said it was a pity if she felt that way, then began to play his card. He revealed he had captured Bommond, the bandit leader who had occupied the Nader mine and murdered a noble. More importantly, Bommond had named the man behind it, Sir Andry, a man of Lord Gabriel, her brother and rival. Essendra froze at the name Andry, and Eugene affirmed he had documentary proof as evidence. He asked her whether handing over Bommond wouldn't help strengthen her position to become the Baron. Eugene's condition was clear. He wanted official recognition of his lordly title. Seeing the opportunity, Essendra immediately changed her tone, laughed loudly, and apologized for her earlier coldness. She promised to handle the paperwork and to provide him with a compensation payment for the earlier slight. At first, she thought he had come merely to cause trouble, but Eugene insisted she was the rightful heir. Essendra began to confide about the complications, revealing that the royal court was also eyeing control of Karlsbygden. Even the crown could not ignore powerful nobles who continually sought to expand their influence. She guessed the king had promised Gabriel a better title in exchange for his absolute loyalty. If Gabriel took power, Essendra's strength would be halved, and she would constantly live under his threat. To her, Karlsbygden's problems should be solved by those who live there, and the Archibald family must remain central. Perhaps out of a sense of duty, she tried not to push her younger brother into open confrontation. Speaking of Gabriel, she was irritated by his greed in demanding control of the family's dungeon. Eugene asked about the lands in the demonic realm, and Essendra insisted she must carry out a raid there. But the problem was Edric, the fourth brother, who was blocking the route into the demonic realm to collect passage fees across his territory. It seemed the others didn't care who became Baron, since siding with anyone would offend the other factions. Eugene judged immediately that Edric was clearly trying to prove he was not on her side. He asked how much the fee was, and Essendra angrily said he charged as much as 10 silver per person, an extortive sum. She calculated that after paying knights and mercenaries, there would be no profit left. She slammed her hand on the table in fury, wondering how he could become like that when she had cared for him so well once. Eugene looked at her clenched hand, preparing to make a decision that would change the whole game. He suddenly offered to raid that troublesome dungeon in her stead. Essendra laughed loudly, reminding him he had over 100 men, and the passage fees would be an unimaginably huge sum. But Eugene just looked at her with steady eyes and declared, "I will go alone." The room fell into absolute silence at Eugene's insane statement. Essendra asked if people often called him mad, and Eugene calmly replied that no one ever had. The scene shifted to the border bridge separating the domains, where Eugene began to step into the demonic lands. On the other side of the bridge lay the borders of Lord Gabriel and Lord Edric, who controlled this frontier. Eugene stood before his soldiers, sternly warning them not to cross the bridge under any circumstances to avoid provoking an attack. He told Galfredic to stay and keep watch until he returned. The red-haired knight only nodded and asked when he would depart. Eugene declared that once Sir Gecko secured permission, he would enter the demonic realm alone without further reinforcements. The soldiers behind murmured, incredulous that their lord intended such a reckless journey. One worried that the newly joined mercenaries would doubt Eugene's ability, since they'd never seen him act before. Eugene tasked his men with doing everything possible to persuade and steady the troops during his absence. Eugene calculated silently. The mercenary captains were easy to handle, but the unpaid knights were the real problem. Sylph circled Eugene, pointed at the knights' grim, murderous expressions, and urged him to find a way to placate them. Seeing their sullen faces, it was clear their loyalty was wavering badly due to delayed pay. Eugene stared at the men, the thought crossing his mind to beat each of them to shut them up. But he remembered the composure expected of a lord and suppressed his anger to focus on the greater task. Eugene cleared his throat and stepped forward to thank the knights for staying with him despite the difficult circumstances. A knight hesitated and asked if it was because they weren't good enough that he decided to raid alone. Eugene immediately denied it and added that Lady Ascendra also had high expectations for all of their talents. The knights looked puzzled when they heard the name Lady Ascendra, whom Eugene said had praised them highly. He called for Luke to bring that thing, and the boy lugged a heavy bag toward the curious crowd. Luke opened the bag to reveal glittering coins. Eugene announced each would receive 50 silver as a sincere token of thanks. Needless to say, the knights were shocked. Eugene thought to himself that spending his own money to reward them would make them easier to command later. He said it was a good opportunity for them to show their skills before Ascendra, while Sylph snickered at her master's theatricality. From sullen to fired up, the knights suddenly brimmed with spirit and vowed to keep things in order until his return. Sylph muttered whether they even knew who Ascendra really was, but Eugene didn't care. It wasn't important. Sir Gecko returned to report he had secured the travel permit, and Eugene immediately prepared to mount and depart. Gecko looked at Eugene worriedly and urged him to reconsider, saying the decision sounded like walking to his death. Eugene scoffed that it was the 4th time he'd heard that warning, so it no longer had any effect. Gecko still pressed, asking who would deal with the monsters and haul the spoils if he went alone. Seeing Eugene resolute, he relented and instructed that the whole party would not wait more than 3 days for him. Eugene spurred his horse toward the bridge, leaving only a firm assurance that he would return soon. Sylph, truly a town crier, complained that the knight talked too much and urged Eugene to go slaughter the monsters. Eugene told her she was just as noisy and told her to hide well. Then he urged his horse straight into the mist-shrouded demonic realm. In the eyes of the people, Duke Edric was a benevolent lord, always radiant and friendly to his subordinates. That was the reputation he had painstakingly built in the Kalsbegin region. But he admitted to having a fatal flaw. He had no luck with his own family. For many years, Edric had been caught between the endless struggle of Ascendra and Gabril. He thought that patience would suffice, since he would be the lord one way or another. But theory aside, new trouble arrived. This time it was a strange knight, insisting on going alone to clear out the dungeon. At the lavish banquet table, Edric probed Jan Eugene about Ascendra's offer. He wanted to know whether she was worried about monsters spilling out of the demon realm. Edric invited Eugene to sit and eat, but the young man coldly refused, saying he had no time for such social niceties. Eugene went straight to the point. He had a request for the Duke's help. Edric smiled outwardly, but inwardly began to suspect this was an Ascendra plot. Eugene's request was simple. He needed monster dismantlers and laborers, not mercenaries. Edric thought to himself that entering the demon realm alone was a death sentence. Eugene planned to have the workers wait at the entrance, then go into work after he had cleared the monsters. Edric couldn't believe his ears and assumed the youth was mad. Edric's gaze hardened. He suspected this was Ascendra's move, using a mad knight to create an incident in his territory. He worried that if Eugene died, Ascendra would use it as a pretext to apply political pressure on his family. He felt like a player trapped on the back foot, though Gabril had ordered no one enter the demon realm until the succession issue was settled. Edric couldn't overtly block Ascendra's people. A thought flashed through Edric's mind. If this man died in the demon realm instead of in his domain, wouldn't that make things smoother for him? Eugene asked for only 10 people, 5 of each type. Ariel perched nearby, surprised that the Duke agreed so quickly. Edric was overly eager, insisting on sending double the number and offering full support. He even suggested Eugene write a letter to Ascendra before leaving, to be safe. He wanted the letter to state that Eugene had been well received at the castle, a sort of insurance to absolve him of responsibility if anything happened. Eugene agreed immediately. To him, since this man was Ascendra's brother, making a good impression couldn't hurt. "Excellent," Edric exclaimed excitedly and immediately ordered paper and ink. Things were going exactly as he wished. Edric generously promised to provide 10 dismantlers, 10 laborers, mercenaries, and all necessary supplies. His subordinates complied obediently. Eugene took the quill and quickly finished the letter. For him, this information was enough to send the message. Edric chuckled hollowly, bidding Eugene farewell with the most insincere blessings he could muster. He even arranged immediate escorts so as not to waste time. Ariel looked baffled at why these people were suddenly laughing like fools. Eugene remained calm, politely thanking them for the support. From that base expression it was clear. Edric just wanted Eugene to go die in there and be rid of the debt. "Don't come back, Jan Eugene," he cursed inwardly. The gate to the demon realm loomed up amid the dark mist, waiting for the unlucky to step through. Sir MacBur was still skeptical. He asked Eugene again if he truly intended to enter this place no one had set foot in alone. He warned that no one had conquered the place in the past 6 months, and the last group to enter had failed disastrously. Eugene's eyes remained resolutely fixed ahead. Eugene reassured them that Ascendra had provided sufficient information. He told them to wait. Within 3 days, he would send a signal from inside. Eugene told everyone to stay outside and only enter to work after he had finished clearing things. The laborers could only stare after him in bewilderment. Sir MacBur and the soldiers gaped as the young man single-handedly pushed the massive stone gate, something that normally required 10 men to budge. Such terrifying strength. Eugene turned back to give one last reminder. "When I knock 3 times, open it." His figure gradually sank into the dungeon's darkness. Inside the demon realm it was cold and dark. Eugene stood firm. Beside him the water spirit Cillian hovered, emitting a soft blue glow. He tossed the bag of supplies to the ground. To Eugene, the water and hardtack Edric provided were just for show. He didn't need them. Around him, monsters began crawling out from the rock walls, growling hungrily. Eugene paid no attention to the blood of these puny creatures. What he hungered for was the blood of high-level monsters and red mana crystals. Eugene's eyes flared deadly red in the darkness. Red mana surged around Eugene like cursed chains. He wanted to test the limits of his current power. With a single sweep of his arm, blazing red lightning crushed the low-level monsters. They dissolved into smoke before they even understood what happened. The monsters' screams echoed through the caverns as they faced Eugene's horrific pressure. A true massacre began. Cillian panicked, realizing the dragon mark within Eugene was in a berserk state. This power far exceeded anything it had known. Eugene stood at the center of the blazing red mana storm. A little experiment won't hurt, he thought coldly. Each step Eugene took left dark red energy trails on the floor. The radiating pressure made the air feel viscous. Shockwaves from the dragon mana swept through continuously, crushing everything in their path. This power was not for the weak. The monsters could only roar desperately as their bodies were torn apart by the very pressure of Eugene's presence. He moved like a grim god through their domain. Red mana exploded, turning Eugene into a true monster among demons. His speed was too fast for the naked eye to follow. Cillian cried out in alarm, unable to track Eugene's movements. Everywhere was a deadly red and piercing screams. Cillian tried to pursue, but Eugene had long since left it behind. The caverns were now filled with the smell of blood and piles of monster corpses. Eugene stood amid the battlefield, casually counting the fallen. 3 mid-level trolls and hundreds of low-level monsters. This should more than cover the coin he received from Ascendra. He retracted his power, his eyes still scanning for what belonged to him. "Time to harvest," he muttered. Deeper in the cave, Eugene came upon bodies drained of blood. He recognized signs similar to vampires, but with something off. All witnesses were dead. Only huge fang marks remained on the victims' bodies, clearly the work of some large beast. Eugene walked over still water, thinking to himself that this creature surely possessed the red mana crystal he sought. Suddenly, piercing kikiki shrieks rang from the dark ceiling. He glanced up, eyes narrowed in alertness. From the darkness, dozens of red eyes appeared. A swarm of monstrous bats hung from the ceiling, waiting for prey to fall into their snare. The bats hissed ferociously, baring razor-sharp fangs. They swooped down like a black whirlwind to rip apart the intruder. The slap of wings and the frenzied screeches enveloped Eugene. But to him, these foes were still beneath notice. Eugene's arm transformed into blazing red dragon claws, tearing the air. He swung decisively, cutting off the swarm's aggression. Bat blood spurted everywhere as Eugene's claws struck. His speed and power left the monsters utterly helpless. Seeing the bats slaughtered en masse, Eugene still felt unsatisfied. These were larger than ordinary bats, but clearly not the high-level monsters he was waiting for. Eugene sheathed his sword. He began to feel annoyed that these puny creatures kept charging non-stop, wasting his precious time. The red blade swept in a circle, clearing the surrounding space. His gaze was icy as he stared into the deep darkness ahead. Eugene let out a soft sigh. The blood splattered on his face only added to his fearsome appearance. "These nuisances really don't know when to stop," he muttered. He decided not to waste another moment. Standing amid the encircling monsters, Eugene prepared to unleash a finishing move to end them all. "I'll use fear to crush and behead them all at once," Eugene thought as red mana began to surge powerfully from his hands. The crimson energy exploded outward like an infernal storm. The monstrous bats gaped in horror before being utterly swallowed. The entire cavern shook under the phenomenal pressure. Eugene stood there, towering amid a sea of blood and heaps of crushed monster corpses in an instant. Cillian flew over, mouth agape in astonishment, asking how he could achieve such an impossible feat. Fear was evident on the little water spirit's face. Eugene looked at his hands, wondering whether he had unintentionally killed them merely with the pressure of pure fear. This power had truly gone beyond control. Although he had just wiped out the bat swarm, Eugene remained composed. To him, slaying them brought an indescribable sense of satisfaction. But the water spirit suddenly warned that one more lurker remained hidden in the darkness above. Eugene immediately looked up. A high-level monster revealed itself. A giant bat with many blazing red eyes and jagged teeth gazing down at him with ravenous hunger. Eugene narrowed his eyes, the corner of his mouth lifting in a cold smile. Finally, the host had shown itself. The real hunt was only just beginning. Chapter 37 opens with the image of a giant monstrous bat hiding on the cliff face. Eugene smiled in anticipation. He was hunting high-level monsters. He had spotted his target, and a red murderous aura immediately enveloped the creature. A powerful slash created a massive vortex of energy, sweeping the opponent away. Another many-limbed entity suddenly emerged from the darkness, causing the fairy Ariel to scream in terror. Eugene plunged straight into the pit of monsters, beginning the massacre. He squinted to observe, realizing this monster was changing shape. The mutated entity writhed in a pool of red water, its head tentacles undulating continuously. A shock explosion detonated right in the midst of the fierce battle. The monster bared its teeth with a hiss, lunging its sharp claws toward Eugene. Eugene reversed the sword's hilt, preparing a finishing blow. He drove the sword straight into the water, creating immense pressure that pushed the opponent back. This time a giant snake bared its fangs threateningly. Eugene was irritated that the opponent kept shifting forms. Eugene moved at extreme speed, dodging the attacks. He reached out and seized the snake's head with a blazing red blood aura. The creature dissolved with a scream. Ariel was still left in shock. Eugene stood motionless, his cloak billowing in the wind with a calm expression. Another monstrous bat suddenly ambushed from behind. It launched a potent blue energy sphere directly at him. Eugene stared at the sphere and smiled challengingly. He dared it to attack with all its power. His eyes burned red, ready to face it head-on. A critical thrust pierced straight through the core of the energy vortex. The bat screamed in agony as it took the full counterstrike. A blazing red magical core was revealed as the monster's body shattered into pieces. Ariel deftly caught the precious mana crystal falling through the air. The little fairy brought the red mana crystal to her master. Eugene silently affirmed that he had grown much stronger than before. He raised the crystal to his lips and absorbed it directly to gain its power. A new surge of energy erupted. Eugene smiled with satisfaction as he acquired a transformation skill. This skill allowed him to borrow the form and strength of any monster with a magical core. He tilted his head back to the sky, feeling potent mana welling through his body. Eugene stood alone in the red pool, like a lord of the wasteland. The tremor from the new energy was so strong it blew the little fairy Ariel aside. Ariel grumbled, asking him to stop showing off. Eugene realized his blood aura had skyrocketed. His gaze sharpened. He could now clearly sense every blind spot around him. Eugene suddenly halted as he noticed another unusual presence. The atmosphere in the cavern fell into an eerie silence. Gloomy spirits and burning skulls shimmered faintly in the darkness. Eugene peered into a dark chamber, sensing a thick miasma of death. Ariel anxiously asked her master if something was wrong. Eugene's eyes glowed red. He was focusing on the terrifying entity lurking ahead. He silently stepped into the darkness despite Ariel's fear, preparing to face an entity that shouldn't exist in this world. A strange noise echoed through the gloomy cavern, startling Ariel into asking a question. The little fairy begged Eugene to turn back, saying they already had the red mana crystal. Ariel wondered if her master was overly eager for glory, but Eugene coldly denied it. Despite warnings of imminent death, Eugene continued deeper in silence. He sensed an abnormal presence, something that shouldn't exist in this world. Ariel screamed in horror as a gigantic silhouette appeared at the end of the corridor. The fairy stammered as she saw the terrifying entity before them. Twin-headed ogre, the strongest monster on the land, now stood there radiating purple mana. The creature's two heads, one armored, the other a fang-filled mutation, emitted chilling groans. Ariel realized it was an undead revived by dark magic. Eugene began to suspect who was behind this. He decided to move closer to investigate, despite Ariel's worried question about what he intended to do. Back off. Eugene drew his sword and ordered the fairy to stay away from danger. He launched the first attack, but his sword barely penetrated the monster's defenses. The ogre roared and swung its weapon in a 1,000-pound cleave in retaliation. The ground trembled violently under the terrifying strength of the two-headed beast. Eugene realized his opponent's skin was as hard as cold steel. Ordinary strikes were completely useless. The monster unleashed a barrage of crimson rune claws, encircling Eugene. It mocked his efforts, a mad laughter echoing throughout the cavern. Eugene froze, stunned to see that the creature was not only powerful but intelligent and taunting. The ogre threw back its head and roared, displaying the overwhelming might of a predator. A direct punch caught Eugene off guard. He was blasted away in agony. The undead's strength exceeded all expectations. It kept following up with brutal blows. Eugene was pinned to the ground, blood streaming at the corner of his mouth, yet his gaze refused to yield. Watching the looming monster advance, a thought of death flashed through Eugene's mind, but memories of the deep-seated hatred for the Archibald family surged back, preventing him from collapsing. Eugene's eyes flared red with fury. The fire of his vengeance burned more fiercely than ever. The blood aura suddenly erupted violently. Eugene was determined not to die here. The two-headed ogre looked down at the small figure at its feet, unaware that a true monster was about to awaken. The red mana crystal showed Eugene faint, blurred memories of vampires, though everything remained hazy. But that was still not enough for him to see clearly into the past. If he stopped now, both revenge and the truth would forever lie beyond his reach. At that moment, the giant undead roared and attacked, making Ariel panic and shout at Eugene not to die. A thunderous blow slammed into the ground, creating an extreme shockwave. Eugene barely dodged in the nick of time. His face remained cold despite the blood speckling it. Relieved to see Eugene safe, Ariel finally exhaled. The little spirit kept whining about nobody building a golden castle for her, but Eugene coldly told her to get out of the way. A radiant red mana began to emanate around his body, confronting the undead head-on. Ariel shouted that fear wouldn't work on the undead, and that they should run instead. The creature bellowed and charged like an armored truck. The ground shattered beneath the weight of each of its steps. Eugene glanced around. He had no intention of staying on defense forever. The sword in his hand began to glow brilliantly, but the monster attacked so relentlessly that he couldn't find an opening to deliver a finishing blow. Suddenly, Eugene swung his sword, creating a streak of blazing red light that cut across the air. A small mana explosion sent the creature's arm flying. Its punch missed its mark once again. The undead's roar echoed throughout the dark chamber. Eugene stood firm, his eyes locked onto the one controlling it from the shadows. The opportunity had come. He stomped hard and charged forward. From the darkness, a dark wizard screamed in terror as Eugene closed in. He stammered, realizing that Eugene was not the paladin he had assumed. The wizard tried to recite a counterspell, but it was too late. Eugene's sword sliced clean through the spell before it could form. Galfredic had taught him that when facing a mage, kill him before he can finish his incantation. The mastermind fell, and the giant undead went motionless immediately. Ariel flew over to ask if that was what controlled the undead. At Eugene's feet lay a decayed skull emitting a pitch-black evil aura. His expression darkened as he calculated something inwardly. Eugene realized someone in the Archibald family had been involved in placing the dark mage in the dungeon. Resurrecting dead monsters was forbidden by the church and the kingdom of Kalar. If the crown found out, it could be used as a weapon against Essendra. He needed to investigate further. Eugene's iron hand knocked loudly on the dungeon door, signaling his return. Outside, the soldiers panicked at the noise. They couldn't believe Eugene was still alive. Duke Edric gaped in astonishment when Eugene returned after only 2 days with over 300 monster corpses. In the Great Hall, Eugene calmly reported that all the spoils had been left at the castle gate. He requested that Edric continue providing manpower to clear the battlefield, because he had to return to the border. The nobles around him whispered and speculated. Some refused to believe it, while others went to verify the shocking news. Edric broke into a cold sweat. He began to realize he'd greatly underestimated Eugene. This was truly insane. He understood that Essendra hadn't merely sent a knight on a mission. She was plotting something much larger. Eugene's appearance completely disrupted the long-standing balance of power. Essendra truly intended to end this struggle for the throne once and for all. Duke Edric chuckled and promised to fulfill all of Eugene's requests. Oddly, he felt no resentment. He even felt relieved, reminding Eugene to tell Essendra that her beloved brother had given his full support. Eugene replied curtly. Seeing Edric's sycophancy, Ariel clicked her tongue in contempt at his quick change of face. A festive atmosphere filled the castle, cheers praising Essendra and Eugene ringing through the halls. Essendra held a bottle of wine, beaming as she encouraged the knights to enjoy the victory banquet. Seated beside Galfredic, The red-haired soldier expressed admiration that Eugene had not only cleared the dungeon, but also captured Gabriel's knights alive. Other nobles lavishly praised the achievement, crediting it all to Lady Essendra's virtue. Essendra laughed loudly as she poured wine, saying the capture of Gabriel's knights was a deserved price since they had provoked the trouble. Gelfredic excitedly recounted how Gabriel's men had taunted him, claiming to be retainers of the future Archibald heir. The brawny old man proposed a non-lethal 3-on-3 match, then single-handedly beat them all without missing a hit. While fighting, he loudly declared that only Essendra was the rightful heir of the family. The hall erupted in delighted laughter, as everyone raised their glasses to celebrate the gleeful feat. Essendra discreetly watched Eugene, wondering if the star of the banquet was truly enjoying the moment. Contrasting the noise at the banquet table, Eugene sat silently with an unreadable face, his mind seemingly elsewhere. Though Eugene was the center of attention, Essendra maintained the demeanor of a true leader, making the soldiers admire her magnanimity even more. After the banquet, Eugene reflected on Edric's behavior and realized he knew nothing about the Dark Mage. The mastermind could only be Gabriel. Essendra stepped forward to thank Eugene. By quelling the dungeon riot and rounding up the knights, her position had become significantly more secure. They sat down to talk privately. Essendra lavishly praised Eugene's potential and reminded him of the time he called her a madwoman. She believed that now Edric would have to submit obediently and would no longer dare use toll disputes to make trouble. Eugene shifted the topic to Lady Elora, another figure also eyeing the succession. Essendra confidently told him not to worry. Elora was merely Gabriel's puppet. Once he was defeated, she would naturally tuck her tail. However, she noted that two very strange mages were present alongside Elora. They were a teacher and student pair of uncertain origin whom Elora trusted completely, especially after the king was imprisoned and the bishop fled. When Eugene questioned Elora's loyalty, he learned she had followed Gabriel since childhood and had even sent her husband to support him. The news that Sir Andry was Elora's husband surprised Eugene. The clues began to click into place. A new plan formed in Eugene's mind. He asked Essendra what she would do if the others flatly denied Bauman's testimony. Essendra smirked. Once the rumor spread, the nobility would waver, and Gabriel would be nothing but a traitor. Eugene requested that Essendra say one line directly to Gabriel and Elora to deliver the killing blow. That line was, "The Dark Mage in the dungeon is dead." Essendra froze at the revelation, while Eugene calmly told her to watch their reactions to plan the next move. She urged Eugene to be more explicit, since the Dark Mage's death would be the ironclad proof to corner their enemies. Eugene leaned close to her ear, emphasizing that this was an extremely dangerous secret only she was allowed to know. Essendra slammed the table in fury when her two brothers were mentioned. Eugene calmly asked about the connection between the sorcerer from the dungeon and Elora. He insisted it was very likely, the image of Elora and the dark sorcerer flashing through his mind. Essendra sighed. She knew Eugene always helped her, but also understood he had a purpose in saying this. Eugene gave a slight nod of confirmation. She was ready to do whatever was necessary according to his plan. The square was packed. Over 800 knights gathered in response to the summons. Nobles whispered that Essendra needed to take power to stabilize the house before the crown intervened. One lord declared that a lord's honor was their lifeblood. Whoever in House Archibald was captured, the successor had to be a family member. The White Rose banner flew. Loyalties might change, but the lineage would not. Traitors to the house would sooner or later pay the price. This was a prime opportunity for them to assert their status. Essendra stepped out onto the balcony before the watching hundreds of soldiers. The knights all knelt in unison to greet the young lady. Essendra vowed to remember the loyalty of those who came forward the moment they received the letter. The crowd began to murmur about the mysterious man standing beside her. Rumors that Eugene single-handedly cleared out the dungeon left everyone astonished. They believed Eugene was the one who had completely shifted Essendra's stance and the situation. Some even sneered that the dungeon story was an excuse and that he was actually her lover. Eugene reminded Baron Beagalan to focus on the main event. A sword was drawn from its sheath, raised high against the sky. Essendra exposed that Gabriel was covering for the mastermind behind the noble's assassination. She questioned whether someone who caused such chaos deserved to be the heir. The promise of glory lifted the soldiers' spirits. She warned sternly that those who turned their backs would share the fate of those who trampled honor. Cheers thundered across the sky. Duke Edric waved eagerly at his sister from afar. Edric ran over to embrace Eugene like old friends reunited, handshakes and all. Essendra was surprised by the warm reception. and Edric hurriedly insisted that he respected her greatly. He then blatantly buttered up Eugene. Eugene placed a hand on his shoulder with a look full of implication. Edric continued to whisper that all his support was out of respect for him. The surrounding soldiers began to believe in Eugene's tremendous influence over Duke Edric. The rumor was confirmed by those who had witnessed the monster's remains with their own eyes. Some wondered why such an important detail hadn't been mentioned earlier. They speculated that this was a test of Essendra's loyalty. The noble's final conclusion was that someone should approach Eugene immediately. Everyone could clearly see that if Essendra took the throne, Eugene would be the real power at her side. He grinned with glee seeing Baron Beagallen brag about being Eugene's close friend. The little spirit thought a bit more power would come in handy for future travels. But for Eugene, the top priority right now was getting Essendra installed as head of the house. Sir Andre flashed a sly grin, insisting this dirty deal would be wrapped up soon. Gabriel stood looking down over the domain, going mad because he still hadn't heard a peep from his lackeys. He screamed out of control, starting to doubt the reliability of those he'd shaken hands with. Elora Archibald remained composed, assuring them the sorcerer's apprentice was merely searching for his master. She reiterated the mage's request to buy a little more time. A cruel plan was hatched. Use an undead army to menace the domain and boost Sir Andre's reputation to cement his power. Gabriel listed the dirty schemes he'd carried out to squeeze out anyone in his way. He fumed over losing a silver mine to some stranger knight, and the forbidden dungeon had been swept clean without a trace. At the same time, the footsteps of Essendra's army were drawing dangerously close to the border. In his frenzy, Gabriel smashed furniture, making even Elora jump in fright. He truly panicked upon learning that over 70% of the nobles had swung behind Essendra. Internal division and the fear of betrayal were gnawing at this cowardly noble's spirit. Sir Andre stepped forward, trying to soothe the terror engulfing Gabriel. He poured on the flattery, claiming Gabriel was the only one worthy of leading the house to glory. He stressed this was Gabriel's one chance to escape his sister's shadow and truly own the castle. Elora clasped her brother's hand with a crafty smile, promising that once that thing appeared, every enemy would flee. A cruel glint flashed in her eyes, affirming Gabriel was the only brother she actually cared about. In the dark, bone-strewn dungeon, the sorcerer's apprentice was furious that part of the ritual had been interrupted. He swore to activate that thing at any cost since his master was no longer there. The apprentice didn't hesitate to sacrifice his own arm to complete the blood ritual. Suddenly he froze as he sensed an intruder breaching the hideout. Eugene's party was entering. He ordered them to kill the sorcerer's apprentice on sight. The group moved swiftly, determined not to give him any chance to unleash dark magic. The dungeon unfolded vast and deadly. Eugene dimly suspected the origin of the enemy behind it all. The apprentice hid behind stone pillars, silently preparing his final move. He began chanting dark incantations. A sickly purple energy flared horribly around his staff. Eugene signaled for silence as they probed the surroundings. A mad grin spread across the sorcerer's face as the summoning reached its final stage. Eugene suddenly looked up, his face taut with tension. On the ceiling, a gigantic magic circle appeared and unleashed a grotesque skeletal entity. The massive undead monster lunged down, creating a terrifying shockwave right among Eugene's group. Sir Malv finally returned. He bowed to Gabriel Archibald standing by the window, announcing his homecoming. Gabriel called Malv in and asked if he was hurt anywhere. Malv replied that thanks to using the secret tunnel, he'd luckily avoided any soldiers. Malv reported bad news. The border troops surrendered immediately because they were all Archibald kin, which is why Essendra Archibald could return to the main castle so quickly. Gabriel ground his teeth and cursed the cowardly soldiers, then impatiently asked about the situation in Garant's dungeon. Malv bowed and apologized for not being able to enter the dungeon. Gabriel flew into a rage. It was the most important task he'd assigned. The reason, Malv said, was that Duke Edric had blocked the Ma Realm entrance, declaring no one could enter without Essendra's order. Gabriel was furious to the point of bursting. He clutched his head and sighed tiredly, then told Malv to continue his report. Malv added that Essendra hadn't occupied the villages along the way, but had marched her troops into Rodden Forest, claiming they were hunting a monster. Gabriel muttered, hunting a griffin in Rodden Forest. Malv had heard rumors it was a terrifying beast no one had seen before. Rumor had it the creature was at least a high-rank monster, maybe even an undead. At the word undead, Gabriel's face went pale. He repeated the claim skeptically. Malv confirmed it and warned that if true, Essendra wouldn't be the only problem anymore. Gabriel calculated that to destroy an undead they'd need Holy Order knights. But since the bishop fled to the capital, there was no one left nearby. Recognizing the gravity, He ordered his men to alert the nobles in the castle and to send a letter to his sister. He put on a pretentious air, saying that at this moment the peninsula's safety must take precedence over family quarrels. Malv was moved to tears, thinking aloud that only a true heir would care for the domain like that. He immediately obeyed Duke Gabriel, but the moment Malv turned away, a sly smile spread across Gabriel's face. He reveled in the thought that the goddess of victory stood with him. He plotted, if the undead caused chaos, his sister's army would be slaughtered at the front, and public outrage toward her would rise. Then he'd unleash Andre to kill the monster and become the savior hero, a dangerously cunning move. Standing high above his forces, Gabriel declared he would cast off outdated customs to usher in a new era of his own making. His eyes burned with ambition, ready for the grand performance to come. Meanwhile, deep in Rodden Forest, a fierce hunt was underway. A dark shape raced across the wilderness on horseback. A giant griffin swooped down from above with a piercing screech. Jan Eugene rode the horse Cillian, urging it faster and faster, while the sprite Key clung to his head. The griffin lunged straight in, claws razor-sharp aiming for the horse, which neighed in terror. Key screamed at the top of his lungs, but Eugene was quicker. He delivered a devastating blow to the creature's head, blood spraying everywhere. A massive burst of energy exploded through the forest, flinging everything around. The griffin was completely subdued. It thrashed but couldn't escape Eugene's deadly grip. Eugene, in red armor, stood towering on the beast's carcass, looking like a war god stepping out of the shadows. He drew his sword and coldly finished the proud creature on the spot. The griffin let out one last scream and fell still. Eugene's face remained expressionless, his fierce red eyes reflecting the prey's death. The griffin was officially slain. The beast's blood stained the grass red. Eugene stood there, the hunt over in a flash. At that moment, Key wondered why Eugene bothered hunting griffins. They usually just snatch horses and aren't worth much. Eugene explained it would give Essendra a more legitimate reason to become Marquise. Key remained unconvinced. Blood continued to pour from the griffin's corpse. Eugene was extracting its energy core. He said he also wanted to test a new ability. Key recalled that by consuming a magic shard and a monster's blood, he could transform into it. Key's eyes widened and asked if Eugene was about to turn into a griffin right then, seeing him lift a shard toward his mouth. Eugene calmly checked one last time before attempting this bold move. Key hovered above, watching with curiosity. Close up on Eugene baring his fangs as he prepared to swallow the creature's essence. A rather grisly sight. Key buzzed with excitement to see the grand transformation, while Cillian, the horse, simply stood there looking puzzled at his master. Suddenly, Key's body radiated a brilliant glow. The tiny sprite couldn't contain its excitement, feeling its heart race with the change. But Key realized the aura wasn't coming from Eugene, it was emanating from itself. An unexpected evolution. A blinding light enveloped Key, even Eugene stared in astonishment. The little sprite was undergoing a major power-up. Eugene was equally stunned, exclaiming aloud, wondering what on earth was happening to Key. Key cheered with delight at truly evolving. Its body now brimmed with new energy. Eugene, still puzzled over why it suddenly evolved. Key, full of vanity, praised how cute and adorable it now looked, saying sprites tend to evolve alongside their bonded humans. Apparently, Eugene gained experience after slaying the griffin. Eugene eyed Key's shrunken form and skeptically asked if getting smaller really counted as evolution. Key retorted that even Eugene looked smaller than his peers, yet far stronger. Eugene suddenly remembered something and was about to ask when they'd returned from the Ma realm. Mid-question, he squeezed Key tight, making it choke out a squeal. He coolly noted its body had been compressed to the size of a fist. Key struggled, demanding to be let go and scolding Eugene for bullying a sprite that had just become cuter, an amusing sight in the night forest. Cut to the front lines before a fortified city. Essendra Archibald's army had been encamped here 2 days. An atmosphere of tense anticipation hung over the countless troops. Sir Gecko reported to Essendra that the nobles were very dissatisfied. They thought hearing mercenaries was a waste, and Duke Gabriel was clearly stalling. He proposed launching the siege immediately. Sir Gecko was confident that with 3 times the numbers they'd surely win. They had about 1,000 troops now, while the enemy only had roughly 300 city guards. Essendra Archibald calmly replied it was not yet time. Gecko bluntly asked if she was waiting for Sir Eugene's return. Gecko professed absolute loyalty, but admitted he didn't understand why she listened to a newcomer wet behind the ears. Essendra kept her steady gaze forward. She reiterated the original plan to win the village's trust before advancing on the main castle. But Gecko questioned why they were skipping that step. Essendra countered, and then what? She seemed to be weighing a strategy deeper than mere force. Gecko explained the first 3 villages they passed through were empty. Officials, soldiers, and supplies had all been moved to the main castle. Seeing Gabriel fortifying, they decided to march straight here. Essendra continued that Gabriel had indeed hoarded resources to prepare for a long siege. As a result, village security deteriorated. People faced monsters like griffins and trembled as they begged for mercy. She asserted there was no need to attack the villages and spread more fear. The villagers' tearful pleas for help weighed on her mind. Sir Eugene understood that, which is why he hunted griffins to protect the people. Essendra believed that once she became Marquise, those people would be her subjects. Gecko was stunned by the young lord's benevolent vision. Gecko asked, could Sir Eugene really be a knight who values honor that much? Essendra nodded in confirmation. She had great faith in his character. Essendra admitted outsiders are hard to trust, and Eugene had no intention of staying long under her banner. A harsh truth she accepted. The image of Eugene's coldness came to mind. Essendra said she didn't trust the man himself, but trusted the knightly deeds and bearing he had shown across the Karlsbjörn Peninsula. That was the real proof. Essendra smiled gently and asked Sir Gecko to trust her a little more. She begged him to be patient for her sake. Gecko bowed to Essendra's sincerity. He promised to always follow her will, whatever she decided. The tense atmosphere between them eased. Suddenly, from atop the high wall, a booming voice rang out, drawing the attention of all the soldiers below. One of Gabriel's men stood there looking important. He announced an urgent message concerning the survival of the entire Marquise region. The loudspeaker's voice shook the air. The crowd began to murmur. Essendra's soldiers started to scoff, guessing whether it was a surrender proclamation. Little did they know the trap that awaited. The messenger declared loudly, an undead that ordinary men cannot kill has appeared in Rodden Forest. The news struck the troops like lightning. The chatter "undead" spread through the ranks. Fear showed on the young soldiers' faces, a threat beyond their control. He continued his sly speech, claiming they had planned to send forces to destroy it, but were blocked by Gabriel's sister's army, Duchess Essendra, preventing them from rescuing the people, a cruel inversion. He shouted dramatically, asking who would protect them when the peninsula had no Holy Order knights left. Essendra clenched her teeth in anger, realizing she'd been publicly baited. Gabriel watched from above, wondering if people would all die over a petty family dispute. He urged that swords be aimed at the undead, not at each other, a crafty bit of rhetoric. Gabriel Archibald looked down with a triumphant smile hidden behind a stern face. He called on those who wanted peace and prosperity to cooperate with him, a perfect political move to corner Essendra before the eyes of the thousands.